somebody on, yes. They didn't put their name in, so we'll have to figure that out. Chair Little, we're on the record.
All righty. Good morning. Property Tax Assessment Appeal Board is hereby called to order. It's January 30th, 2023. Mr. Clerk, would you do roll call?
Yes, Board Member Lunetta,
Present.
Board Member Cam,
Present.
Board Member Little.
Present. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Will the witnesses please stay standing to be sworn in? All right, I'm going to place everyone under oath today. When I complete reading your oath, please state I do. You and each of you do solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matters now pending before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. You may now be seated.
All right. Are there any items on the agenda review that we can take care of?
Chair Little, there are no changes to the agenda today.
All righty. Any public comments other than what's on the agenda today?
Chair Little, there are no requests to speak from the public today.
All right. Any on Zoom?
No, not at this time.
All right. Any board comments other than what's on the agenda today? No. Very good. We'll proceed.
Chair Little, before we get into the agenda, just some follow-up things. It is noted on your agenda that items 16 through 20 will be heard at a later date, so there's no action for your board to take on that. And then with items 8 through 15, the personal property portions will be heard at a later date, and your board will only be hearing real property at a later date. One technical cleanup on item number 11, application number 17-11107 for the 2017 year. I've handed a copy of that application out to you. You'll see in red, real property values for land and improvements are being added. And then on page 2 on the back, section 6, box A, decline in value is being added. That is to amend this application to cover the real property that is at this parcel and subject to today's hearing. So we, just as a technicality, we need your boards to make a motion to approve that amendment.
Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Hearing no objection, motion carries.
Thank you, Chair Little. That was it for the technicalities. And then I believe Mr. Kochedoff, the representative, had some cleanup business on items 8 and 9. Is that correct, Mr. Kochedoff?
Yes. Yes, so the applicant wishes to withdraw both items 8 and 9 for real property only. And that would be for the 2014 and 2015 assessment years.
Thank you. So those have been withdrawn, the real property portion only. So Chair Little, items 8 and 9 will be also heard for the personal property portion at a later date. So today, we will only be hearing items 10 through 15, which is the real property values for years 2016 through 2021. I did not print out copies of the application for the board today because they're pretty much all the same. It's a real property appeal, market value for each of those years for Los Robles Hospital in Thousand Oaks.
All righty. And we do have written findings of fact. I know.
Yes, written findings of fact have been requested and paid for on all 6 years moving forward today.
Okay. All right. To determine who presents first, who carries the burden of proof? To the assessor?
Yes, so this is a commercial hospital, so we believe, and all these years under appeal are for a Prop 8 reduction, so the applicant would carry the burden of proof.
Okay. To the applicant, you accept?
Yes, Madam Chair.
All righty. So how we will proceed today is the applicant will present first. We will have an opportunity for the assessor to ask questions of their presentation, as will the board. And then the assessor will present. Again, applicant will have a period of questioning to the assessor, and then the board will ask their questions. After both parties have presented, we will have a closing statement, and that would be the time for any rebuttal as well.
Yes, so Madam Chair, just to make sure I'm clear, we would like to put on a rebuttal witness after cross-examination of the assessor, if that's, I think that's typical procedure. I just want to make sure it fits with what your understanding is.
Is that agreeable with the rest of the board? After the assessor presents, they'll have a rebuttal witness?
Yeah.
Okay,
And that'll allow us to maybe limit cross-examination so it's not so long, because we can address some of those issues in rebuttal.
okay, very good.
And the assessor will have the right to question this witness?
Yes.
Very good.
And one other thing, I think, we may not always avail ourselves of this, but sometimes there's redirect after, if they cross-examine our witness, we might have some redirect questions, and I presume the assessor may be in the same boat.
Absolutely, no problem. All right, let's get a brief overview from the assessor, and then we'll have the applicant proceed.
Okay, the assessor's office is represented today by myself, Gary Ost, OHST for the record, and Joe Phillips. Joe is the primary appraiser that did most of the workup, and I'm a supervisor in the commercial industrial division that's responsible for all the initial assessments on this property. So I'll just get right into an overview here. The board may note that there's an awful lot of years on appeal here. This normally isn't the situation, so let me just touch on why that is. In the past, we had been working with a different agent on real property, and we had worked up a model to use the cost approach to come up with a Prop 8 value. Los Robles Hospital is the only property in Ventura County where we do that. And the market had been going down for other properties, and we tried to come up with a solution with the prior tax agent to help them out. So we've been using the cost approach to attempt to give the hospital a break. What happened was we had several years sorted out and done, and then our business property division conducted an audit of the hospital, and they found missing items, and they issued escape assessments. And under the R&T code, when you issue an escape assessment, not only do you have a right to appeal the changes to the personal property side, but you can also appeal the real property side. And that's kind of what happened here. Downstream, there was a new appeals filed, and prior years were reopened for questioning, and then there were a bunch of additional years that have been appealed. They're open because of various complexities in working a case like this. Also, COVID came along and delayed it. So now we're to the point where we have quite a stack of years that we're going to be discussing today. But in a nutshell, what the issue here is, we're both using depreciated replacement cost, less cost to cure for seismic upgrades. We just have different assumptions going in as to what the real cost is to build a hospital in California. So the framework that you're going to see the applicant present and we present is going to be similar. So in a nutshell, I always like to try and summarize it for a board. Where there's going to be disagreements are related to the actual cost to build a hospital in California. So just so you know, that's probably where we're going to go here today. There's a lot of years on the table here, but I think we're going to be able to be pretty efficient at going through them. I think most of the debate is going to happen initially, and then the other years are just another year, another calculation. There's no real changes in market conditions, changes in approaches, other debates going on here. So we're hopeful that once the board gets a feel for what the differences are, that they're just going to reflect themselves all the way through the stack of years. So I know we set aside the whole day today, but I think I'm confident that we'll be able to get through it all. So you'll see on the cover page all the years in questions and the application numbers. This hearing today is just for the real property. The business property is still an open matter. So we're hoping to get through all the real property cases that are open here and make some progress today. So on page 2 of the Assessor's Exhibit A, you'll see the summary of the assessed values in question here. And you'll note that for 2016, 2017, and 2018, the assessor allowed a reduction on their Prop 8 in those 3 years.
Mr. Ost, I just want to make sure, the board doesn't have your exhibits yet because we're going to hear from the applicant first, so. I just wanna
Okay,
make
well
sure.
then, I was just going to summarize, then the only other thing I'll wrap up with is, let me just flip through the first pieces so I don't miss anything on the introduction. And, no, that'll get us going. I'm fine with that.
Okay, I think we've got the idea. All right, we'll hear from the applicant now.
Okay.
Would you identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. My name is Peter Kochedoff, and I will spell that for you. It is K-O-T-S-C-H-E, D like David, O-F-F like Frank.
Thank you.
Okay. And by way of introductions, as I stated, my name is Peter Kochedoff. I'm a principal with VersaTax Consulting. I've been in the property tax industry for over 30 years. I previously worked for the LA County Assessor, Deloitte, as well as Duff & Phelps. So to my left is Mr. Eric Sheneman. He's also with VersaTax Consulting. He's our appraiser for the subject property. Eric has 18 years' experience in appraisal and a total of 21 years' experience in real estate. To my right is Miss Amy Kochedoff. She's also a principal with VersaTax Consulting. She's been in the property tax industry for over 25 years, previously worked for the LA County Assessor, as well as Deloitte and Duff & Phelps. On Zoom, we have Mr. Brian Seeley, who's the AVP of Design Management with the taxpayer, HCA. And he's in Nashville, and he will testify to the subject's seismic retrofit requirements. So seismic retrofit cost is a topic. I don't think it's I don't think there's a lot of disagreement there between the parties, but we do need to at least educate the board on what's happening with that. And then lastly, I have Mr. Craig Bjorkman in the gallery. He's the president and CEO of JKL Construction Services. He's been involved in the construction of hospitals and other property for over 30 years, and he will provide rebuttal testimony on the assessor's case. So that's basically how we're structured. I'll do some brief opening remarks, but we'll lead off with our first witness on the seismic issue to get Mr. Seeley sort of up and down as he's in a different time zone, and it would be good to kind of cover that topic, and then we'll move on.
All right.
Okay. May I proceed with an opening statement?
Sure.
Okay,
Go right
thank
ahead.
you. So as Mr. Ost had indicated, today's hearing relates to the 2016 through 2021 decline in value appeals for the Los Robles Regional Medical Center. And also, as Mr. Ost had indicated, there are existing Prop 8s on 2016, 17, and 18. And then for 19, 20, and 21, there are no Prop 8s. It's the trended base value. Just to address the issue that Mr. Ost brought up on the change, they had worked out a model for some of the prior years in terms of a cost approach valuation. But what we learned was that in 2015, there was a change in the seismic requirements or the law in California that shifted the direction of where this property was going on a seismic retrofit, for a seismic retrofit plan. And because of that, that also changed the value deduction relative to the seismic retrofit. And I believe, based on discussions with the assessor, we're on the same page with that topic now. It'll just be, as Mr. Ost indicated, probably a debate over what the appropriate replacement cost new is for a hospital in Thousand Oaks. So the applicant valued the hospital through the cost approach to value. And the assessor did the same, I believe. The sales comparison and the income approaches to value are problematic when it comes to valuing hospitals because you're really just trying to value the tangible assets. And, with some sales comps on hospitals, you're capturing a business enterprise at the same time, so it's a kind of a commingled number, and I think both the assessor and us realize that's a tough adjustment to make. Income approach, you don't normally see hospitals being leased to people. It's an owner-user, and they're operating a business there. And so you don't really have lease comps, so income approach is kind of tough to do. So it's really a lack of available data specific to the tangible assets, and that's the problem. So I think that's why both parties have gone to the cost approach to value. So our cost approach relied on a replacement cost new, doing a very detailed analysis through the Marshall Valuation Guidebook. So I'm sure the board's seen Marshall Valuation, and if you're old like me, you think of it in terms of Marshall and Stevens. But I guess they're calling it Marshall Valuation now, so I'll try to correct myself every time I say M&S. Also, a large part of our cost approach relied upon the actual costs incurred to build the newest tower on the subject property. So the largest portion of the assessment is based on a new tower that was built between the years of 2008 to 2013. So we used, rather than Marshall, for that part, we used the actual costs. And we just, trended them up for time difference. So our approach is sort of a hybrid between Marshall and actuals. It's important to note that we assumed a greenfield premise when valuing the subject. And, so what does that mean? What's greenfield? A greenfield construction project is when something is built on a vacant site as opposed to being built amongst an operating facility. And looking at it this way is consistent with the principle of substitution. And obviously the principle of substitution is the key appraisal principle that resides within the cost approach to value. Assessor's Handbook 501 states that regarding the cost approach, the principle of substitution provides that value can be estimated by the cost of constructing a property of equal utility. So the concept is really, if I'm a potential buyer of Los Robles Hospital and I'm standing there on the lien date, and I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to pay for this property, I'm going to pay no more for that property than what it would take for me to go build another hospital nearby that's of equal utility. And so if I'm going to go do that, I'm going to go do that on a fresh site, a vacant site. I'm just going to go vertical and build my hospital. So that's really the concept. We're trying to really measure the cost of construction of what it would take if I were to build it on a greenfield site. The opposing term is brownfield. If you go to build a hospital on a brownfield site, you're building it amongst an operating hospital. And we'll go into this more later, but those costs are much higher because you're trying to build a hospital amongst an operating facility. And that's not a pure replacement cost new. And then, of course, after you establish the replacement cost new, you have to reduce the value by depreciation, because the property we're valuing is not a brand-new property. It's in our case, built between 1968 and I think 2013 for the most part. And then lastly, there's a seismic retrofit deduction, and there's a cost associated with making the hospital seismically compliant by the year 2030, which is what the law requires in California. And that's a very large number. It takes a lot of money to convert a hospital to meet the current SB 1953 standards. And again, I don't think that's a big point of contention with the assessor. So our approach is entirely consistent with Rule 6, which is the State Board of Equalization rule that governs the cost approach. As we indicated, the primary differences with the assessor are really replacement cost new. And I've seen some of what I think the assessor will present, but I haven't seen all of it. And I suspect that replacement cost new will be the main topic. So the board's really going to have to decide a couple things, just to narrow it down. The board's going to have to decide if the applicant's Marshall valuation approach, plus along with the actual cost for the new tower, is a reliable method to determine the replacement cost new for the subject property. You'll also have to weigh some of the applicant's corroborating information that we'll present to you that relies on market evidence that, in our opinion, corroborates the Marshall conclusion. Then the board's also going to have to review what the assessor presents and determine if the replacement cost new, and I'll use the term RCN over and over in lieu of replacement cost new, if their RCN comparables are appropriate for the subject property. And I think that's the vast majority of this case. Did the applicant do it right? Did they come up with the right replacement cost new? Or did the assessor do it right? I believe the assessor is requesting that the board deny the applications while we're calculating Prop 8 reductions for each year. With that, I'll hand out a value summary so the board can understand where the differences are in value. That should be 6.
Thank you.
Yes, Chair Little, applicant's Exhibit 1 has been entered into the record.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we all have our copies.
Okay. So that gives you the high-level values of the assessed value by year and the applicant's values along with the reduction. And, we'll probably spend the most time on 2016 today. And then 2017 through 2021, I believe in both approaches, are just repeats of the same information, but just adjusted for an additional year. So if it's okay with the board, We'll probably spend 85, 90% of our time on 2016, so everybody understands what's happening on both sides. And then we'll probably all turn in the remaining 5 years of our exhibits towards the end saying it's the same thing.
Okay.
And we'll incorporate, we've got a large addenda exhibit that will apply to all the years. So hopefully that'll all make sense when we turn it in.
All righty.
So, just in sum, this, valuing a hospital is a complicated property. And you'll hear from both sides, probably, complicated approaches, but that's why we all like this, right? Because it's fun stuff, it's interesting, and it keeps us sharp. So with that, I'll move on to our first witness, unless the board has a question at this point in time.
Well, let me ask the assessor. Would you prefer to do your questioning as we go along or at the end of the presentation?
I think we'd like to wait till the end of their presentation.
Okay, very good. If the board or council does have a question, we will interrupt you if you don't mind.
And I would ask if it's okay with the assessor that, with Mr. Seeley that's dialed in via Zoom on the seismic issue, if we could, if you have any questions for him, if we could just try to do that right after. If you have something that you really want to talk about later in the day, I can try to get him back.
I think that's workable. We probably aren't going to have much disagreement there.
Yeah.
And like Patricia said, if something you're presenting raises a significant question, and it may be better to ask a question right then and there and clarify it,
Yeah.
I think we can do that. But I'm fine with Mr. Seeley going through his whole presentation.
Okay.
And we'll see after he's done if we have anything.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, and we're okay if anyone wants to interrupt with a question. It's, this is relatively informal, and I don't mind having it discussion-based because at the end of the day, we're trying to solve an appraisal problem. So,
okay.
So, it's Mr. Seeley, correct, that we're waiting for?
yes, is he on?
I believe so. Please accept the prompt to promote to panelist. There we go. Thank you. You should now be able to unmute yourself.
Can you hear?
Yes,
Yes, let me turn you up a little bit. And so you came in with just your initials. Can you spell your name for us?
Yeah, so it's Brian, Bryan. Seeley, S is in Sam, Eely.
Okay, does that look correct on on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, give me just a moment to turn up the volume. Go ahead and try talking again.
Can you hear me?
There we go. All right.
much better,
And,
Is that better?
all right.
much better. Let me just check with council and make sure that you did get the person's name.
Yes, Brian Seeley.
You got it, okay. Oh, great, okay, there it is. Thank you. Thank you, Brendan. All right. Turn it back over to the applicant. Oh, there you go. Now we can see you. Great.
Yep.
So I'll tell you when to hand out. And you have, but when I get the number. Okay.
Peter?
Yes. Okay, I'll start. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Brian Seeley?
And who's your current employer?
I work for HCA Healthcare.
And what is your current title and role? I think we lost audio.
We manage the
Brian,
architectural
Brian.
designs. for all the hospitals at HCA.
Mr. Seeley, sorry, we lost your audio just briefly. It was on our end and not yours. So could you answer that
okay.
question again?
And before you do, I'm going to jump in, check with the clerk. Has this witness been sworn in?
Mr. Seeley was online at the time of the swearing in, so I'm going to assume you took the oath. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you.
So what is your title and role?
Okay. So I am the AVP of Design Management, and what that role encompasses is, as a hospital owner, we have about 185 hospitals across the United States. So I manage the architectural design for all our renovations, additions, and greenfield hospitals.
Thank you. How long have you been with HCA?
For 22 years.
And how long have you been in the healthcare industry?
I started out as an architect at a local firm here 36 years ago and have been in healthcare the entire time.
And are you responsible for making sure the Los Robles Regional Medical Center is compliant with California seismic requirements?
Yeah, that would be part of my responsibility to make sure that all our facilities in California are compliant.
And what exactly do those duties entail?
So as I stated, we manage the architecture. So we do evaluations from the HCI, and we would make sure that they're seismically compliant in the structural categories and the non-structural categories for existing hospitals. And of course, any sort of new construction would be compliant just through the whole HCI review process.
Okay. And does the Los Robles Regional Medical Center have to meet certain seismic standards?
Yes, Los Robles would have to meet seismic standards.
Okay. And that's because you're an acute care hospital?
Right. There are certain requirements that licensure has so that there's services that have to be within an acute care hospital. So all the services that are required would have to be in seismically compliant buildings.
Okay. And this compliance has to be in accordance with SB 1953 that came into play beginning in 1994. Is that right?
That's correct. Right. So there's been a series of addendums and revisions to that, but essentially we would have to meet all the requirements that were outlined back in 1994.
Yeah. And now you have to do it by January 1, 2030. Is that right?
That's the current extension, yes.
In 2015, did the California Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development, also known as OSHPD, announce a new SPC 4D structural performance category?
Yes, prior to that, there was no SPC 4, and this is actually for Los Robles. It's been given us the opportunity to seismically retrofit buildings that could last beyond this 2030 deadline.
So prior to them allowing this new classification for seismic compliance, it probably wasn't economically viable to retrofit the building. Is that a fair statement?
Actually, it's probably more extreme than that. Prior to this SPC 4D coming into being passed, there was no way potentially to retrofit this building. It would have to been replaced. The required services within this building would have had to be replaced in new construction.
Okay. So I think the main takeaway is that in 2015, the state allowed for a little, perhaps more flexible classification that then made it worthwhile to retrofit the building. Is that right?
Right. Yes, there was, and basically all these things are different ways to structurally analyze the building. So there was additional calculations you can take and different ways to analyze, the ground movement, the structural frame and everything that would allow us to increase the structural rigidity of the building and meet the requirements.
Mr. Clerk, if we could hand out an exhibit.
This will be applicant's Exhibit 2. Okay, go right ahead.
And we realize this is a big packet. We're not going to go through every page. We just want to establish the basis for the seismic retrofit deduction. And this particular exhibit is kind of all things seismic, so there's a few different documents in there that we'll point to. So, Mr. Seeley, I believe you also have a copy of this exhibit, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
We actually managed the creation of the exhibit as part of our assessment of the Los Robles project.
Okay. And has HCA determined what specifically needs to be done for the retrofit?
Yes, that is the intent of this exhibit, is to analyze the structure, not only the structure, but maybe some of the other issues that would need to be done so that we could not only get the project seismically compliant, but also maintain its operations throughout construction. You want me to sort of walk through the scope of what would need to be done?
Yes, I think it might be helpful if you could start off on page 18 and perhaps explain to the board what portions of the campus needs to be retrofitted. And
Okay.
members of the board, I just noticed the way the exhibit's numbered is page 17 is there, and then page 18 is a plot plan that actually doesn't have the number 18 on it, but
No
that's
problem.
page 18.
Yeah, no problem.
So
Okay, so I need to be looking at page
18 of the PDF, yeah,
of the PDF.
which should be the plot
Three-dimensional.
plan.
The plot plan, okay?
So perhaps if you could discuss maybe some of the current seismic ratings and what they will be
Okay.
after the project.
Right, so Los Robles is actually made up of a series of buildings, and in Oshpod's mind, and I'll call them Oshpod just because historically that's what they've been. There are actually 8 different buildings on this campus, and as you can see, each one of them has a different SPC and NPC rating. And the north and south wing of the central tower, which is the building we're discussing, is SPC 2, and then also NPC 2. These would be the non-compliant structure structurally. The other surrounding buildings where this campus has grown structurally are SPC 3, so they would be usable past the 2030 deadline. There would need to be some NPC or some non-structural work that would need to be completed prior to that time to make the entire campus structurally compliant.
Is it fair to say that if you're SPC 2 or NPC 2, that's the area that needs to be upgraded perhaps to SPC 4D?
That would be correct, yes.
Perhaps.
And then the ones labeled SPC 5 are totally compliant. So there's a few, the new tower sort of to the page left, and then to the right, there's an OR expansion that are recent construction projects that are compliant.
So, members of the board, if you look sort of to the right of the plot plan, you'll see some buildings that say north wing, and then right below it, south wing. Those are the buildings that need to be retrofitted. Okay. Those are, and I realize the print's kind of small, but you'll see those are 1968 year built. So
Got it.
that would stand to reason why they're not as seismically compliant as the more recent buildings. Mr. Seeley, could you perhaps take us to page 6 and summarize the overall seismic project a little bit?
Page 6. Yeah, so the seismic project for the two towers, the issue with this is there's horizontal forces created an earthquake. Obviously, the taller you are, the more horizontal forces there are. Being built in 1966, there's no structural mechanism to transfer those forces from the building down into the ground. So the solution that our structural engineers came up with is basically the creation of a core, a concrete core that runs through the building that all the floors of the project are tied into. And then that force is transmitted down to a large foundation that would be below the basement of the existing structure. So it sounds fairly easy, but as you can understand, this is a functional hospital. The foundation alone is like 16 feet by 16 feet. So to get that in, you're really taking out this large area. In the south tower, this is below the surgery department. So basically, shutting down surgery, creating temporary, and I use the word temporary in the term because OSHPD does not allow temporary work. But basically having to rebuild everything as a domino to allow us to get under the surgery component. In the north tower, it's underneath dietary, so that forces us to have to rebuild a brand new dietary to provide food services for this hospital just to put the foundation in. As this concrete tube comes up through the floors, obviously these are existing nursing units. So how do we provide to access the patients that are in the rooms, fire and life safety? So it's a very arduous, very time-consuming project as we bring these tubes up through the hospital and try to tie it all back together. So at a high level, not going into too much detail, that's essentially what the recommendation is. And I think graphically, there's a 3-dimensional diagram that shows tubes. And this would be on page, well, I don't even know because our paging, it says 24. And I think that would be 25 on yours.
No, I think
It kind of shows.
I think it's 24. So if everyone can turn to page 24,
Okay.
it looks like this.
Yeah.
It's a colorful.
Yeah. So it's a 3D axonometric that sort of shows, the floors, the units that are on each floor, and then what the gray tube coming up would be an 18-inch thick concrete wall that would come up through all these floors. So we're going through surgery, labor and delivery, NICU, materials management, dietary, and then of course the med surg units on the top floor there in the blue color.
So
And
it's,
then the subsequent pages are sort of a more detailed floor by floor outline of the scope of work that would be required.
so just from a layman's perspective, it looks like you're kind of piercing the buildings from top to bottom with this seismically safe column that goes all the way through the floors down into the foundation.
Correct.
Okay. And in doing that, there's various operations within the hospital that are disrupted and have to be perhaps dismantled and then put together again in order to accommodate it. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. These are very, sort of a little background on hospitals, just like everything else. When this was built in the 60s, everything was very small. If you look at the footprint of the two towers in the site plan, one's significantly larger, but not that many more rooms on a per floor basis. So we're already working in tight, constrained spaces. We'll have to have egress to get to the stairwells, which are at the top and the bottom of this tower throughout construction for life safety to allow people in case of an emergency exit. We have staff support that has to work around this construction thing. It's concrete, so it's messy, dirty work. We also have to structurally tie these floor slabs into it. So there's work that extends out beyond just if you're looking at one of the floor plans, the blue box is the concrete, and then the green is where we're actually tying these concrete floors into this concrete tube to make sure that those forces are being transferred. So yeah, very, very time consuming, a lot of phasing, nights and weekends work, things of that nature that make it a very challenging project. And then of course at the foundation, just the fact that you have this large area you're cutting out of a department, you can see a lot of the surgery had to be renovated, and we actually had to totally replace the dietary, as that being one of the required functions of a hospital, just so we could provide food service throughout the renovation of that area.
And just, I guess, to make a clear statement, you have to do all this work and spend all this money to continue to operate this hospital as an acute care facility.
That is correct.
And has HCA determined how much it will cost to do this retrofit?
We have priced this through a contractor, and the total is around $111 million.
So members of the board and assessor, if I could please turn you to page 90 of this exhibit, you'll see the cost detail beginning on that page. And Mr. Seeley, is the $111 million as of 2018?
That is correct. We did another budget. As you can see, it's dated 4/23/20. We, refresh budgets periodically. So it was created in 18, and, that's the same budget that was refreshed in 2020.
Okay. And this budget reflects only the work required to be done for seismic compliance, right? It doesn't include things you want to do while you're in there doing the work, right?
Yeah, that's correct. This is not only the structural, we did talk mostly about the structural because it's, the most invasive, but it's also for the NPC work, which is bracing of pipes and fire alarms and sprinklers and things of that nature for the.
Okay. And then could you walk us through the costs on page 90 and then perhaps just point us to some of the detail after that?
Hold on, we lost connection.
Can you hear?
There you go, thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Seeley, I don't know if you heard it, but could you perhaps walk us through the detail of the costs and then the ensuing pages that has the greater detail?
The contractor breakdown.
Yes.
Certainly. So the way this works is on the budget categories, everything in gray actually rolls up to the first line, which is the design construction for $99.5 million. And that includes, the pre-planning is everything that we've done, the report you're seeing, the testing analysis, environmental built in the 60s. This has asbestos, so there'll be some abatement. Testing is OSHPD fees to have a third-party inspector throughout the extent of construction. The raw construction number, which is the attachment from Layton Construction, is about $80 million. We have an owner's contingency here, and this covers additional planning, additional architectural fees, if there's additional scope that might be required. Architectural fees is about $8 million. And then building fees, which are the permit fees, is another 2.5. So that falls into the 99. Equipment, majority of that is going to be in the dietary to replace the equipment. This is a 60s vintage dietary, so we can't take freezers, coolers apart and expect to reuse them. So we basically have to build them new and keep the existing operational. So that's the equipment line. And then there's IT and phones for another $1.5 million. So all that added up, plus interest, comes to the $111 million.
And then the subsequent Layton pages are just the detail for that $79 million number.
Correct. Right. And that includes, like we talked about earlier, SPC 4D and the NPC 5 upgrades. So if we need to get into any further detail on the cost, we can go through the Layton backup, but that's just the backup for that $79 million line item.
And members of the board, that cost detail for Layton goes through page 95. And I'll walk you through a couple quick pages that are at the end of this exhibit, just, I guess, for comfort. Page 96 is the code section that requires the retrofit, just so you have that. The next page, page 97, it's sort of hard to see the number, but it's in the bottom blue area. This is a write-up from the state agency at the time, OSHPD, that explains the SPC 4D change in 2015. And it's because of this change is, why we're looking at the value starting in 2016 through 2021. So that just provides some nice detail. We don't need to go over it, but it does give you some history. Page 98 is the announcement from OSHPD saying that they're offering the SPC 4D option, and that was put out there in December of 2015, so just prior to the 1/1/16 lien date. Page 99, the last page of this exhibit, is what we call an attestation form. There was a Senate bill, or I'm sorry, Assembly Bill 2190 that required hospitals to send in a form attesting that they understand this work has to be done by January 1, 2030, and that was it. And so this is HCA's form, actually signed by Mr. Seeley, saying, fulfilling that AB 2190 requirement. So hopefully that was helpful to the group. And Mr. Seeley, unless you have anything to add, I think we've probably covered the seismic topic.
Okay.
Okay, why
No
don't,
more questions from your end?
Well, it's not from me. Let's see if the others do.
yeah, why don't we at this point ask the assessor if they have any questions of your presentation?
The assessor is fine, and we appreciate the extra detail that the witness has provided. We really don't object to the need that seismic retrofit is required at the facility. The point of clarification, the state of California likes their acronyms, and the agency used to be called OSHPD, and now it's called HCA little I. So when you hear both those terms, it's the same entity. They had mentioned HCAI as a form, but then they talked about OSHPD, so I just wanted to clarify for the board that it's the same group.
Yeah.
They now call themselves HCAI.
Yeah, thank you for
With
bringing that
with a
up.
little I, because they're pretty proud of that little I.
Yeah.
And Chair Little, can we ask one of the parties to let us know what those acronyms are fully spelled out?
Yes, I can give that to you here, I think.
The assessor has HCA little I. It's California Department of Health Care Access and Information.
And OSHPD is Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development.
And it was always called OSHPD, and then they changed it up on us and we'll refer to it as HCAI. HCAI is HCAI. That's kind of how the industry speaks of it. I think they made that change in, 2019 maybe, or 2020. Last few years.
Okay.
So last couple of years. But yeah, same group, and it's actually, they present a lot of good information that you wouldn't normally be able to get. So I actually appreciate that department. So.
Okay, and,
One of the things that happens in California is all hospitals are permitted through this entity. Local cities don't have any say-so in building permits on hospitals. So it is the source for codes and enforcement and permitting for all hospitals in California, that at least they have authority over. We think there may be some federal facilities that may be able to stand outside state law, but the vast majority of all facilities in California deal through this entity. So that's why the city of Thousand Oaks would have no building permit or say-so on, because it's a hospital.
okay, very good. Any questions at this point from the board? No questions. Okay. Council, any clarifications you might need?
Mr. Seeley, hi. Emily Gardner, counsel to the board. Just confirming that the construction is not complete on the seismic retrofitting, correct?
It has not been permitted. So we did some initial meetings with HCI to validate and vet the structural analysis would allow us to get to the 4D, and then it has stopped. We are currently doing some construction on the surgery project. So the foundation underneath the surgery is being completed, and that is where we are currently.
Okay, and then is there any more specific target completion date other than January 1, 2030?
No, not other than the state regulated guideline.
Got it. Thank you very much.
I have a question. As the construction proceeds, is there a notification that comes to the county at all at how your process is going? Or is it just you notify the
So-
county when it's complete?
We rely on monitoring HCI. They usually will have public record information about what's going on. I know they did some work on one of their old towers already. They did some seismic retrofit. And we found out about it by doing field work out there and saw it. So we have to rely on the applicant telling us what's going on, because HCI there's a lot of numbers and a lot of data on there, and it's hard to kind of weed through it all and make sense of it all. So it's critical for us that the hospital notify us, what they're doing and when they're doing it. That's how we find out about it. If it were just a local city, their planning department talks to us all the time. We get their permits. But in this case, we have to proactively go dig the information out. So we appreciate it when the property owner communicates with us as to what they're doing with.
Right. There is some communication between HCI and the counties or jurisdictions, because they won't release a building permit until they get a sign off on planning and zoning from the individual local municipalities. So there is a communication before HCI does release that building permit.
Okay, but during the process, is there any notifications that will come to the county? Let's say you're 50% complete. Is there any notification that comes to the county to alert them?
I do not believe so, no.
Once the
So that was
process
just
starts,
handled-
go ahead.
No, go ahead. I mean, during construction, we have to hire a independent third party to make sure that everything's being built per plans and specs. If there's any changes, that goes back through HCI, but I do not believe that they report to the local municipalities of the status of construction throughout the duration.
I believe that's correct. He may be correct that maybe there's some initial go-ahead that the local municipalities are involved in, but after that, it's all HCI that has the data.
Right.
And we have to actively go in there and monitor it to find out what's going on. I know they did work on one of their towers, and we were using it in the cost approach, and the last tax agent indicated to us that it was going to be demolished. So we had it down to a 2-year remaining life, getting ready to take it off the roll. And we went out there and they had scaffolding all over the whole facade, and they ended up doing retrofit on it. And we found out just of our own digging, which is why I make the point that we're more than willing to work with people on things like this, but it's important that They keep us up to speed because we go to the state website and you'll open up an account on a facility. Each facility has a facility ID, and there's permits for water heaters, and there's all kinds of stuff listed on there. You can maybe look at 50 things, and it's really hard to tell what was R&R and what was related to seismic. So I'll just say we appreciate it when they communicate with us because it helps us figure out a lot of details that are sitting in the HCI site that are just hard to interpret.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, well, which year do you adjust their property taxes? You know, do you have to wait until total completion?
Normally, if investors are buying properties and a property needs a new roof, that happens when they put the new roof on it. Or if they demo a building, we'll deal with it when they do it. In this case, we're trying to determine a hypothetical market value, even though there aren't any market participants that are buying hospitals. And the theory of the cost approach, as Peter mentioned, is the theory of substitution. Hey, I can buy a brand-new facility across the street that meets code, or I can buy Los Robles, and it has the proverbial cost to cure issue with it. And we don't know the timing on this, okay? It's a complex project, and the assessor doesn't have the technical capability to parse it out. Like if it was a property that had a vacancy problem, we can say, all right, it's gonna take 2 or 3 years to fix it. We put it into what we call an absorption allowance, and we discount those dollars back, and we say, okay, this is the present day deduction for that. In this case, we don't know. You've heard how complicated this project is. And so we're trying to give the property the benefit of the doubt here and deduct the full amount off as a cost to cure right up front, even though we know what's going to happen over time. And there is a theory that you could discount that back to today's dollars. But as Peter mentioned, there's areas where we're going to agree and there's areas where we're going to disagree. We don't have the ability to dig in and counteract the witness on what it takes to retrofit that specific building. They're the experts. We have a very large cost that we're dealing with here, and we have determined, it's our judgment, that we'll give them the benefit of the doubt, we'll deduct it right up front.
Okay, that's where I was headed. Appreciate that. Okay.
And maybe just to supplement that, there's a couple things. Prior to the SPC 4D option being created in 2015, those buildings were going to be demolished. So I think that's why the assessor, talks about, they had it on a short life because there wasn't really an option. And then that option came along, and that allowed more of the retrofit scenario. So, that's one issue. On the as Mr. Ost said, they can go on the HCI website and see the progress of a given project, because HCI is actually pretty good about updating progress through the inspections. And so maybe just to answer your question, Madam Chair, if let's say in 2027 they've done half the retrofit, an investor standing there on that lien date isn't going to deduct $100 million, they're going to deduct whatever, $50 million because half of it's been done, because they're only going to have to spend 50 once they buy the property. And so it truly is a cost to cure deduction, but it's one that's required by state regulation. It's a government restriction, and I think that's an important point under 402.1, is that it's, something that has to be done. And I think it's obviously good for the public. Hospitals all around the state are being retrofitted at major dollars, and it makes it for a safer environment, But unfortunately, it's expensive for the participants in the marketplace, so.
Absolutely.
And that hits property value, so.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Okay, are we complete with this witness?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, I know there's a time delay here, so hopefully we've gotten you out at a reasonable hour.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I'll release Mr. Seeley if it's okay with the group.
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Seeley, thank you so much for helping us out today and educating us on this, so.
All right, thank you.
Thank you,
Let me know
sir.
if you have any other questions.
All right, thank you.
At this point, why don't we take a 15-minute recess?
Okay.
All righty. All right. We have two more handouts. How do you
Yes,
want
Chair
to
Little,
mark
oh,
these?
go ahead.
How do you want to mark these, the smaller one?
Yeah, the one on top will be applicant's exhibit 3, and
And
then
that's
followed by,
that's the smaller one?
yes, the one I identified as real property fair market value report.
Okay, that's exhibit 3.
And the additional one will be exhibit 4.
Okay, thank you. All right, go right ahead.
So we just handed out 2 exhibits. The first exhibits are 2016 valuation, and Exhibit 4 is the addenda that will travel with this exhibit as well as all the future years that we hand out. And the purpose of the addenda, working for all the years, is so that we didn't have to kill too many trees to do all the other years. So we'll incorporate, when we do 17 through 21, we'll incorporate by reference the addenda exhibit, if that's okay.
Fine, thank you.
All right, we'll proceed if it's okay.
Yes, go right ahead.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Eric Sheneman,
And who is your current employer?
First Attacks Consulting.
And how long have you been appraising real estate?
15, since 2005,
Okay, so 18 years.
18 years, yeah.
Okay. And then how long have you been in real estate?
Since 2001.
And then did you prepare the valuations for the subject property today?
Yes, I prepared the valuations.
Okay. Could you please walk us through your 2016 valuation and show us what you did and what your conclusions are?
Yes, okay, I'll go ahead and proceed. So this is, if you turn to page 2, there's a table of contents just for reference to move back and forth within the report. And then page 3 is our summary of salient facts and conclusions. Los Orbeles Regional Medical Center. Year built 1968 through 2013. Land area of 13.12 acres. Zoning was PL, public, quasi-public, and institutional lands. Building sizes were appraised as 399,659 square feet for the hospital complex and 163,463 square feet for the parking garage. Our conclusion of the highest and best use was the existing improvements subject to the SB 1953 seismic retrofit completion. Date of value, of course, was January 1st, 2016, and our fair market value conclusion was $113 million. Please turn the page. Now, as we move through the report, there's going to be some shifting between looking at the report on a portrait basis and a landscape basis. And when we're on the landscape pages, the page numbers are located next to the binding comb. So there shouldn't, hopefully there won't be too many transitions. I think most of the cost approaches in landscape, but there will be a few of them. So anyway, so this is a December 2015 aerial view of the subject property, which is the month before the evaluation date. Please turn the page. Now, the next couple of pages are photographs of the subject property that were taken in October 2022. We tried to make these reflect as best as possible how the property looked back in 2016. But of course, you know, we don't have those pictures from 2016, so. Okay, next page. This is the rear of the property. Next page. Another exterior picture of the property. Just we'll note that the picture on top is the original north tower. That's one of the pieces of the property that is non-compliant, seismically non-compliant. And then if you turn the page, page 8, we have 2 maps showing the location of the subject property. And page 9, an overview of the subject property. I think a lot of this I covered during the salient facts discussion. But one thing I didn't cover, we'll talk about here, is that the hospital was constructed over a series of many years. So when we do our evaluation of the subject property, we ended up looking at it in segments based on when each segment was constructed. So if you see on page 9, there's a table that shows 6 segments, beginning with the original north and south towers. These are the seismically non-compliant towers that were constructed in 1968. Segment number 2 is the new tower, which was constructed in phases from 2008 to 2013. And then the other phases 3 through 6 are smaller phases of the project that were constructed either in the 1980s or early 2000s. Next page, please. The economic unit being valued is the real property economic unit for assessor parcel number 522-0-270-145. Units of measurement for the land area, the unit of measurement was land area per square foot. Sometimes we do reference it by acreage, but we relied on 571,366 square feet for the land area. For the building area, we relied upon the applicant's life safety plans that were provided to us and calculated a building area on the valuation date of 399,659 square feet. And then for the parking garage improvements, we relied upon the work papers from the Ventura County Assessor's Office that cited a square footage of 163,463 square feet. Next page, page 11. Here I discuss the different approaches to value and why we did not perform the sales comparison approach to value and income capitalization approach to value, and why we only relied upon the cost approach. I believe we've kind of discussed previously, why the cost approach was appropriate. So unless the board would like me to otherwise, we can just move forward on the assumption the cost approach is applicable and necessary.
Any objection from other board members? No?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, well,
Okay.
right ahead.
Okay, so in the application of the cost approach to value, we relied upon 2 sources of costs to value the subject property. We relied upon Marshall Valuation Service, and we relied upon the subject property's actual costs from the most recent major construction project, which was the new tower, which was completed in 2008 through 2013. So in short, for the new tower segment of the subject property, we relied upon the actual costs and then made several adjustments to those costs for various reasons, which I'll discuss in a bit. And then for the remaining segments of the subject property, including the parking garage, we relied upon Marshall Valuation Service. Next page, please. So Marshall Valuation Service is, well, the next few pages we'll go through. I won't go through these too much in detail unless if the board would like me to, but I think most of us are familiar with Marshall Valuation Service. So maybe just a quick read through this and we'll get on to the actual valuation of the subject property.
That's fine.
All right, thank you. Okay, so the Marshall Valuation Service is a complete authoritative appraisal guide for developing replacement costs, depreciated values, and insurable values of buildings and other improvements. Marshall and Swift has the single most comprehensive database in the marketplace. Marshall and Swift monitors the factors that drive the cost of construction and tracks actual building component costs. Marshall and Swift gathers wage rates from all major labor trades and studies crew sizes and productivity rates for personnel necessary for the installation of components. Next page, please. Okay. As we heard previously, the valuation premise for our report is replacement cost. Replacement cost of a building is the total cost of construction required to replace the subject building with a substitute of like or similar or equal utility using current standards of materials and designs. And that's based on the principle of substitution, which we also discussed previously. Next page, please. Okay. Marshall segments its different costs according to class of construction. And the class of construction is the basic subdivision of Marshall Valuation Service. And it divides the buildings into 5 basic cost groups by type of framing. So when we talk Class A or Class B, we're not talking as, say, the market would, like, oh, this is a nicer building versus that's a nicer building. In the context of Marshall, we're talking about the types of construction that the building is, not its market position. Next page, please. And then Marshall then discusses qualities of construction, which is where you get into, okay, is this building nicer than another building? Is this one, have better finishes or lesser finishes, and so on and so forth. In our evaluation of the subject property, we believe that the good quality and excellent quality cost segments qualities of construction were the most applicable to the subject property, depending on which cost segment of the subject property we're talking about. Next page, please. In our application of Marshall Valuation Service, we use the calculator method, which is a square foot method. In that method, we relied upon a number of adjustments to take base costs and translate them into a cost for the subject property. These adjustments were for heating and cooling, for elevators, for sprinklers, for the number of stories present within a building, the height of each floor, and the size and shape of each building, each cost segment. Next page, please.
Just to clarify, what page are you on now?
I'm sorry, I'm moving to page 17, which has another aerial photograph on the page. Okay, so page 17 is an aerial photograph of the subject property as of December 2015, illustrating the different cost segments that we utilize to value the subject. Segment 1 being original north and south tower. Segment number 2 being the new tower. Segment 3 being the west wing. Segment 4 being the south wing addition. Segment 5 being the ICU, CCU department. And segment 6 being the emergency department. Next page, please. Okay. On this page, we have a summary of our evaluation of the subject property. We won't get into it too much right here, but it's here for convenience. There will be the same page at the end of our walkthrough of each cost segment in the report. But this is the summary of our value and the value of $113 million.
Mr. Cinnamon, just to, I guess, point out, your total replacement cost new per square foot for the building segments is $537?
Yes, the replacement cost new is $537 per square foot.
And then if you add in the parking garage and site improvements, you're at $586 a foot, is that right?
Yes.
And that's all before you make a seismic retrofit deduction?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, so now we'll walk through the different cost segments. If you please turn the page to page 19. The first cost segment are the original north and south towers, and because of their age and condition, I treated them as one segment, and also because that's where the seismic retrofit cost is applicable. This segment was built in 1968 and contained a total of 141,570 square feet. The structure included 3 full floors of patient care and bed space, and then a partial 4th floor comprised of a mechanical penthouse and some building maintenance space. And then it had a fully finished basement space as well. So the building had a basement, 3 full floors, and what I consider to have been a half floor on the 4th level. And again, the Marshall calculator cost that we used for this segment was the General Hospital's occupancy cost, section 15, page 24. And we used a blend of the excellent and good base costs. And we also used the hospital basement's occupancy for the basement level. The valuation of this cost segment is hypothetical, as though SB 1953 compliant, because we will be taking the deduction for seismic after we conclude to an RCNLD. Prior to that deduction, we don't take the seismic deduction in this cost segment because, again, we're valuing these cost segments so that we can, as a convenience for calculating depreciation, but we really want to stress that we're valuing the whole property as one integrated unit. So that's why we're not making this big seismic adjustment right here. Okay, let's see here. Okay. On the valuation date, no construction activity was known to have upgraded this cost segment from its existing SPC 2 designation to SPC 4D. And based on my observation of the building, I estimated that the building had an economic life of 50 years and that the effective age of the building was 30 years. Based on the effective age and the economic life, Marshall calculates a physical deterioration deduction of 34% to the RCN. And then finally, the seismic retrofit work within this building will not include any expenditures to renovate and upgrade the overall appearance and functionality of this building. And that is the cost that we'll be referencing throughout later in the report, the cost that you heard from Mr. Seeley earlier. None of that upgrades the overall appearance and functionality of this building to that of a much newer facility. So as such, that seismic retrofit related hypothetical doesn't have any impact on my effective age estimate. You turn the page to page 20. Here are a few photographs of segment 1. And again, these were taken in October 2022. And turn the page to page 21.
I guess just to step back real quick, is this, the upper right corner picture of page 20, is that an older unremodeled portion of these towers?
Yeah, that's the north end of the north tower. And then picture 2 is the north, another side of the north end of the north tower. Page 21 are some more pictures of cost segment number 1. Okay, if you turn the page to page 22, here is the construction of the cost estimate for segment number 1 using Marshall Valuation Service. And the adjustments I spoke about earlier are represented in this cost statement, and we ultimately come to a cost RCN LD of approximately $40.3 million based on an RCN of approximately $61.1 million. Okay. Next, we'll move on to cost segment number 2. This is the new tower, and again, the cost used to value this segment is based not on Marshall, but on the actual costs to complete the structure in 2008 through 2013. As I mentioned before, this cost segment was constructed in 4 phases, and it contains 210,249 square feet. It's a four-story structure with basement and was comprised of 4 floors of patient care and bed space and a basement area comprised of non-inpatient administrative and mechanical space. And as of the valuation date, 21,600 square feet of the first floor were in shell condition, which was the condition of that space when the building was constructed new, the initial construction in 2008. So these costs, again, are from 2008 to 2013, so there needs to be some accounting for changing market conditions, otherwise known as time. To do that, we relied upon the Marshall Valuation Service District Comparative Cost Multipliers from Section 98, page 5. And these pages can be found in the Exhibit 4, the addendum exhibit, which was handed out previously. Okay. So this cost segment was constructed within an operating hospital complex, which can be much more expensive than constructing on a greenfield site where there's no ongoing business to perform construction work around. So in the case of our subject property, we do make a 10% deduction to these costs to account for that these costs were realized when the rest of Los Robles Hospital was operating versus a cost that would just be on a greenfield site where it's being built as replacement cost new. Per Marshall Valuation Service, I thought it was my opinion, and also my opinion, that the economic life of this building is 50 years, and the effective age is estimated at being equal to the actual age for each phase of the construction project, which is weighted at 7 years, based on the cost of each segment and the depreciation applied to each segment. So this will be easier to discuss if we go to the next page, page 24.
Mr. Shenman, just a quick question. Going back to your 10% greenfield adjustment, didn't this building also have a situation where they initially built it as 3 floors and then came in after it was complete and added a 4th floor
Yes,
at
sir.
a later time?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And theoretically, if you build 4 floors all at once, that might be cheaper than if you build 3 and then come in and add a 4th.
I believe so, yes. Okay, if we turn the page to page 24, here are some October 22 photographs of this cost segment. And then turn to page 25, some more photographs. And then on page 26 is where I perform the cost, I do the valuation for this cost segment. So there's 2 pages on this cost schedule. And within the cost schedule, I broke down the costing of it to the 4 phases that occurred. And we relied upon the construction costs as provided by HCA. So column 1, called Building 8 Tower, that was the original phase that built the 3 stories prior to the development of the 4th story. And that phase was essentially complete in 2008. The second column is for the 3rd floor build-out of the medical surgery unit from Shell, which was essentially complete in 2012. The 3rd and 4th phase are related, and they are the construction of the shell structure on the 4th floor of the existing 3-floor building, and then the subsequent build-out of the 4th floor shortly after the 4th floor shell was built. And those 2 phases were completed in 2012 and 2013, respectively. In going through the costs that we were provided, we took care to exclude those items which were not real property items. So, because the reported cost did include some items that were not real property oriented. So, if you look in each of the columns, there is one line that says total reported cost. That's the cost that was reported from HCA. We then deduct out what the non-RP total to come to the RP only subtotal. And then we use the relationship between the RP subtotal and the total cost to then extract out from the interest and overhead costs the share of that, the pro rata share of that, which would be attributable to the real property only. So at the bottom of page 26, you'll see 2 lines, one called RP total cost and cost per square foot. Okay? Now, I still haven't combined these costs yet because they need to be adjusted for time. So if we turn to the next page, and before you go to the next page, on page 26, these per square foot costs that you see below are for that for that phase only and not for the entire building. Okay, if you please turn to the next page, page 27. Now here's where we make our adjustments to these costs for time. Again, we relied on Marshall for their market conditions time adjustment, in Section 98, pages 5 to 6, as applicable to each quarter that the construction was completed. Then we come to an RCN as 100% complete on the date of value. And here is where we do our first summation, because we're now talking about adjusted costs to the valuation date. And here, the RCN as 100% complete was adjusted to 144.6 million approximately. This was all complete construction. And then here is where we make our 10% deduction for the construction costs which took place in an operating facility versus a greenfield site. After having done all that, our RCN on the value date was concluded to have been $130.1 million, or $619 per square foot of total building area. Okay. From there, we deduct for depreciation, and the only depreciation we deducted for here was physical deterioration based on the age of the improvements on the valuation date. And if you look, you'll see this, again, we've used Marshall Valuation Service, plus our own estimate of effective age, which we thought was equal to the actual age. And then each cost segment has its own depreciation percentage, but in the end, the weighted average of the effective age of 7 years is based on the adjusted RCN. So if you weight out the costs versus the depreciation rate overall on this date was 4% with a weighted effective age of 7 years.
So your total RCNLD was $125 million for this segment.
Yes, sir. For the segment, it was approximately $125 million. Okay. Now we move to the next page, page 28 for segment 3. This is the West Wing, which was constructed in 1985. It's a one-story structure that contains 15,979 square feet. And from here on forward, for the rest of the cost segments, we rely on Marshall for the buildings. I thought the cost segment reflected its 1980s era construction. And again, being consistent with using Marshall, we're using hospital cost segment. General hospitals, excellent, good. There's no basement here. The economic life was estimated at 50 years, effective age estimated at 25 years, and then thus per Marshall, the depreciation was 25% for physical deterioration. And no major repairs or renovations had taken place that would have affected the above estimated age estimate for this segment. Okay, we turn to page 29. Here are some interior photographs of the West Wing. You can see it, excuse me. Next page to page 30 is the costing of this segment with the adjustments. And our costing of this segment equated to an RCN on the value date of approximately $7.7 million, and with an RCN-LD of approximately $5.8 million. Please turn to the next page, page 31. This is hospital cost segment number 4, the South Wing Edition. This was constructed in 1989 and contains 17,478 square feet. Again, this segment reflected its 1980s era construction. We used the same Marshall occupancy costs for this segment as we did for cost segment 1 and cost segment 3. And we estimated the economic life again to be 50 years, the effective age 25 years, and per Marshall that equates to a physical deterioration deduction of 25%. Turn to the next page, please, 32. Here's the interior of this portion of the hospital. Okay, we turn to page 33. You'll see the cost schedule for this portion of the hospital. We calculate an RCN of $8.4 million for the South Wing Edition and an RCN-LD of $6.3 million. Turn to the next page, please, page 34. Okay, this is a variation on a theme. This is cost segment number 5, the emergency department, which was constructed in 2001 and contained 8,155 square feet. It's a one-story structure. Again, we relied upon the same Marshall occupancy pages, general hospitals, and we estimated an economic life of 50 years, effective age equal to the actual age of 15 years as of the valuation date, and thus, per Marshall, the depreciation was calculated at 11%. On the valuation date, no major repairs or renovations had recently taken place that would have affected the above effective age estimate. If you please turn to page 35, here are pictures of this cost segment. Now turn to page 36. Here is the cost schedule for segment number 5, which has an RCN of approximately 4.1 million and an RCNLD of approximately 3.7 million. If you now turn to page 37, we come to hospital cost segment number 6, the ICU CCU department. This was also built in 2001 and contained 6,288 square feet, so one-story structure. Again, same Marshall cost occupancy of general hospitals. I estimated the economic life at 50 years, the effective age at 15 years, which is equal to the actual age on the valuation date. And then per MVS, the depreciation was, for physical deterioration was 11%. And no major repairs or renovations had taken place that would have affected my effective age estimate. Turn the page to page 38. Some pictures of the interior of this building. Okay, and then if we turn the page to page 39, here's the cost schedule for this section of the building. We have an RCN of approximately $3.1 million and an RCNLD of approximately $2.7 million. Next page, to page 40. Okay, here is the cost segment for the parking garage. The parking garage contains 540 parking spaces, was constructed in 2004, and contained a total of 163,463 square feet. It's a 5-level structure with 2 levels of basement and 3 levels above ground. It's a concrete structure that also, on the valuation date, included a rooftop helipad structure with a 50-foot by 50-foot landing area. For this cost segment, we also relied on Marshall. We used the cost occupancies parking structures and parking basements. The economic life was estimated at 45 years. The effective age was estimated at the actual age of 12 years. Thus, the depreciation rate for physical deterioration was 10%. No major repairs or renovations had taken place to affect the above effective age estimate. And if we could turn the page from 40, well, before I go on, we also, as part of the costing of the parking structure, costed the helipad. It may be easier for me to just discuss that cost when we get to the cost schedule section of this segment. But there is some further detail here on page 40 as to how we arrived at our cost. Okay. Turn the page from 40 to 41. A few pictures of the parking garage. Then page 42 is our parking garage cost schedule. And we relied on Marshall. Except for, we did make one lump sum adjustment, which can be found right before the RCN as 100% complete calculation. The lump sum adjustment was for the helipad on the parking garage. We used a cost of $1.475 million to estimate the cost for the helipad. Marshall does not provide a cost for helipads. So what we did here was we relied on past costs from the applicant for other helipads, one of which was here at the subject property when it expanded in, I believe it was 2021. They expanded it from a 50 by 50 foot pad to a 65 foot square pad. And then we also relied upon the cost from a project they did at West Hills Hospital in Los Angeles County, which is fairly close to Thousand Oaks. So from those past costs, we estimated a cost for the helipad of $1.475 million. Ultimately, the parking garage and helipad had an RCN estimated at 14.1 million approximate, and then an RCNLD of approximately 12.7 million. Next page, please, page 43. Okay, this is the cost of the site improvements. The subject site contains 571,366 square feet. The site improvements included the asphalt paved parking lots and driveways, wayfinding, monument and traffic control signage and drainage, landscaping, and irrigation improvements. Marshall does not provide a calculator cost for site improvements. They provide individual costs for each cost element via what's called a segregated cost method. It's a very complex method that we thought it would be just better here to use appraiser judgment to cost out the site improvements. And I've seen costs for suburban parcels typically range from $5 to $15 per square foot of site area. And then that can depend on land area, topography, quantity and quality of the improvements, and local conditions. And based on my judgment, I calculated a site improvement cost of $10 per square foot land area to the entire subject site. And then finally, per Google Earth aerial photographs, the asphalt paved parking lots and driveways appear to have been resurfaced just a few years prior to the valuation date. On that basis, the economic life of the site improvements I estimated at 20 years, and this cost segment's effective age at 5 years. Thus, per MVS, Marshall, we applied a physical deterioration of 18% to this cost segment. Please turn the page to page 44. Here are some pictures of the site. Again, these were taken in October 2022. Please turn the page to page 45. Here is the cost schedule for the site improvements with an estimated RCN for the site improvements of 5.7 million and an RCNLD of 4.7 million. Okay. Now as we go to page 46, you'll find a summary of the cost schedule up until the RCNLD, which is hypothetical prior to this SB 1953 retrofit cost. And based on the schedule, we have an RCN for the subject property of approximately $234.4 million, which equates to a cost of $586 per square foot of building area, hospital building area. And then an RCNLD of $201.2 million, or $503 per square foot for the hospital building, just based on the hospital building square footage alone. Okay, if we please turn the page, page 47. Okay, now this is where we present a cross-check on the reasonability of our RCN costs. So on the previous page, you'll see that the RCN for the hospital structure is $537 per square foot. And that excludes the parking garage and site improvements. And I'll read a little bit from the report here. It's a little bit easier. So to cross-check on the reasonability of the subject property's RCN estimate, the following supplemental cost comparables are utilized. These supplemental cost comparables are sales of hospital facilities whose transactions included only the real property value component for the hospital structure. Okay, so you can extract out RCNs from the market and RCNLDs from the market. So what we did here was to extract the RCN from the supplemental cost comps, we used the building residual method. So what we did for each of the 3 supplemental cost comps is we first deducted the land value and the estimated depreciation cost of the site improvements as of the sale date in order to isolate from the overall sale price of each comp the contributory price paid for the hospital building improvements only. So you had let's say you had a sale price of $50 million for the entire property, and you estimated the land and the site improvements had a total value of $10 million. then 50 million minus $10 million equals $40 million. That $40 million should be applicable to just the hospital structure only. Okay. The next step we do is then the resultant building residual price is then adjusted for accrued depreciation as of the sale date to reflect the building's residual price as though the improvements were 100% new on the sale date. And we'll get into how we do that on the next page. But we do make an adjustment to take these buildings which had a little bit of age on them and adjust them upward to have them reflect the new building.
And the purpose of this analysis, Mr. Sheneman, is to compare a market-extracted RCN to your conclusions on the Marshall RCN,
Yes, sir.
and of course, the actual cost RCN as well.
Yes, sir.
And you're using some sales here. Are these pure real estate sales, or do they involve business enterprise or anything like that?
No, these are pure real estate sales.
And was the reason why you didn't do a separate sales comparison approach on these is because these are just 3 sales over several years? They're not really enough to do a sales comparison approach for each year.
That is correct. So the other adjustments we make to these comparables is to adjust them for time, and we adjust them for the size of the facility, and we also adjust them for the construction quality and the facility utility in order to then have them compared to the subject on a like-kind basis. Okay. So if we turn to page 48, here are the 3 supplemental cost comparables that we found in the market. I'll go through them briefly, and then there's more information on each of these 3 sales in Exhibit 4, the addenda exhibit for this value report. So our first supplemental cost comp is the sale of a hospital facility in Murrieta, Riverside County. It's a facility operated by Loma Linda University. They were the occupant of the building and then purchased the building, they were the occupant of the property and then ultimately purchased the real property portion of that property in August of 14 for a price of $200,296,000. And we estimated that the land value was $7 per square foot for this property. The site improvements had a cost new value of $10 per square foot. This is a fairly new facility, so we only estimated 10% depreciation for the site improvements. That was also based on aerials. And then ultimately, we calculated a total site value inclusive of the improvements of $16 per square foot for this cost comp. That equated to a site contribution to sale price of approximately $12 million. That approximately $12 million was deducted from the sale price to conclude to a building residual price of approximately $188 million. And that equates to a building residual price per square foot of $744 per square foot. Now, as I said before, at the time of sale, that this property was a few years old, so we want to adjust this upward to have it reflect a brand-new property. So for this property, we estimated the economic life again at 50 years for the hospital. The effective age we estimated at 3 years. So per Marshall, that was a depreciation of 1%. So that means that this hospital building improvements here had a remaining economic life of 99%. So what we then did to get to a replacement cost new for this cost comp was we took the building residual price of $744.36, divided it by its remaining economic life of 99%, to then calculate an RCN for this building of $751.88. Now, at this point, we need to adjust this comparable to reflect the subject's valuation date of January 1, 2016. So we applied the same Marshall time multiple that we've used in other parts of this valuation report. Once we applied that multiple, we had a time-adjusted RCN of $755.64. We adjusted that cost, we adjusted that RCN downward by 5% for scaling because it is a smaller facility than the subject property. And then we also adjusted this comp down by 15% for quality and utility because it appears to be a much nicer facility of better quality construction. In the end, the market extracted RCN for this first comp is $610 per square foot. And the other two comps, our methodology was the same as far as the adjustments go. Comp number 2 was a developer build-to-suit that was then sold. It was build-to-suit for the VA Ambulatory Center. It's located in Loma Linda in San Bernardino County. This building was built as a LEED certified building, and construction was completed in 2016, and it was 100% occupied by the Veterans Administration on a long-term lease. Sale price was this property sold in June 2017 for $202.5 million. Excuse me, $212,500,000. And again, our methodology was the same here. We extracted out the site contribution to sale price, which was calculated at approximately $20.7 million to leave a building residual price of $191,818,118. And when this building sold, it was brand new, so there was no adjustment for depreciation. The only other adjustment we made was for time, using, again, MVS time multiple. This property was bought by a REIT as an investment property. So what happened, to summarize what happened with this property, developer bought a site as a build-to-suit site for the VA. They built it for the VA. The VA is leasing it on a long-term lease. Then the developer exited the project and sold it off to a long-term investor. The next cost comp is the Bakersfield Heart Hospital in Bakersfield. This facility is a little bit older. It was constructed in 1999. It's also quite a bit smaller than a subject property, and it sold in March of 2019 for $49 million. Based on land value and an estimate of the site improvement costs and depreciation, we estimated the total site value at approximately $14 per square foot, and the land contribution to the sale price was approximately $4.1 million. That was deducted from the overall sale price of $49 million to result in a building residual price of approximately $44.9 million. And again, the adjustments here are similar to the other adjustments for the other property. The methodology is the same. We adjust for to get this building to represent a replacement, a new building to calculate RCN. Here we found that the depreciation was approximately 11%, so remaining economic life was 89%, and the adjusted RCN was $586.62. Again, we use the MVS time multiple to adjust this to our subject's valuation date. We use the 10% scaling adjustment because this is a much significantly smaller property, and we concluded to an RCN of $482 per square foot. So as far as seismic compliance, Sales 1 and Sales 3 are seismically compliant. They're essentially, one is essentially a brand new building and the other one is compliant. And then the VA Ambulatory Center, I couldn't find this project in HCI website. I believe they don't have to report to HCI, but the VA administration does have its own requirements for hospital facilities and seismic zones. And this one was rated to have the seismic resiliency of this number 2 comp, the VA project, was rated at the highest level for the VA of critical, essential, and ancillary. So presumably, this hospital is at par with SPC 5, MPC 5 or 4 seismic resiliency. Now, looking at all three cost comps in sum, they have an average we have an average market-derived RCN of $557 per square foot. This compares to our subject's RCN as calculated of $537 per square foot for our hospital structure. As such, the difference between these two numbers is calculated at 4%. So within 5%, we believe that these three cost comps support our value conclusions via Marshall. So in sum, we used Marshall Valuation Service and the actual cost for the subject property. We also looked to the market to see if there's any data in the market that we could extract an RCN from, which we did. And they were supportive of each other. I want to add also that these three cost comps did not include any parking garage structures, so we are comparing like kind by not including our parking structure in a comparison with these comps. Now, if you turn the page to page 49, we have images of supplemental cost comp 1. This is the Loma Linda University Medical Center in Murrieta. Above, you can see the site, and below, you can see an exterior image. It's our opinion that this hospital is of better design and quality than our subject property. Next page, please. Page 50. Here's an aerial photograph and an exterior photograph of the VA Loma Linda facility. Our opinion is that this is of a better quality than our subject property. It is LEED certified and had won quite a few design awards. We have a couple of media reports in our addenda exhibit, Exhibit 4, that speak to that. But this doesn't include, this facility does not include an emergency department. So overall, we just did not adjust this either. We left our adjustment at 0% for quality and utility on this property. So, you know, in short, nicer facility, but not as many services. So 0 adjustment. Next page, please. This is comp number 3, page 51 in Bakersfield. And if I could please draw your attention to the aerial image at the top of the page, you'll see that there is another building on the site that is outlined in red that was excluded from the sale. It's the northernmost building. That building was excluded from the sale. It was not included. But it shares parking with the cost comp. So in our calculation of the land area for this cost comp, we took the building area of that medical office building on the north side of the property. We estimated that its parking would require a land to building ratio of 3:1 to support parking, and thus we deducted approximately 120,000 square feet from the overall gross land area to calculate a net land area for this comp. So we wanted to make sure that we do not overstate the land area here on this property that is effective to the subject property, or excuse me, to the cost comp. If you turn the page, now going to page 52. This is where we discuss the seismic retrofit cost segment. Okay, and as we heard before, the cost was estimated to have been $111.6 million. But that cost is inclusive of some non-real property elements. So what we did, if you please turn to page 53, the next page. On page 53, you'll see this cost segment, and we've excluded the non-real property components to then calculate a total cost of $106.0 million. And it also includes a pro rata share of the interest costs, just as we did for the new tower segment earlier. Now let's,
So just to clarify, the reported cost for the retrofit's 111.6, but you're only deducting 106 million because you're not deducting some of those personal property items that are at the bottom of that list, right?
yes, sir. Okay, this cost is from 2018, so we needed to adjust this back in time. We applied the Marshall cost multiplier to this property to then conclude to a cost as of January 1, 2016 of approximately $101.9 million. If we can now turn to page 54, we enter the site valuation section of this report. And on page 54, you'll see a map illustrating the subject property, and you'll see the location of land sales number 1 and 2.
So just to pause for a moment, when we're valuing through the cost approach, we're valuing the building, but then we also need to add a component for the land. So that's what we're moving into now, is the land valuation. From what I can tell, I think our land value is actually higher than the assessors, so I'm not anticipating a lot of argument on that, but nevertheless, we'll go through it quickly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. As we mentioned previously, if you turn to page 55, we have a summary of our valuation here. As we mentioned previously, the land area was estimated at 571,366 square feet. The zoning was PL by the city of Thousand Oaks. This is a rather limited zoning designation that's usually found, that only allows civic-oriented uses by right, such as governmental uses and utility uses, and then uses such as community care, residential, special needs housing, schools, and hospitals are conditional uses. Now, this type of zoning designation is fairly uncommon. Aside from these uses, they typically, land that's vacant and zone this doesn't trade very frequently. So that's why we're using only two land sales here. However, land valuations for later years do incorporate more land with this type of zoning or similar zoning. So we feel comfortable using just two land sales here to value the subject. But unfortunately, as of 1/1/16, these are the only two land sales that we found that were the best and most applicable to the subject's site.
And the sales used in the subsequent years were probably beyond the 90-day rule for this lien date, is that right?
That's correct. Based on these land sales, we calculated a site value as though vacant of $13.7 million. And if we turn the page from 55 to 56, we have some more details on these land sales. Land sale number one is the December 2014 sale of 6.53 net acres. This is located in the Westlake Village community in Los Angeles County, so just over the county line from Thousand Oaks. And in 2014, this land sold for $7.3 million, or $25.67 per square foot of site area. At the time of sale, this land was zoned PI, Public Institutional Zone, by the city of Westlake Village. That zoning is analogous to our subject site zoning as far as uses go. And the site had formerly been used as a medical clinic, but that building was demolished and removed from the site by the seller in March 2011. This land was ultimately purchased by the buyer for entitlement and development of a senior housing use. However, as of October 2022, when I went by the site, that project had not been realized or built. So as of October 2022, it was still vacant. Land sale number two is the August 2015 sale of 9.70 net acres of land located at 1872 Newbury Road in the Newbury Park neighborhood of Thousand Oaks. This land sold for a price of $8.9 million, or $21.06 per square foot of the site area. At the time of sale, this site was zoned similar to the subject. It's the same zoning, PL zoning, and that PL zoning was a legacy of the site's former use as a public high school. And at the time of sale, the site was improved at that high school. This land was purchased in August 2015 by a land speculator in order to rezone the land in preparation for a mixed-use residential commercial development. And then post-sale, approximately 42,000 square feet of existing building improvements were demolished and removed from the site. There was a little historic building that was retained on the site as of October 2022 when I went and visited the site. That little building exists at the southeast corner of Newbury Road and Kelly Road. Based on what I saw when I visited the property, I don't think that that building contributes much value, and so I disregarded it. If you please turn the page to page 58. Land sale two had improvements on it. I estimated a cost of $7 per square foot to demolish and remove those improvements. That was a result in an adjustment of 294,217 square feet. Approximately $294,000. The second adjustment I made was for changing market conditions, i.e. time. Based on these sales and other sales of similar zone properties, that took place after this property, I calculated that the land sales prices for this type of property were going up by approximately 8% per year. Thus, I applied an adjustment of 2% per quarter for each 1 quarter difference in time as compared to the subject's valuation date. I found that the location for land sales number 1 and 2 were similar in location as compared to the subject, so I made no adjustments. For scaling, land sale 1 was significantly smaller in land area as a subject site. I made a 10% adjustment downward for scaling. For zoning, I made no adjustments for zoning. They were all zoned for the same or similar uses as the subject property as of the valuation date. You turn the page to page 58. Here's my adjustments grid. Excuse me, page 59. Thank you. And again, we concluded to a site value as though vacant of $24 per square foot, resulting in a site value of $13.7 million. You turn the page to page 60. And this is our cost approach summary. This is the same table which you saw at the beginning of the cost approach presentation. This table has the RCN and RCNLD for the hospitals and the ancillary structures, such as the parking garage and site improvements. It has the deduction for seismic retrofit cost, and it also has the land value. And based on all the elements that we just presented in the cost approach, we concluded to a value of $113 million for the subject property as of January 1st, 2016.
Just briefly on page 61, that's your CV, right?
Yes, sir.
And can you just really high-level walk us through that?
Okay. My present position, as we heard before, is with First Tax Consulting. I'm a senior consultant. I'm also a practicing affiliate of the Appraisal Institute, and I'm licensed in the state of California as a certified general real estate appraiser. I've done appraisal work for property tax consultancy and appeals, mortgage loan underwriting, purchase or sale decision-making, estate planning and settlement, and foreclosure proceedings. And I've appraised numerous types of properties in my career.
You also have a master's in urban planning?
Yes, I also have a master's in urban planning from the University of Michigan.
And then all your Appraisal Institute classes are on the next page?
Yes, on page 62 are all a summary of all the classes I've taken to get my licensure, my state certified general, and also my trainee license, as well as I've included my continuing education to maintain my licenses, as well as the coursework that I took at the University of Michigan at the graduate level and at the undergraduate level that inform my valuation career. So that concludes the main exhibit here for the valuation of the property as of 2016. We do have Exhibit 4, which is the addenda exhibit. If we could please, if the board doesn't have any questions about the 2016 presentation, we'll move on to the Exhibit 4.
Let me ask the assessor first. Any questions from the assessor to the applicant so far?
This might be a good time to ask questions before we go too far downstream replicating the future years. We do have questions for them on what they presented.
Okay.
Mr.
So
Ost, do
maybe-
you want to see the addenda first? Have us walk through the addenda because your questions might pertain to the addenda items as well.
If you want to walk through it real quick,
We don't intend to go through the whole addenda, just to show you the roadmap and the addenda, so if you need to if you and the board need to
okay.
reference the
that
addenda,
would be
then you know where to
probably
go.
worthwhile to spend the time doing that. I just didn't want to go into another hour of discussion when
No.
we basically have some fundamental differences of opinion right off the bat.
Okay.
So that was fine. If you want to give us a brief overview of the addenda,
We'll just spend a
then
few
we can
minutes.
maybe start questioning.
Sure.
Okay.
So if we could please now reference Exhibit 4, titled Addenda Exhibit for the Real Property Fair Market Value Reports. This addenda covers all the real property appeals from 2016 to 2021. It contains all the data that we use in our principal valuation reports. If you turn to page 2, you will see a table of contents that will take you towards the support for our the supporting documentation for our evaluations. I highlight the CoStar pages for the supplemental cost comps. Those include not only the CoStar pages, but media reports that were published on the circumstances of either the transaction or the construction of the buildings. There's also the CoStar pages for the land sales and some supplemental documentation on the land sales as well. There is the HCI seismic performance rating definitions, and then there are the Marshall valuation pages for all the years of the appeals. I think that's probably good. Let's see.
Yeah, you mentioned the supplemental columns and the Marshall pages
Yeah,
and the CoStar pages.
okay. I think, does that conclude?
Yeah, I think that concludes our presentation on the 2016 year. And, as we said earlier, the 17 through 21 will be very similar, and we could hit those very lightly later.
All righty. Now questions from the assessor to the applicant.
Okay, I'll start off with a few housekeeping questions here. Peter, could you clarify the record, which members of your team are currently licensed appraisers?
Do you want,
Yes. Yes.
oh, are you asking me?
Well, I just want to, I don't want to ask the same question of everybody, so I'm just going to ask a question that, could you provide on the record all the people that are on your team that are currently licensed appraisers?
All three of us at this table are certified general real estate appraisers.
Okay, and your witness is a witness?
Yeah, he's a construction cost expert.
All right. As certified general appraisers, you are responsible to comply with uniform standards of professional appraisal practice, is that true?
Not for property tax appraisals. So we are following the state board requirements for property tax valuations.
So it's your opinion that you can step outside of USPAP, and you're functioning here today as advocates of lower value and not necessarily fair market value, which is what USPAP requires?
We are producing a fair market value reports based on concepts articulated by USPAP, but the reason why the report is not a USPAP compliant report is more form rather than content.
So it's your position that as licensed appraisers, you can step outside of USPAP and present what you believe is fair market value? That's your position?
Our position is that we have to value the property using, under fair market value, and we have to, for property tax purposes, be in compliance with the California State Board of Equalization and our Revenue and Taxation Code.
And the fact that you're licensed appraisers doesn't change that procedure at all?
Not for property tax appraisals, and we feel that it doesn't, the content of the valuation would be the same whether it's USPAP or not, but the form of the report is not USPAP compliant because there are a lot of other things that USPAP requires that are not necessary for property tax valuations.
Okay, we'll move on from that point. I kind of want to step back at this point and talk about the cost approach. Is it
Sorry,
your...
could you give me one moment, Mr. Rose? We'll just move on.
Okay, I just want to step back and take a deep breath. I know we've had a lot of technical information we went through, and this is just part of working with a hospital. I mean, we know they're complex. Going back to what we're doing and why we're here. There are three recognized approaches to value. The sales comparison approach, the income approach, and the cost approach. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And of those approaches, which ones do market participants rely on the most, and which ones do they rely on the least?
Market participants in what segment of the market? Commercial, industrial, residential, it depends.
Okay. Would you say that the sales comparison approach is more accurate than the cost approach?
Only if there's reliable data.
Okay. Would you say that the income approach is a more reliable indicator than the cost approach?
It depends on situations.
Okay. Now that we're on to the cost approach, would you say that using the cost approach to value a brand-new building where you don't have to get into depreciation assumptions is a more accurate application of the cost approach than the method we're using here, where we have to get into depreciation assumptions in order to apply a value to an older structure? Of the two methods to use the cost approach, which is more accurate?
Two methods being,
The brand-new buildings or trying to value older structures where we have to incorporate depreciation?
well, a cost approach is a lot more, it can be a lot more reliable for a new building because it's essentially brand new, but sometimes you just have no choice. You have to use the cost approach, even if the building's older. And you can account for the age of the building through depreciation or any other kinds of obsolescence.
In your years of experience in real estate, do real property values appreciate over time, or do they depreciate over time?
It depends on the market.
So your answer to that is it depends on the market.
Yeah, property values can go up or go down depending on what market you're talking about.
Over the long term, does real property appreciate or depreciate?
Again, it depends on the market. But overall, I think in most places it does appreciate, but some they don't.
One of the factors in using the cost approach is the effective age for a structure. And Marshall's had made their best attempt to determine ages. Would you say that those ages realistically reflect how real property survives over time?
Well, Marshall is a national firm that studies all different kinds of costs and works in all different kinds of markets. So presumably their depreciation tables are reflective of what's actually going on in the market. So yeah, I believe Marshall is accurate in that respect.
Is it a fair statement to say that if Marshall's was accurate and buildings had 50-year lives, that the vast majority of buildings in America would have to be demolished by now?
No, because buildings can be improved. They can have renovations. They can have their effective age shifted from having a higher effective age to a lower effective age through renovation.
Okay, we'll move off of whether properties appreciate or depreciate over time. The assessor has raised several times over the years in our discussions attempting to resolve this appeal that Marshall's is not a reliable estimator for hospital construction cost within the state of California. Are you aware of where Marshall's gets their base cost from?
I believe that Marshall gets their costs from a survey of the folks who build the buildings, like contractors.
Are they geographically adjusted for California, or do they compile data across the country for hospital construction?
Well, I believe Marshall probably gathers their data from all over the country, including California. It would be hard to believe they wouldn't get any hospital cost data from the state that's the biggest state in the union with respect to population and GDP. So I'm assuming that when they gather their data, some of their hospital data is coming from California.
Okay, part of using the Marshall Valuation Service book is they have different categories for office and retail and multifamily. And then one of the steps you go through when you adjust their, assuming a big broad pool of cost from across the country to California and specifically Ventura County, there's a local multiplier adjustment that you apply. Is that correct?
There is yes, there's one for Marshall, for Ventura County, there is an adjustment. And then there is also a time adjustment too.
So focusing on the local adjustment, is it the same factor that Marshall's has in the back of their book that applies to several different types of real estate construction?
That adjustment is based on class of building.
And is it true that office and retail and a bunch of other land use construction costs use that exact same multiplier that
Yes.
they use for hospitals?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say that a retail building or an office building or a apartment building in Nevada would be pretty close to one in California, given their normal building codes that they would have to comply with?
Well, in Nevada, they don't have to comply with, well, for a hospital, let me go back here. A function of utility, the codes are probably similar, but there may be also a seismic element here in California for those types of construction.
So the way Marshall's has presented their data, they're using data from outside California in a hospital category, and they're using the same local multiplier that they use for other land uses. Is that correct?
Well, they are using costs from outside of California for hospitals, but presumably their costs also include costs for hospitals in California. So they do provide a way to adjust for location, which is the Western adjustment, and you can also adjust by, say, Ventura County.
Okay, in light of the fact that that's how Marshall's works, and Marshall's is Marshall's, it's what they give us to work with, did you do any due diligence to inquire to Marshall's if that local multiplier is appropriate for use of hospitals?
No, I did not contact Marshall to ascertain that information.
Okay. The assessor has raised, we haven't gotten to our presentation yet, but we have been raising what we believe to be cost comparable data from other large hospitals that were built in California, meeting the California standards, where the reported cost that we were getting is substantially higher than what Marshall was estimating. We've kind of brought this up in the past with you. Based on those observations that we have, did you make any attempt to research new hospital construction comps in the state of California to compare it to what Marshall's was indicating to you?
We believe that Marshall was the best source for cost data because it's a national company that does survey many different kinds of projects, and it was most applicable to the subject because our subject is, it helped us just basically cost out our hospital as best as possible. We don't really know what's in cost comps. You know, it's very difficult to get cost comp data.
Okay. You did find some properties that you looked at in an attempt to verify your Marshall's cost. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
You found 3 properties that you kind of quasi-called sale comps, but then you extracted out construction costs to compare it to Marshall and Swift. You presented those 3 properties. That's correct?
Yeah, we presented 3 supplemental cost comps as support for our Marshall valuation conclusions. and the actual costs that we use in our cost approach as well from the subject property.
Okay. Did you consider those to be Rule 2 sales?
Excuse me?
Did you consider those 3 sales to be Rule 2 sales, open market transactions without any undue influence by either party?
Yes, they appear to be market transactions.
Okay. Are you aware that your first comp, the doctors pooled their money to build it? And then they got into a situation where they couldn't bill Medicare if they owned the property, so they had to sell it to an outside party in an unusual circumstance of a transfer. Would you consider that a Rule 2 sale?
Well, I didn't see anything out in the public realm on those circumstances of the sale, so I can't really answer that.
Comp number 2 you referenced was a hospital, but in fact, it's described as a clinic, and you even mentioned it doesn't have some of the facilities that Los Robles has. So would you consider something that's referred to itself as a clinic to be a comparable property?
Well, if you look in the addenda, we have some media reports that describe the activities that go on in that building. And while it may be called a clinic, many of the things that do go on in there are the same things that we have at Los Robles Hospital. As far as I could ascertain, the only thing that facility doesn't have that we have is emergency services.
Is it an acute care facility?
I believe so, but I'd have to check my notes to see.
The Bakersfield comp, 49 beds and rooms. You can correct me on, is it beds or rooms that it was?
I believe it's beds, 49 beds, but I'd have to check my notes.
So that may imply even less rooms. That's a pretty small property compared to the Los Robles facility. Would you agree with that assessment?
Most certainly.
Okay. I'm going to pause from question asking, and I'll let Joe continue. He may have some specific questions about what some of the internals of your
Okay.
analysis was.
Yeah, I do want to ask a few questions about numbers, specifically your Marshall and Swift costs that you use. So if I look at your dollar per square foot and I look at the Marshall and Swift basic like table, they don't match. It seems you chose a number between two, and I just wanted some clarification on how that was calculated, how you arrived at those dollar per square foot.
Sure. Can you provide an example of where I did that, just so I can be specific in my answer?
Yeah, 1 second. So on all the different buildings, let me get to the right page.
I mean, I probably understand which cost you're asking about, but I just want to make certain for the record.
Yeah, I'll just point to one specifically here. So on all the segments except for the new tower, you have, for instance, floor area. For all of them, I believe you use $422.20 a square foot. That's not reflected on the Marshall and Swift table, and it looks like you chose something between two numbers. So I'm just trying to figure out where this number came from, what that calculation is.
Okay, yeah, so I took the average of the cost for the excellent quality and the good quality there, with the average being $422.20 per square foot. And then if you look in any of the Marshall-based cost schedules, I noted as such under type, I put EX-G to just reflect excellent good. So I interpolated between the two quality classes.
And does Marshall and Swift allow for this type of interpolation?
Marshall and Swift speaks to appraiser judgment, and that you should use your judgment as far as how you interpret the costs, and that's what I did there.
Okay.
I think it's fair to take an average of the two.
Okay, is there a reason, for instance, I'm guessing you saw qualities in the subject that were excellent, but some qualities that were good. Is there a reason why you didn't choose either excellent or good? You felt it was in between? Is there some characteristics you could point to that show that?
I just felt based on my visit to the property that the new tower is nice, but it's certainly not the best in class. The older buildings are older. They reflect certain kinds of functional obsolescence from when they were built. I mean, the north and south tower, they look like they were built in the 60s. Probably can't fix that. I just felt, based on my inspection, that probably there's some excellent, some good qualities, and I thought maybe an average was probably a fair estimate of the cost.
Okay. I want to talk about one of your, if we can turn to the new tower calculations. Looks
Okay.
like page 27 is where my question's going to come from here. Page 27 on applicant's exhibit 3. So there is a category here where you reduced the new construction value for the subject by 10%. You labeled that construction within operating facility. Is there any market data that would support a 10% adjustment there?
Yeah, we spoke with our cost expert, and we found that a 10% adjustment was fair for this property.
The gentleman sitting here, is that right?
Yes, the gentleman sitting there, yes.
Okay, so perhaps maybe we reserve that question for later then. Okay. And then my other question is regarding, for all the segments, you have a line titled seismic protection. Looks like, I'm not sure if that varies. It looks like it's all the same for each segment. You have $19.17 a square foot. I wasn't sure how that was calculated. I tried to recreate that number and was unable to.
Okay.
Perhaps that's a moot point, because the real question I want to get to is, we have this cost for this seismic compliance, which is about $106 million. I'm wondering what this seismic protection is that you're getting from Marshall and Swift. And then I'm also wondering why there's such a large difference between the cost of retrofit and this seismic protection, I guess, adjustment that you're adding here.
Okay. Well, if I may first, may I go to the addenda and point you to the page where I got this number from?
Okay?
Okay, so give me a moment while I find it. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see. December 2015. Okay, so this calculation, the two numbers that comprise this calculation are located on page 41 in the addenda. And this, so on page 41, under segregated costs, there is an adjustment for seismic type construction. The one adjustment we made is called lifeline structures, hospitals, et cetera. And our hospital happens to be in seismic zone 4 per Marshall. So the adjustment for that cost element is $9.51 per square foot. And then a second adjustment we made is for seismic and wind bracing classes A, again, seismic zone 4 per Marshall. That's $9.66 per square foot. If you add those together, you get $19.17. So that was our adjustment to account for these buildings being seismically compliant as brand-new buildings. And to answer your second question, the cost that we heard from earlier, the $111.6 million cost, that's a cost to cure seismic. That's not the cost to do the seismic work in a brand-new building on a brand-new building. So the cost new that I'm doing here is quite a bit different than that cost. That's a cost of cure.
Okay, thank you. If I could jump back in that, your Exhibit 3 to, I wanted to go back to the new tower again. One click. That was page 26. So I'm looking at these costs here. I'm not seeing, is there a section here that is allocated to developer profit?
No, there isn't.
Okay. And there's a section here called overhead. What exactly would that one consist of?
I believe that consists of costs to maintain and operate a construction site.
Okay, so that's the contractor's overhead.
Yes,
Okay.
I believe so, yes.
And is there a reason you didn't include developer profit in these calculations?
Can I ask a clarification on your question? Are you referring to developer profit and entrepreneurial profit as the same thing?
Yes, this would be the profit for the person who assembles the land, hires the general contractors, gets the permits, pulls the whole thing together, and it's their cost, so to speak, that would go into a decision to buy or build. You can't build for free. There's an awful lot of effort that goes into building. And this is entrepreneurial profit, developer profit, that's what that is. When we're trying to assess value of a completed construction project, that's a standard component.
So Revenue and Taxation Code 401.6 indicates that in order to add entrepreneurial profit on a special use facility, that you need to be able to demonstrate it in the marketplace. And we did not add entrepreneurial profit because we are unable to demonstrate that profit in the marketplace. You have to do it through sales.
So I will say that in all the other land uses that you deal with, and some of them are special, like senior housing is a special use, it's your observation that when a property is completed as new construction, that the developer profit component is not a factor of that. It will not sell for an even higher price once it's completed to a potential buyer. So your observation is the R&T code says special use property, and you have no data one way or the other to approve whether developer profit should be included or not. Where we'll cover that in our presentation, but I just wanted to clarify that you did not include developer profit.
Yeah, we did not
No, we did not.
include it. It's, and as I indicated, under 401.6, either the assessor or the applicant has to be able to demonstrate it in the marketplace. And there's, you typically find with hospitals that they're not spec builds, like you might find with an industrial building or other types, where somebody builds it under spec and then flips it. So these are typically owner-user type builds.
So it's your position that the individual who assembled all the components and managed the project contributed no value to the finished product?
It's our position that the marketplace does not reflect an entrepreneurial profit in the purchase of hospitals, because it's primarily an owner-user marketplace and not a spec development marketplace.
So the general contractor has his overhead cost in there, but the company or the individuals that are organizing and pulling together the whole thing work for free in this case. That's your assumption.
Well, I would assume that there are allocated overhead costs that might be applied to a given construction project. And some of that allocated overhead would reflect the cost of that work. But keep in mind that we are talking about fair market value in exchange. And under RNT 401.6, we have to be able to demonstrate EP, entrepreneurial profit, in the marketplace.
So your position is because it would have to be formally demonstrated that it doesn't exist?
My position is that with some special use properties, that you do not see entrepreneurial profit in those transactions, and hospitals are one of them. And it's the very reason why 401.6 exists, because assessors around the state would sometimes try to add EP percentages consistent with other property uses on special purpose property.
All right. Moving on, I did want to discuss the comparable sales that you felt supported the Marshall and Swift costs that were used, specifically Loma Linda University. So Gary had mentioned it, but I just wanted to clarify. So there is a press release or an article that we were reading. It describes that a group of physicians came together, pooled their resources to start this project, and then they partnered with Loma Linda University. And then it goes on to describe that there was some healthcare legislation passed by the federal government that would no longer allow the doctors to be able to own the hospital in which they're working in. Therefore, Loma Linda University bought out the doctors. Now, in a transaction such as this, would you consider that a market transaction?
Well, I think there is some relationship to market because they just built the hospital. It's fairly brand new. So the price paid for that's got to have some relationship to cost.
So Loma Linda, who's already partnered with the doctors, buying out the doctors, does reflect a market transaction.
It's not a 100% pure market transaction. It doesn't sound like it, but there still has to be some relationship between the price paid and what it costs to build it.
Okay.
And given that there really just aren't a whole lot of hospital sales out there, we're using this more as these, not sales comps, but supplemental cost comparables as evidence of our Marshall approach. We're not relying on these directly.
Right, but if you're going to compare the Marshall and Swift costs to market participants, then the participants you're looking at should be representing the market, not a convoluted transaction between someone who already was in partnership buying out the other parties. So that's kind of the point the assessor's trying to get at there.
Okay.
My next one would be for your cost comp 2. You have the VA Ambulatory Center. I looked that one up. I actually went to their website. So you're aware that that's described as a clinic?
Well, they call it a clinic, yeah, but it sure has a lot of elements of a hospital to me, as far as I can see.
Okay, so are you familiar with the hours of operation at this clinic?
No, I don't recall the hours.
Okay, so the website says it's open from 8 to 4:30, Monday through Friday, closed on Saturday, Sunday.
Okay.
Would that be comparable to a hospital?
Well, they have chosen to operate on those hours, but the physical improvements surely resemble a hospital. It has a surgery center. It has other aspects of a hospital.
Does it have an emergency department?
I don't believe it does, no.
Okay. Moving on to your last one, I believe Gary touched on it, but I just want to clarify. According to your documentation here, that's a 47-bed facility, is that correct?
I'd have to look I think that information's in the addenda. I'd have to go look. I don't recall offhand.
Yeah, that's where I pulled that from, your addenda. so-
Okay.
Okay. Do you know the bed count for the subject property?
I believe as of the valuation date, it was 404 beds.
So a 404-bed facility compared to a 47-bed facility, and your scaling adjustment was only 10%. Can you explain that a little bit?
That was just my judgment. I'm looking at the physical improvements, not the number of beds in the facility. I felt that a 10% adjustment was appropriate.
Okay, so you have here the square footage of that comp is 85,000 square feet, almost 86. What's the square footage of the subject?
Almost 400,000 square feet.
Almost 400,000. Okay. That would be all for my questions. I'll turn it back to Gary.
I just have one final question. And, you know, we've debated the cost approach, we've discussed depreciation, you found some sales of other facilities you looked at. And all the dialogue we've had back and forth, did you ever take the time to go out and look for hospitals the scale of Los Robles that were recently constructed in California, to just look at the basic, what did it cost to build a facility that large? Like a pure cost comp, not an extraction from a sale, but a pure cost comp of a large hospital facility. Did you ever go out and research any of those?
Well, we have the subject property construction.
And we also have, with our expert, when he does his rebuttal testimony, he'll be able to provide some of that data as well.
So the subject property was primarily constructed in 2008, and you didn't look for any recently constructed hospitals that would have to be complying with all the codes that have been documented and are now on the books that they have to deal with when they build new hospitals. You're relying on a cost from 2008 when some of these rules and regulations may not have been clarified to the point they are today. So I'm asking, you know, did you attempt to go out and find new hospitals that were recently built besides the subject? I mean, the subject is always nice, but market participants rely on market data. And I'm just asking, did you go out and get any market data on new hospital construction comps?
So I'll just, I guess, sort of cut to the chase. Mr. Sheneman did not do a separate RCN cost approach using other hospitals in California. However, our cost rebuttal expert will address that topic when he gets up. So ultimately, you'll see some sort of analysis in that regard. You're just not going to see it from Mr. Sheneman.
Thank you for that clarification. That concludes the assessor's questions at this point. Maybe when the future years get discussed, something else will pop up. But for the 2016 era that we're dealing in, that concludes our questions.
All righty. Any questions from the board to the applicant? Go ahead.
Yeah, the point of USPAP was brought up. Just for my own edification, I just wanted to clarify what that is and why this wasn't applicable in this case.
Yeah, so when you're a certified general appraiser, you're held to USPAP standards for, I believe it's federally related financing transactions and other types of appraisals. We hold our certified general licenses not because we are doing other type of valuation work. We only do property tax valuation work. But we hold it because it, just to demonstrate that we have the same training for that level. So when we prepare our valuations, we prepare it consistent with what California property tax law requires. We do not prepare a USPAP compliant report. Well, what does that mean? It means that we don't have all the various narrative sections that USPAP requires. Sometimes USPAP will have, they want you to go into certain detail on certain topics that are not necessarily applicable here. And so I think for the assessor to say that we should somehow be doing a USPAP compliant appraisal when they're not doing a USPAP compliant appraisal is holding us to a standard that's different than what they are. And we only bring up the certified general thing to just demonstrate, hey, we've accomplished the continuing education and the basic education necessary to hold that level. But we don't use the certified general for any purpose other than to establish valuation quals. So to me, it's a non-issue. Maybe to the assessor, it's a technical way to somehow make it seem like we're doing something wrong, but we're not. We're just doing the valuation just like the assessor does, or attempting to do, which is consistent with state board handbooks and the Revenue and Taxation Code. So,
The assessor can clarify his question. In USPAP, one of the big additions and what is the primary focus of USPAP is scope of work. And are you following an appropriate scope of work? And that is the section of USPAP where I think there may be a question here in that you will see in our presentation, we believe we followed a scope of work that was appropriate for the question at hand. And I don't believe you can vary from USPAP's scope of work requirement in order to have an accurate scope of work of how you approach the appraisal question. So that's, we have our own licenses we have with the State Board of Equalization. We have a similar document to USPAP. We are required to follow standards as they're best applied to evaluation problem too. But I think the area in question here, and you'll probably hear it from us a little later in maybe our closing remarks, is the scope of work has to be appropriate for the question at hand.
So I'd submit to you and the board, if you have concerns with our scope of work, maybe voice those concerns within the context of the forum that we're in, which is Assessor's Handbook, R&T Code, Appraisal Institute textbook, whatever you want to do. Let's talk valuation theory. We're there all day. We're happy to talk about it. To imply that something improper has happened because we happen to be certified general appraisers and we need to do a much thicker appraisal than what you're doing because of that is, to me, a red herring. And but I'm with you all day long on scope of, we need to apply a proper scope of work that's consistent with the forum that we're in. And we believe we've done so, and we're happy to debate that.
Okay, any further questions? I have none. County Council, any questions? No?
Madam Chair, could I have some brief redirect?
Sure, go right ahead.
And I know people are probably getting hungry, so I'll make it quick. So, Mr. Sheneman, there was some discussion over a seismic adjustment that you performed in your Marshall cost approach. Was that really an attempt to go that extra step to reflect even more seismic adjustments that are specific to California beyond what may have already been buried in the calculator cost for Marshall?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And I can't remember if you pointed it out in the addenda exhibit, but if you could please hand me that. Are you, and I apologize if you went into this, but did you go into page 4, the letters to assessor in the addenda in your initial testimony?
No, I did not.
Okay. And on that page, is that a letters to assessor from the State Board of Equalization validating Marshall valuation as an appropriate method for doing a cost approach on commercial industrial property?
Yes, it is.
I'll read it for the board just to be clear what we're pointing to. The last paragraph on page 4 of the addenda exhibit It talks about a property tax committee hearing that they held in 1997, and then it says, as a result of the information provided at the committee hearing, the board approved Marshall Valuation Service as the basic cost guide for valuing commercial and industrial properties. Therefore, the Marshall Guide should be used for determining current costs of commercial and industrial properties. And it goes on to say that, you know, you need to adjust it properly and all that, but us using Marshall valuation is not outside the realm of reason, particularly given the State Board of Equalization has validated that as an appropriate method. Mr. Sheneman, you didn't entirely rely on Marshall in your valuation. In fact, a large portion of your valuation was based on the actual new tower costs. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that new tower is an SPC 5 seismic rating, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the highest rating you can get, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
And so those costs, albeit in 2008 through 2013, would reflect the costs of a modern hospital.
Yes, that's correct.
Of course, you would need to time adjust it from the time period to the valuation date, which you did, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. There was some discussion over the Bakersfield Heart Hospital supplemental cost comp number 3 on page 48 of your Exhibit 3. And I believe Mr. Phillips asked you about, you only did a 10% scaling adjustment and had pointed out that the size between the subject and this heart hospital was a very significant difference. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall that.
If you'd done a greater than minus 10% scaling adjustment, would that have driven down your RCN per square foot?
Yes, it would have.
So in fact, your minus 10% might have been a little bit on the conservative side. Is that fair?
I believe that's fair, yes.
Do you have anything else?
No, I don't have anything else.
We have no further redirect questions.
All right, I'll give the assessor an opportunity to speak.
We just wanted to make a clarification, I guess. The applicant was reading from the letter to assessor, but they stopped shy of some important information we think should be read as well,
Okay,
which is, I'll continue reading from where they left off. Assessors are encouraged to make any adjustments that are necessary to achieve fair market value assessments of commercial and industrial properties. Again, this is in reference to Marshall and Swift. Variances from the values indicated by use of the recommended guide should be based on reasonable evidence and should be well documented. So we just want to make sure the board's aware of that last little paragraph, because that is what the assessor plans to present today, so.
okay, thank you. All right, time being 5 minutes to 12, we'll take our lunch break, be back here at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Chair Little, before
Yes.
we go to lunch, I just wanted, if we could clarify the expectation of what's gonna happen next. I believe it sounds like we're gonna get into the assessor's valuation for 2016, or are we gonna hear from the applicant on the remaining years? I think it's the first, but I wanna make sure everyone's on the same page, so we
All
know
right.
where we're starting when we come back.
Yeah, I'll check with my fellow board members, but I think the assessor should do 2016 as well. Do you agree?
For me, it's
Microphone?
Microphone?
Thank you.
I want to ask the applicant and the assessor, do you have a preference?
Well, I think I would like to ask the applicant, so the remaining years, my understanding would be kind of very similar. Do you know about how long it would take for you guys to finish those remaining years and then it'd be the assessor's turn, or?
We could do it relatively quick because it is pretty much the same. That's just the numbers are different for the Marshall pages and the time trends. Our preference would be that the assessor does 2016 so that we're at least moving the ball down the field on 2016. And we sure would love to finish today, but if we don't, at least maybe we finish 2016 and we feel like we've accomplished something.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess the assessor's preference is if it doesn't take them too long to do the remaining years, to summarize those, the assessor's presentation for all years should be no less than an hour. So we think if they are able to summarize those years rather somewhat quickly going over them, and then the assessor does their presentation, I think we can certainly wrap it up all the years pretty effectively. So that would be the assessor's preference, I guess.
Okay, back to the applicant. About how long do you think the remaining years?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, could you please repeat that?
About how long do you think the remaining years would take to cover?
We could probably do that in maybe 20 minutes for the remaining years. But I would like to point out we have our rebuttal witness that might take some time too. Given that he's traveled from out of town, I think I'm nervous about biting off too much where maybe we don't get to his part today. Just a suggestion. I'll obviously defer to the board's preference and how you process information and what works best for you. I'm just kind of throwing out concerns.
Okay.
So.
All right. What do you propose? Okay.
Finish off 16 and allow the witness to talk if we need more and do the years.
Okay. Okay. All right. The board would like to hear the assessor's presentation on 2016, and then we will cover the remaining years after that.
Thank you.
Okay? All right. Be back here at 1 o'clock.
Thank you. We're off the record.
All right, we are back in session at 1 o'clock. We'll hear from the assessor. We have a couple of handouts here. I'm assuming the thicker one is Exhibit A, and the thinner one is Exhibit B. Go right ahead.
So the assessor's going to go through our analysis of this appraisal problem. And Joe is primarily going to do the presentation because he did all the number crunching on this. But when we tried to resolve this problem with the agents over several years, we even had a pre-hearing conference, went on for a couple hours, and we tried to point out, the strengths and weaknesses of each side. And the assessor came to the conclusion that we were going to need to do more work on this to get to a fair value. We didn't have confidence in Marshall and Swift. So that's my introductory remark, and I'll let Joe go into what he found in our search for data.
All right, Joe Phillips with the Assessor's Office. I'm going to start on page 2 of Exhibit A. So our Exhibit A is basically the main argument for all the years, and then each subsequent exhibit is going to be kind of each year by itself. But Exhibit A is going to kind of cover everything regarding this appeal. So on page 2, you'll see we have 2016 through 2021, all under appeal. The first column there is the factored base year value as a reference. The second column is either the Prop 8 value or Prop 13 value, or Prop 13, same as factored base year value. So you'll see 2016, 17, and 18. We did give a Prop 8 reduction when we originally enrolled a value for this property. And then 2019, 20, and 21 were enrolled a Prop 13 or the factored base year value. And then on the right-hand column is our appraised value today. So we just want to kind of show all those in a nice little table for you guys. All right, turning to page 3. A lot of this stuff has been discussed, so I'm going to start on where it says discussion on structural performance category, or SPC regulations. It's about halfway down page 3. So this has been talked about, but I just want to touch on it a little bit. So California Department of Healthcare Access and Information, or otherwise known as HCAI, they're responsible for publishing the building standard codes. They issue permits, they do the inspections. So they're the California agency responsible for hospitals in California. So they enacted this rating system for seismic compliance known as Structural Performance Category, or SPC. Due to the issue of earthquakes in California, hospitals are required to have high seismic standards. So we have the ratings there. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And a little bit about SPC 1, I had that in there because the 2 buildings on the property that have to be retrofit, they actually started as SPC 1. And then those had to be brought up to SPC 2 level by January 1st, 2008, or they could no longer be used for acute care services. So that's what happened with the subject. There was some extensions which granted it to, I think, up to January 1st, 2020. You could ask for an extension. But I wanted to mention that because the subject property did go through that. They went from a Category 1 to Category 2. So for the lien dates under appeal today, they're all Category 2, and there's these new regulations that they put forth that by 2023, these Category 2 now need to be Category, I think it's 4D or Category 4 or 5, and that sort of thing. So if they complied with retrofitting the buildings, they could use these hospital buildings from 2030 and beyond. So on page 4, I'm going to start off at kind of the first paragraph there. The subject property has two buildings that were originally rated SBC 1. These buildings are Building 1, which is north wing or central core. That represents 89,888 square feet. And then there's Building 2, the south wing, which totals 51,682 square feet. So in 2015 is when the subject completed the retrofit, which brought the buildings from SBC 1 to SBC 2. The cost of this retrofit was unclear when I tried to look it up on the HCAI website. It was combined with a lot of other work, so I wasn't able to kind of see what that was. And also, the assessor did not value this retrofit. We considered this repair and replace, basically, in order for them to continue operating as a hospital. So the retrofit that occurred then, we did not pick up value for.
I can clarify that a little bit. Earthquake retrofit in general is not assessable. And I had mentioned before that we had that thing down to like a 2-year remaining life. And so we didn't technically assess for the retrofit cost, but because we were using the cost approach, we changed the termination age from a couple years to be 2030. And when we did that, just the math of the cost approach raised the value. So it did go up, but we weren't assessing the seismic cost that was reported. My recollection is it was around $6 or $7 million. And they went into those towers and they added an inch of carbon fiber down the whole hallway on each floor. And then they put these big steel bolts where they bolted the stairwell structures on the end. They bolted it to the building. And the hallway was an inch higher. Then they floated up the rest of the floors and they put it all back together. So they did a substantial amount of work on that structure. But if you know anything about carbon fiber, an inch of carbon fiber is a lot of carbon fiber. So I'll just add a little color on that, what happened there. But we didn't assess them on a cost basis, but we did change the remaining life.
Right, so those changes from SBC 1 to SBC 2 did extend the life of that building to January 1st, 2030. Now, on the next paragraph, the subject is in the process of retrofitting the two SBC 2 buildings to SBC 4, which will allow use beyond January 1st, 2030. The applicant has provided information that shows the cost of the retrofit will be $106 million and some change, or $748 a square foot. According to the HCAI website, 3 permits have been pulled to retrofit Building 2, the south wing. These permits show a total cost of $16,750,000 or $324 a square foot. These permits also include work that is not associated with the retrofit. Therefore, we know that the cost of retrofitting Building 2 is less than $16,750. Now, the applicant told us prior to this hearing, and they testified today, that only covers a small portion or a small fraction of the retrofit, and there's going to be many more permits pulled for this retrofit. But based on what we were just kind of looking at that, thinking, you know, there's quite a large difference here in these numbers, but we expect to see a lot more permits being pulled for this retrofit. So next I'll be going into our discussion on the Marshall and Swift cost guides. So as we've discussed, this is evaluation service that the assessor typically uses to determine the value of improvements using the cross approach method. Marshall and Swift gathers information throughout the United States and Canada, then determines an average dollar per square foot for each building type. So that'd be $1 per square foot office, retail, and hospitals. Marshall and Swift then applies a local multiplier for each specific location, such as Ventura County. So they take this average, this national average, and then apply this local multiplier, which we've seen in the applicant's exhibit. Due to the high seismic standards that HCAI implements for California hospitals, the assessor was concerned that Marshall and Swift did not accurately capture the cost for building a hospital in California. So before I read on, one thing I wanted to mention is back in, I think it was around, I'd say 2019 or maybe a little bit before that, our office started getting more information as to additions at hospitals, remodels, new construction, that sort of thing. And when we were getting these historical costs from various hospitals, we were seeing these numbers were significantly higher than what Marshall and Swift would suggest. So that kind of gave us a little red flag there. We're saying, okay, hey, maybe we need to kind of look into this more. Is Marshall and Swift, accurately reporting a cost for a hospital? Because we're seeing some properties have an addition, remodels, that sort of thing. And the difference was kind of significant to where it kind of raised our eyebrow and we're like, hey, we need to take a look at this.
This is the point in time when you'll notice the first 3 years under appeal that was on Prop 8. Because at that point in time, we hadn't seen a lot of this historic cost coming across our desk yet. And we were using Marshall's too, thinking it was okay. And then once we saw this historic cost starting, and the first one was CMH, when they built the new hospital in Ventura, and then Ventura County built the new one at BCMC, we started to see what they were actually spending on these things, and we go, whoa, there's a significant difference here between what Marshall is estimating and what these people are actually spending. And that's kind of when we started to rethink the validity of relying solely on Marshall and Swift, and that's when we started to raise our construction cost estimate, and that's kind of when we went back on Prop 13 for the subject property. Now, they're still benefiting from Prop 13. We believe that the value of that property is way over their base year, but their base year factors forward at 2% every year, and they're being protected by Prop 13. But when we saw those historic costs coming in substantially higher, that was a red flag for us to really think twice about solely relying on Marshall and Swift.
All right, so continuing on in the paragraph there. Sorry, let me find my place real quick. So the assessor researched some completed hospital costs using press releases and data we could get from the HCAI website. Based on, it says 9, I'm sorry, that probably is an outdated number. Yeah, today we have 7, so sorry, that did not get updated. We have 7 cost comparables that the assessor researched. The appropriate costs of construction for a hospital in California is between $912 a square foot to $1,561 a square foot, with most of the comps clustered around between $900 to $1,000 a square foot. And that's based on these 7 comps that we're seeing. So one thing I looked at is if you take the highest hospital costs available under Marshall and Swift and apply the correct local multipliers, the highest possible cost that Marshall and Swift reports is $683 a square foot. And that's a 2001 number. So I thought that was, I wanted the board to see what we're seeing. We're seeing completed costs significantly higher than what Marshall and Swift is showing. So due to the large difference between Marshall and Swift costs and the comparables that the assessor researched, the assessor reached out to Marshall and Swift to help determine if it was appropriate to use their hospital costs in California. So when we first communicated, they gave the assessor a generic response for how their costs are developed, which is basically the same response you'll see at the very front of Marshall and Swift. The assessor then asked for completed hospital construction in California that supports the Marshall and Swift costs. Now, the reason I asked for that from them is because in my initial conversation, I talked with them over the phone. In my initial conversation, they said, oh yeah, we can definitely supply that information. I just got to get in touch with this one department. They'll give you that information. We're like, okay, great. So then I followed up and asked for that supporting information. Let's see. And the assessor asked for completed hospital construction costs in California that support the Marshall and Swift costs, Marshall and Swift stated they had no additional information to provide us. When we challenged Marshall and Swift on their low-cost estimate, they could not support them. If these costs were legitimate, they would have been able to support them. Similar situations come before the AAB when applicants fail to meet the burden of production. We attempted in good faith to clarify why our own historical costs were coming in high and Marshall and Swift was so low. They failed to provide any evidence as to why, and thus their cost estimates have no credibility and are not supported. All right, so next page, page 5, I'll just discuss the valuation a little bit. For the years under appeal, the assessor used the cost approach. This is due to the lack of available sales and the lack of market income data for hospitals, similar to what the applicant was saying. Based on the comparable sales that the assessor researched, the assessor determined $900 a square foot is an appropriate cost to use for California hospitals, which translates to about $940,000 per bed. That per bed is important because that's what a lot of the industry uses. They talk in terms of per bed a lot, so we wanted to make that distinction. The assessor chose to use $900 a square foot for all the years under appeal because the comparable costs covered from 2013 to present. So the comparable costs covered all the years under appeal. The assessor did not apply any further inflationary adjustments, as such minor adjustments would have no impact on our overall conclusion to maintain the current assessed values. So the assessor chose to deduct the applicant's provided $106,000 and some change, or I'm sorry, $106 million and some change from the final value for each year under appeal, which is the budgeted cost for the retrofit. The assessor has no ability to verify this cost against market data. The permits that were pulled for the retrofit indicate a much lower cost, but even allowing this adjustment, the assessor's final value conclusion was higher than all the factored base year value for every year under appeal, even the initial 3 years that were given a Prop 8 value. So as further support of the assessor's position, the assessor reached out to the Hospital Association of Southern California. I spoke with Regional Vice President Audra Strickland, and she informed our office that the construction cost for a new hospital is roughly between $2.5 to $3 million per bed. So this is where that per bed is important. She stated their source was a local Southern California healthcare design and construction firm. And based on this estimate, the assessor's chosen cost of about $940,000 per bed is very conservative and generous. All right, so next I would like to turn, the next page is a table of contents for reference if there'll probably be a lot of flipping between pages. But I'd like to turn to page 8 and spend some time on the cost comparables that we found. So the important portions here that I wanted to point out, you'll see there's a line there that says costs reported in the press. So each of these had their own press release, and these are the totals that they reported in the press, which we feel is significant. Then you'll see below that, that is the breakdown that we were able to get for each of these as to what's attributable to land, what's attributable to equipment, what's attributable to imaging. These are all normally reported on the HCAI website. And then you'll see a total project there at the bottom. So what I did simply there is I took the gross square feet and divided that by the total building cost, not the total project, but just the total building cost. And that's how I arrived at my cost per square foot for each of these comps. And then the next line is number of beds. So I divided the cost of the building by the per bed count. All right. And I want to go in a little bit of detail, so you'll see that on the subject, we settled at $900 a square foot. That's basically the very bottom that our comps allowed, about 900. The cost per bed, you'll see, is for the subject property, we had the cost per, well, we had the number of beds at 382. And the cost per bed, if I take the $900 a square foot, multiply that out and divide by the beds, I get the 940. And you'll see that's pretty significantly lower than all the comps, which we think is a significant point as well. So we think our dollar per square foot here is actually extremely conservative when we compare it to these comps. Next thing I want to mention is where these sources came from. So cost comp 1 is Torrance Memorial, located in Torrance, California. This was actually directly from Torrance Memorial. So we asked them what the costs that they incurred. That's what they reported to us. So that's what those numbers are based on. The next one, Clovis Community Center in Clovis. This was all data taken from the HCAI website. Camp Pendleton, which is a naval hospital in Oceanside. This one, because it's federal, the HCAI has no jurisdiction over this, so they don't have any data on this. So the numbers you're seeing reflected here are strictly from the press report. So while that is our lowest comp on here at $912 a square foot, it's also probably our weakest comp because it is just based on a press report. The next one is Stanford Hospital. This data was taken from the HCAI website. One thing I wanted to mention, if you see the difference in the reported cost, the press reported $2 billion for this cost, and you'll see we have the total project at $1,300,000. That is because part of the project was also a new steam generation plant that we wanted to make sure we excluded that in our costs. Also, this one is on the higher side. It's the highest one in our comps. We believe that's because it's also a teaching hospital, and therefore they're doing more than just a hospital there. So this one is probably on the higher end for some significant reasons. Cost Comp 5, this is Highland Hospital located in Oakland. These were taken directly from HCAI. The cost reported in the press was $668 million, and from HCAI, we had $279 million, which is a big difference, which I couldn't point or find a reason why there was such a large difference. Likely, what I concluded is there's possibly more permits associated with the project that I was unable to kind of figure out on the HCA website. HCA can be a little confusing because they, like we said previously, they kind of dump everything in there, and you kind of you have to filter out the, the water heater replacement from a brand new building kind of thing. The next comp 6, Ventura County Medical Center, that one was taken directly from the source, which was Public Works. So this is we asked them for the information. This is what they reported to us there. And finally, Comp 7, St. John's Pleasant Valley in Camarillo. This one's also a source directly from the builder himself. We asked them for the costs, and that's what they reported to us. So that's just a brief overview of all the comps there. Is there anything else you want to point out, Gary?
No, obviously, these properties they all are slightly different from one another, and they're different from the subject, but, we think we have a pretty reliable picture here of what these things cost in the big picture. And the purpose of getting 7 comps is that if we miss something on one of them, there's 6 others there. So the purpose of getting so many is to be sure that we didn't have one in here that was an outlier. The Stanford one is probably a little high, but we kind of have a feeling why. But, you know, it's the market data. This is what market participants were actually writing checks for in California, given all these codes that they have to comply with. So we think it's a reasonable analysis. It tells a picture which conflicts with Marshall and Swift, but it's a picture nonetheless, and it's the data that we found.
All right, so continuing on here, I wanted to show, so the next several pages are each comp and the source that we received the information from. So for Torrance, you'll see the email there. Clovis, we have the press release, followed by the permits from HCAI. Basically, these are the permits that were used in that spreadsheet on page 8. These are where these numbers are coming from. So I want to make sure the board saw exactly where we're pulling these from and that they're not obscure numbers from nowhere. So that continues through all of these. So we can just kind of flip through here. We're not going to go through all this in great detail. Page 21 starts the Camp Pendleton press release. And then page 27 starts the Stanford Hospital press release, followed by the permit that we pulled the numbers from off the HCI website. Continues with Highland Hospital and the permit for Highland Hospital. Here's the Ventura County Medical Center one. There's a press release. And then this is the document that was provided for the cost. And St. John's Pleasant Valley follows that one. There's a press release. Followed by, this is the document provided by the builder himself, detailing the costs for that, and that's where we got that from. Also, there's an email there as well from the builder. All right, so the next section is going to start on page 55. And these were, I just wanted to show, these were the seismic upgrade permits that I referenced earlier. So I wanted the board to see where that information was coming from. Once again, it's assumed that many more permits are going to be pulled for these retrofit. And this is just a small portion. So I wanted the board to see that. Page 59 should be the same as what the applicant provided. This is what they provided our office for the total cost for the seismic upgrade. That's where that $106 million is coming from. And page 60 is just similar stuff that we've seen. The assessor accepted the $106 million. Page 65 starts Marshall and Swift, and I wanted to kind of make sure the board kind of saw how Marshall and Swift works, because we do disagree on some things here. But for instance, this would be on page 66. This would be the 2021 page that you would draw from. You'd see you have general hospitals. The appraiser would determine what class they think is appropriate. Then what type, excellent, good, average, low cost. And then you would pull a dollar per square foot on the right-hand side. And then if you go to page 67, I wanted to point out there is a current cost multiplier. So if you noticed on the prior page, this is for January 1st, 2021, but in the left right-hand corner, it says November 2019. So what the current cost does is it brings that cost up to January 1st, 2021. So that's how you would use the Marshall and Swift. And then the following page, page 68, is, you'll see in the little highlighted area, Ventura County, that's the adjustment you would make to make it in your local area. So that's how Marshall and Swift works. But our big contention with Marshall and Swift is that starting number, does that actually accurately capture the cost to build in California? And based on our evidence, we think no. The following page, page 69, is the email chain that we had with Marshall and Swift, a representative there. There was also some phone conversations along with that, but I wanted you guys to see their responses there. And then my last page on this exhibit is page 74. And I wanted to spend a little time here to show kind of what the assessor is seeing and why we have our doubts, right? So you'll see at the first kind of set there, these are the enrolled values, or the enrolled improvement value, dollar per square foot. First 3 years are on a Prop 8, the last 3 are on a Prop 13. That's just so you can see those dollars per square foot. Based on our appraisals, which we'll get in more detail, this is the assessor's appraised values for each year, not necessarily what we're enrolling, but what we've planned to present today. And you'll see they're all higher. Then we move into one of the things I want to touch on. The cost of the retrofit, which was supplied by the applicant, $748 a square foot. Now, this is one of the things that we looked at and thought, okay, here's a red flag here. The cost to retrofit a building, $748 a square foot. And yet, the cost to build a new building, according to Marshall and Swift, you'll see there, I have maximum Marshall and Swift hospital costs, $683 a square foot. That's the maximum. The applicant did not use the maximum. They used a number in between excellent and good, but this 683 represents the maximum. So the cost to retrofit an existing building is almost $100 a square foot more than the indicated or the highest cost available under Marshall and Swift. So that made us think, if the cost to retrofit is more than the cost to build a brand new building, why not just build a brand new building instead of spend extra money to retrofit a building? That was one of our red flags that we saw. And then I have a few things here that I want to point out. We feel the subject property itself suggests Marshall and Swift is not correct. So I want to look at subject's new surgery addition completed 2022. Now, this is beyond the scope of the appeal. This happens after our appeals, but it is a data point we can look at. We were supplied with the actual cost for this addition. We have that dollar per square foot at $1,550 a square foot is what they paid for this addition to be built. And yet, if we were to use the suggested Marshall and Swift, $683 a square foot. That's almost $1,000 a square foot less than what was spent on this addition. If we just relied on Marshall and Swift, we would be missing a significant portion of that addition cost. So this is one thing that points to Marshall and Swift not being supported by the subject property. Again, the next line, subject's new tower expansion completed 2008 to 2013. The bulk of that was completed in 2008. If you look, the dollar per square foot is $613 a square foot. Now, in the applicant's exhibit, so the applicant provided the assessor's office with their information prior to the hearing. There has been some changes to that, but I was looking over that, and the new expansion, mainly completed in 2008, is $613 a square foot. How long does it take Marshall and Swift to reach that level, to match that level? Well, based on some of the data we saw, that wasn't until 2020 is when Marshall and Swift matched a 2008 number, which is 12 years later. It took Marshall and Swift to reach the subject property, $613 a square feet. And mind you, this addition or this new tower is SBC 5, but this was built prior to a lot of these new regulations being implemented. So that's another red flag we saw, is that a 2008 cost, it took Marshall and Swift till 2020 to reach that. And then one more piece of data that we had is St. John's Hospital in Oxnard. It completed an addition in April 2021. Based on their reported costs, we have that at $1,200 a square foot. So there's another data point that we're seeing, you know, if we only had Marshall and Swift, we'd be about half of that, $683 a square foot. The following is information provided by the applicant. These numbers have changed, so I would go ahead and disregard these. It would be applicant's 2016 Marshall and Swift cost before depreciation retrofit and applicant's suggested 2016 improvement value. Based on what I've seen in 2016, it looks like they have done some updating, which is totally fine. So I would ask the board to disregard that. But if we look at, I do want to look at the applicant's 2016 real quick and kind of do a little comparison here. So I'll just pull up the summary page here. So for instance, for 2016, the replacement cost new, and this is before depreciation, before the retrofit, right? So just that starting number for the 2016 is $537 a square foot, which is significantly less than the subject's new tower expansion, significantly less than the surgery addition, and significantly less than the cost comparables the assessor pulled. And then if you remove depreciation and the seismic retrofit, we come down to a dollar per square foot for the improvements of $248 a square foot. The assessor feels that this is remarkably low value for a hospital in Southern California, even after depreciation and the retrofit. To suggest $248 a square foot is just not supported, in our opinion. And you'll see at the top there are appraised improvement values, and that's after depreciation, that's after the retrofit. We're coming in at $462 and up. So we feel that this is much more appropriate for the subject property and for California hospitals in general. So that completes my Exhibit A. Before moving on to Exhibit B, which is the 2016 appraisal, Gary, did you have any more additional comments?
No, in the interest of time, we'll keep rolling.
Okay. So if you turn to Exhibit B, which is our 2016 appraisal, starting on page 2, what the assessor wanted to do here was show kind of the side-by-side of where we differ. We wanted to kind of make it easier for the board to see the differences. Like I mentioned, this was based on the latest information that was supplied by the applicant. There has been changes, so I just want to point out mainly the assessor's position here. So turn to page 3. The applicant broke this section up in the original north and south wing, and that's what we have here as well. So the assessor side's on the right, agents is on the left. So you'll see that we have, for the north and south wing, due to the age of that one, we estimated that using $900 a square foot was not appropriate. We wanted to lessen that cost. So we settled at $765 a square foot for the original 1960s buildings. And then you'll see at the very bottom, we have an effective age of 15 years and a depreciation of 11%. I wanted to discuss that a little bit. So it's the assessor's position that if we're going to remove the cost of the retrofit, which is about $106 million, this would definitely impact the effective year of the subject property. It not only does it extend the life from 2030 and beyond, according to California standards, but if you put $106 million into anything, the effective year is going to change. So that's why we settled at effective year of 15 and the depreciation of 11% there. That's how we arrived at that number. So that's why you see the difference between the applicants has an effective age of 30 and a depreciation percentage of 34%. We just have a kind of a different opinion on that one. The following page is the new tower expansion. So this is where you'll see we have $900 a square foot, and then we just did the normal depreciation for that, according to Marshall and Swift. Next page is the west wing, building 3. We used our starting number of $900 a square foot again. We applied the same depreciation as the applicant, and that's how we arrived at that number there. Next page, page 6. Again, we started at the $900 a square foot, and we used the same depreciation. And next page, page 7. Again, $900 a square foot, and we use the same depreciation. Next page 8, the ICU, $900 a square foot, same depreciation there. And then the parking garage. So due to the issues that we were seeing with the hospital costs, we were seeing significant differences there. We felt it appropriate when we were costing out the parking garage to use the maximum that Marshall and Swift would allow, because we're very concerned that Marshall and Swift is too low for California. So we went to the top for that. We did cost out the parking garage using Marshall and Swift costs. And we applied the appropriate factors there. We have our current costs, local costs, everything there, and then we have similar depreciation. Now, on this page, it looks like our value conclusions are much different, but if you, like I said, this is an older number that was supplied to us. If you look at our value conclusion, it's about $13.5 million for the parking garage. That's not that much different from the applicants. They're, I believe they were, let me see, I have it right here actually. They're at 12 million, 12.6 million, so about $1 million difference. That's kind of a moot point a little bit. So our approaches there pretty similar for the parking garage. The next few pages are the land sales that we applied. I'm actually not going to go into too much detail about these. They're here for reference, but the applicant's value conclusion and our value conclusion are somewhat similar. I believe theirs are slightly higher, which is fine. So there's no real point of contention when it comes to the land value. So I think I'll just leave it at that. And it's there as a reference if you'd like to see it. But I'm not going to go into too much detail about the land unless you have any questions about the land value. Also, another thing I wanted to point out, we could simply eliminate the land valuation and our value conclusion would still be higher than the factored base year value for all the years under appeal. So that's another reason the assessor feels going into details about the land is not really quite necessary. So in conclusion, for 2016, let's see here. So based on the comparable data we were seeing, we're seeing that Marshall and Swift simply is not supported when you look at construction costs for hospitals in California. So for 2016, we did arrive at a final assessed or appraised value, I should say, of about $222,600,000. Now, if you refer to page 2, this was a Prop 8 value, and we had originally enrolled $147,600,000. Now, the assessor is not suggesting we raise the value today. Even though our appraised value is higher than our Prop 8 value, the assessor, well, actually, let me read it. I probably wrote it down a little better, sorry. So for 2016, and also 17 and 18, but since we're talking about 16, the Prop 8 value was originally enrolled by our office. These Prop 8 values were based on Marshall and Swift costs because this was considered the best information available at the time. Like I said earlier, our office didn't start seeing these higher costs until, I believe it was around 2018, 2019 roll year. That's when we started seeing these higher costs and started questioning it. But for 2016, that was the best information we had at that time. Let's see here. So based on, we didn't want to penalize the property for newly discovered information because all these costs, these comparables, this was all after the 2016, the 2017, 2018 lien dates. So it is our suggestion that the board sustain the Prop 8 value, even though our appraised value is higher than that Prop 8 value. That's just simply because that Prop 8 value was based on the best information at the time, which was those Marshall and Swift. We didn't have all this cost information at that time. So I believe that would sum up the assessor's position here for 2016. And if Gary has any final thoughts before we close.
As appraisers, we're students of the marketplace. I've learned over the years, the 40-some-odd years I've been doing this, that it's always dangerous when I think I know what the market's doing. And I've been humbled on several occasions when the market data comes in different than what I think. And I'm always cautious about, is my approach right? Should I test it? What are the market participants doing? Not what I think they're doing or what someone is estimating that they're doing. What are they really doing? And this is core into what I teach all my appraisers here in Ventura County, is we're not out to come up with the highest value. We're not out to come up with the lowest value. We're out here to come up with the fairest value, not based on what we think or what our opinions are, but what the market participants are actually doing. And when we started to see what the market participants were doing, what they're actually spending, we decided that there was a disconnect on what Marshall was doing and what the market participants were doing. And that's why we went in the direction that we did. So it's our belief that the evidence of the marketplace is very powerful, and it has overridden my opinions in the past. and it will probably continue to do so in the future, which is why I'm often humbled by the market, and I will forever be a student of the market. So that's my concluding thoughts.
Thank you. Okay, are there any questions from the applicant to the assessor regarding their presentation?
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right.
So, Mr. Phillips, when you do a sales comparison approach, you adjust your comps, right? It's part of the appraisal process.
Yes.
Okay. I'm looking at your page 8 of Exhibit A. And I don't see any adjustments there. Am I missing something, or did you make adjustments and I just don't see them somewhere?
No, no adjustments were made.
Okay. So you just took the pure cost as reported, either press release or an email you received or something you saw in HCI?
Yes, from the sources I list there at the bottom, yeah.
And I understand you're saying you didn't make any adjustments. I'm just going to kind of walk through a few things just to get your thoughts on them. So would you agree that Bay Area construction costs are perhaps higher than Thousand Oaks?
No, not necessarily.
Not necessarily, okay. Do you think Thousand Oaks construction costs are higher than Bay Area costs?
I would deem any hospital built in California as comparable costs.
Okay. So you don't think they're different markets or submarkets experience higher costs and lower costs?
For a specialized property like a hospital, I'd say a hospital in California, they're all very similar in what costs they're gonna incur.
Okay.
Because what you're looking at is what do market participants look at here? So we're not, if someone were to purchase a hospital in California, they're not comparing two hospitals in Thousand Oaks or even two hospitals in Thousand Oaks or Ventura for that matter. They're gonna be looking all over the state of California. The market for a hospital is quite large. It would be, you might be able to differentiate between Southern California, which is a large area, but we felt that all of California represents the hospital market.
Okay, so under Section 110, we're contemplating a hypothetical transaction of the subject property, right?
We're determining a market value as of the
For
lien date.
for the subject property.
Yeah,
Okay, and the subject property is in Thousand Oaks. So if I'm looking to buy the subject in Thousand Oaks, wouldn't I want to look at costs specific to Thousand Oaks, because that's my alternative investment if I'm going to go build a hospital down the street? It's going to be in Thousand Oaks, right?
right. What we're saying is California hospital costs across the board are similar to what Thousand Oaks would incur.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, one of the reasons is they're state regulated by the same entity. You know, Thousand Oaks building codes don't apply in San Francisco, and San Francisco building codes don't apply in Thousand Oaks. So because they're state regulated at the same level, the standards are the same, the inspections are the same, and a lot of the costs are the same. Are there variations between towns and locations? Sure. You know, if I were building an industrial building, maybe local lumber and trade costs could impact that, but the overall cost is so low, then any regional variations is probably going to be a bigger percentage of the pie. But as soon as you touch a hospital, the costs are so high to basically comply with the state standards that the cost of lumber in San Francisco versus LA starts to become a much smaller adjustment than it would be in a normal property.
Okay. We'll address that topic a little later. Story height. when you're measuring property on a price per square foot, do you think that a taller building is going to cost more per square foot than a shorter building?
So typically in this market, in our research and speaking with market participants, they're not really considering story height. They're more talking in terms of cost per bed. That was the overall kind of overarching theme in all of them. That's how the contractors spoke. That's how that hospital association spoke. So cost per bed seems to be the main comparison they use.
Yeah, but if I have a 100-bed hospital that's 9 stories and a 100-bed hospital that's 5 stories, wouldn't my 9-story one cost more per square foot because of the additional foundation and load and all the things you need to do to go vertical up to 9 stories?
In normal types of properties, that's going to be a bigger percentage. And look at the subject's emergency room addition. That was a single-story structure that they punched out on the hospital. And yet for a single-story structure, they still spent $1,500 a square foot. So as soon as you say hospital, even the cost of an electrical outlet triples over commercial construction. So yes, these little variations all factor in, but they're a much higher percentage on a standard construction land use than they are in a hospital. Just to get a hospital open is an incredibly amount of effort and permitting and regulations. And yes, there's variations in these costs. And one of the reasons why we got 7 comps is to pick a broad spectrum of different data points to look at. And surprisingly, with all the variations in location and stories and everything else, they're coming in and they're telling a story. And that's what we are relying upon.
So since you brought up the OR expansion at $1,500 a foot, that was about 5,000 square feet, right?
I believe so.
You think a 5,000 square foot construction project costs the same per square foot as a 400,000 square feet project?
Well, it's single story, it's going to cost less than a 9-story building. So again, when you get into the nitty-gritty on any one of these comps, you're going to find variations and reasons to adjust up or down. But basic hospital cost, as soon as you say hospital, the contractor gets out his multiplying pen and starts adding up just to do a hospital. So yeah, was it 5,000 square feet? Sure. Was it single story? Sure. Well, how do you balance those two?
If I could add on to that, the point of that was not comparing a $400,000 square foot property to a $5,000. The point of that was comparing Marshall and Swift costs to an addition at the subject property. So the point of that, I guess, data point is if we were unaware, the assessor's office, if we were unaware of the actual cost to build that addition, we would have to turn to the Marshall and Swift. And the cost for that addition, based on the historical cost, was around $1,500 a square foot. Marshall and Swift, the maximum we could reach was, I believe, 680 something. So that's the point we're trying to make, is that we're seeing these data points that show we can't rely on Marshall and Swift.
So if you have an OR surgery center that's for 5,000 square feet, isn't that really one of the most expensive parts of the hospital to build? So if you're going to take out an average over the entire 400,000 feet, shouldn't it be a lot less than $1,500?
Well, again, so the 15 is not a comparable on my sheet. The 15 was us trying to explain like why we see this difference between Marshall and Swift and actual costs they're incurring. I'm not using 1,500 for that addition as a comparable to justify my 900,000, or my $900 a square feet. I'm using my cost comparables to justify the $900 a square foot.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Construction quality, you didn't adjust for that. Where does the subject property fit in the scheme of, or the spectrum of hospitals in California? Top end of construction quality for a hospital, bottom end, middle, what do you think? And when I say construction quality, I mean design also, it's, you know.
Yeah, so actually, I did skip over this in my initial presentation, but I would like to read what how the Los Robles Regional Medical Center refers to themselves on their website. So it says, Los Robles Health System has...
Sorry, what page? What page?
Oh, my apologies, page 3. Page 3, about middle of the page there. And it's Exhibit A, page 3. So, Los Robles Health System has 382 licensed acute care beds, nationally recognized for patient safety by the Leapfrog Group 8 times in a row. Los Robles is also fully accredited by the Joint Commission, a Level 2 trauma center. Los Robles recently upgraded their heliport to accommodate Ventura County and Los Angeles County's Firehawk helicopters to better serve trauma patients. The hospital is also a STEMI-designated heart attack center and comprehensive stroke center. In addition, the ER is accredited as an emergency department approved for pediatrics by Los Angeles County. So our position is that Los Robles is a leading hospital for the area.
So design and construction quality, you'd say it's top in California, is that what you're saying?
Well, yes, but if you also look at my 2016 appraisal, we treated the older ones, original north and south wing. We did apply a discount there because we did determine those sections did have a little bit lower quality. 765 is what we applied there instead of the 900. But yeah, the remainder of the hospital, certainly similar quality as the comps.
So what about this whole concept of greenfield versus brownfield? Do you recognize that building a hospital tower amongst an operating hospital is more expensive than going vertical on a piece of vacant land with no impediments of operations?
Yeah, the basic way we look at that is the 7 cost comparables we used are estimating what we believe to be a realistic replacement cost new for, if you're going to spend $1,000 a square foot, you're going to get a nice hospital out of that, okay? So what we're doing with the subject is we're saying, okay, what's the replacement cost new? And let's get that squared away. And we believe that there's a variety of different hospitals out there. Are they slightly different up and down in different ways? Sure, but they're all coming in a very tight range. That's what it costs to build a greenfield hospital new. Now, when your property owner testify, well, gee, you know, it's going to cost us $106 million because we have an existing hospital and we got to work around all this stuff, and it's going to cost us $106 million to retrofit it. That's our green to brown adjustment, okay? When we accepted that $106 million, we are discounting the subject property's value for green versus brown, right there. So yes, there's a lot of extra cost in that $106 million to deal with the brownfield issue, but we're accepting it. We're taking all of that off, and therefore that's our adjustment for green versus brown.
Okay, I think you're conflating topics. So wouldn't you agree when you come up with an RCN, you need to come up with what a greenfield RCN would be? And I don't care if it's a hospital or an industrial building or house. Your starting point, based on principal substitution, is greenfield, right?
And that's what our comps are.
Okay.
We have 7 of them. Are there variations between them? Probably are, but they're in a pretty tight range. I was actually surprised how tight the range was. So our conclusion is, yeah, that's a greenfield value, and the subject is not greenfield. They have to do a retrofit. So by taking off the full 106, we probably wouldn't take off that much if they were just going to build a new hospital versus retrofit. They're retrofitting, okay. It's going to cost them more to do that. That's going to lower the value. So by taking the 106, we're lowering the value.
Okay, so I'll get to the retrofit part in a moment, and we'll also get to the detail on your 7 cost comps, but I'd submit to you that only one of them is a greenfield project. So we'll cover that, and you'll have an opportunity to address that when we do. Now, on the cost to cure part, as you process a cost approach, you start with greenfield. You presumably have made adjustments to even get to that RCN number to start. And then you depreciate it under Rule 6, right? Rule 6E says you're deducting depreciation. And then further in Rule 6E, it says that you deduct other forms of obsolescence. So the $106 million is the cost to cure specific to the subject property. That's what an investor, if buying the property, is going to deduct, because unfortunately, it's not a greenfield site. You got to come in and fix it. And so, it seems like you agree because you've deducted the $106 million. What do you think about that? Isn't that a cost to cure adjustment's totally different from RCN? It's a form of obsolescence, and it seems, don't you believe you're conflating the two topics when you say you're using maybe it's okay if you've got some brownfield in your RCN because you're doing a brownfield adjustment on seismic?
Well, these retrofits aren't purely seismic. I don't know if you were there when they did the SB1 to SB2, I'll call it, retrofit on the old towers. I walked those towers when they were under construction. I saw what was there before, and I saw what was there afterwards. They had taken many of the interior walls down to the studs, and they rebuilt it back with brand new wall, brand new paint, brand new flooring. The entire exterior facade of the building was taken off and completely rebuilt to a modern look, okay? Some of that is earthquake retrofit, plain and simple, and some of that is upgrading the look, the quality of the overall building, okay?
But that predates our vow date. We're not talking about the SPC 1 to 2, we're talking about the SPC 2 to 4.
Well, I'm just talking about in this $106 million, they're gonna be doing work in that tower, and at least with the old towers, they substantially upgraded the quality of the overall building that was there. Maybe on the 106, they're just gonna punch through reinforcing columns. I haven't gotten into the details. I walked the site when they were doing their last earthquake upgrade, and I'll say that there was a lot going on there that changed the whole character of the building in addition to just the seismic work.
Okay, but you heard the testimony earlier that the seismic 106 million is purely for what's required to be done by the state.
Right, and I'm gonna say that, yeah, and there's a little bit of blending in there between, there's an opportunity to upgrade the interior of the property while they're doing that work.
But you heard
That's
Ms.
what they did. I saw it with my own 2 eyes, what they did last time. I don't know to the extent that they're gonna take the facade off the modern tower. They probably won't, but they did it on the other one, and I'm just telling you that there's a component to that that's general upgrade in addition to the earthquake work.
Okay, but you heard Mr. Seeley testify that the seismic deduction was just what they were required to do. And yeah, sure, if they're putting a concrete structure down through the top of the building, in doing that, you're damaging some of the interior of the building, and you're gonna have to repaint or re-drywall where you do that, right? But that's part of the cost to cure, right?
I don't know what they're gonna do in the future. I'm only testifying as to what I saw they did in the past.
Okay. if any of your RCN comps included renovations of existing space, so I'm not talking about a new tower, but you're quoting a cost number and there's renovations of nearby space, wouldn't that inflate your RCN per square foot?
There's 7 comps there. And are there variations between what was touched on each comp? Yes. Were we provided with the specific factors of minor nuances between each of the individual projects? No. But what we were given is market data that significantly conflicts with Marshall and Swift. So yes, are there variations in those 7? Absolutely. But our position is those variations pale in comparison to what those 7 comps are saying in relation to Marshall and Swift.
Okay, thank you for that.
And if I could add on to that, when the assessor was researching its 7 comparables, HCAI does have permits for new buildings, permits for remodels, and that sort of thing. The assessor made sure to only include permits relating to the new buildings themselves. If HCAI conflated the two, that's something the assessor is not able to discover. So we used the best information we could with the tools available to us.
So that's a good point. So if HCAI or your other sources in the cost amount, including a parking garage, and that's affecting your price per square foot, but then in your analysis, you go and add a separate component for parking garage later, aren't you perhaps double dipping on the parking garage?
From my review of the HCI website, the parking garages were separate permits.
Okay, but you didn't rely on HCAI for all your costs. Some of them were press release and some of them were other items, right? Or other sources.
3 of them were direct from the source. 1 was a press release. The rest were HCI.
Okay. And just, along the same lines also, if the cost number included personal property, that might inflate your costs as well, if you didn't know that personal property was included, right?
No, HCAI reports the construction and personal property separately, so we made sure to separate that.
Okay, but to the extent it was a press release or some other source, if
Like I said, the only one that only had a press release, I said in my presentation, was probably the weakest since we didn't know the details of that one. Therefore, we want the board to give that one its due because it's only, those numbers are based on press release. The rest are based on HCAI or direct from the source.
Okay. I think they're combinations. Okay. And just a point to clarify, I think earlier you'd said they'd pulled permits for the seismic that were at much lower costs, but then you later said that you understood that to be just for a very small portion of the overall seismic project.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you weren't saying the $100 million number was really $5 million or something, or 10 or whatever.
No, we are accepting your guys' statement on that.
Okay. And then you talked a little bit about Marshall and Swift, or Marshall Valuation, and you'd asked them to provide their source data for their calculator costs, and they would not. Do you understand that Marshall secures that information and it's proprietary, and that perhaps the people providing them the information would not want their specific data to get out?
So like I said, I believe I mentioned it in my presentation, but I spoke on the phone initially with the representative. I explained the situation, explained what we're looking for. She indicated to me that that would be readily available information for us. She said, oh, yes, I can put that request in, no problem. And then they got back to us and said they had no information to provide. So that's how that went.
But perhaps somebody along the line in that organization said, whoa, wait a second, we can't turn over our proprietary information, just like you can't, when a taxpayer provides you costs, you can't show me those costs of another taxpayer, right? Wouldn't it be the same?
I can't speak, I don't know. I can only report on what she indicated to me over the phone, so.
We can't put ourselves in what marshals would say or what they wouldn't say, but we have been in situations where we had information provided to us from other counties, okay? And it is possible to say, here is X hospital in Northern California that was so many beds or so many square feet. We're not going to tell you the location, we're not going to tell you the name. And here's a range of where its cost fell. And so if they had wanted to, they could have masked the data in such a way that we couldn't have found out who it was, but they could have provided some backup that their costs were reasonably, they made a reasonable attempt to address California's hospital costs, but I wish they would have done something like that, but they didn't do anything. They basically said, we have nothing to say on the topic. So I think they could have gone there. They didn't attempt to, which again, was another red flag for us to look at.
Okay. And you used Marshall to depreciate your improvements, right?
That's correct. We matched your depreciation.
And then somewhere in your testimony, you had indicated that you spoke to somebody at some association that told you $2.5 million a bed or something. Am I remembering that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Did they indicate if that included personal property?
Yeah, so they said the total, well, let me bring it up. I have it written down here. If you bear with me 1 second. Yes, so she stated that the estimate is 3.5 million to 4 million, but if you remove the equipment and that sort of thing and just go to construction cost of the building, she reported 2.5 million to 3 million per bed.
Do you know if that includes the whole imaging equipment part? You know how on HCI they have imaging equipment in that report as well?
She says the difference between the two is fees, furnishing, and equipment to make up the difference. So she's specifically removed those items, yes.
Okay. Well, I guess what I'm submitting to you is sometimes folks include imaging equipment in the total construction cost because they're large pieces of equipment that do get bolted to the floor, and I think everybody has different ideas sometimes as to what category that falls in.
When we did have equipment data on our table with the 7 comps, we took it out, and you can see those numbers there and what their relationship is to the total on some samples of what you're talking about. But when we saw these per bed costs, you know, in excess of $1.5 million, 2 million, and ours, the numbers we're using is 940,000. We're being very conservative on the per bed. And this is an industry association. These people deal with hospitals. They know more about them than I ever will. And this is what they're telling us as a market participant. So I think that our 940 per bed, certainly there's plenty of room in there to extract out a lot of variables and still be a fair value conclusion.
So let's talk about the per bed issue and per square foot issue. If we have 500,000 square foot hospital versus a 300,000 square foot hospital, and they have the same number of beds, isn't the 500,000 square foot hospital going to cost more in total?
That's why we have 7 comps.
Okay. wouldn't you agree that the per square foot is probably the better measure of what the physical properties are of a given building?
This is what Hospital Association reported to us and how they looked at it. And again, we're substantially below than what they were saying.
So is this
the market participant came up with the per bed cost. It wasn't we didn't ask for it that way. This is what they provided to us.
Okay, so you're talking about this trade association that, as a market participant, do they build hospitals?
They are members of owners and operators. So does the trade association build? No, but their members build.
Okay. But you're speaking to an individual that works at the trade association and they're, giving you their opinion, but they themselves are not building or buying hospitals. They're employed as part of a trade association.
No, if you reference my document, it states that she contacted, let me see, one of the design and construction firms that they deal with regularly. And this design and construction firm is the one that gave her the estimate, and she relayed that information to me.
Do we know that firm?
No, unfortunately, she didn't include that,
Okay.
and I didn't think to ask.
Okay, I'm almost done. I appreciate your patience.
It's okay.
On page 74, you'd referenced the maximum Marshall and Swift Hospital cost in 2021 at $683 a foot. For Marshall, wouldn't that be a greenfield construction cost?
Yeah, I believe so.
Well, one of the things about Marshall's is we don't know. We don't know what their data was, where they got it, if it was greenfield, if it was brownfield. We're relying on them to sort that out and say, here's replacement cost new. So I'm assuming that by definition, if Marshall's is saying this is replacement cost new, it's for a hospital that didn't have any quirks or remodels or other issues going on with it. But we don't know because we haven't seen any data behind their printed number in the book.
On that note, you guys use Marshall and Swift on other property types, right?
Yeah, just for the record, Marshall and Swift and Marshall Valuation Service, we're using those interchangeable, but it's the same thing. I'm as old as Peter is, so we remember the old name. We do use it. We only use it on brand-new construction in this county. When we get a building permit, someone's built something new, we'll go to Marshall's. And what typically happens is, and we're well aware of this, and I don't necessarily fault the taxpayers, we'll say, hey, you built something new, what did you spend on it? We get nothing back. And then so we go to Marshall's and we put a cost estimate on it out of Marshall's. And, and we'll add developer profit on there. And typically what happens is we'll put an assessment on it and, the developer never appeals. And the AAB, probably rarely sees any of our new construction assessments coming in here on appeal because it's my opinion, and I think you talk to anyone in the county, that Marshall and Swift typically is on the low side compared to the historic costs we get. But in lack of any data, we'll put Marshall on there as a starting point. And typically what happens is the developer will build it, Marshall comes, we estimate it, and then when it's stabilized or whatever, a year or two later, it sells to a REIT at way more than the 15% profit we put on it. There's a big markup there. So we don't really care if we miss the mark on a Marshall's going in, because we know it's ultimately going to flip downstream and everything will equalize out and we'll have a sales price. But we only use it for new construction. This is the only property in the entire county where we tried to help them out on a Prop 8 during the depths of the recession, and try and figure out a way how we could reduce their assessments. And we were using this depreciation factor, which I've stated I don't believe, to try and help them out. And we did for a while. And then we saw this data coming in that questioned Marshall and Swift, and we said, oh, no, we got to put them back on Prop 13. So to answer your question, we use Marshalls. We only use it on new construction. And we know from history that it's typically on the low side.
Interesting. Okay. Why didn't you use Community Memorial Hospital in Ventura as a RCN comp?
Community Memorial was one of our first reporters. That hospital was built on a fixed-priced contract. And it's a nonprofit, they're exempt, so they don't pay taxes. We still had to go out there, we still had to inspect it, we still had to build a building record, we still had to put a value on it, even though we exempted it right off. What happened on that one is it was built for a fixed price, and there were substantial cost overruns to what it really cost to build that hospital. And we tried to contact the contractor to find out what'd you really spend on it, and they were out of business. Okay, so we knew it was well over what they reported to us as what they paid for it, but because we couldn't get a handle on the fact of what it really was, we didn't want to put it in there because we didn't want to sit here and say, yeah, they spent this, but that really wasn't the true number. They spent more than that. Unfortunately, Community Memorial only got the bills that they contracted to pay. So they didn't get all the cost overruns that the contractor had to eat. So that was a little bit of an odd duck, and we didn't want to use it. We had Ventura County Medical Center, which was built as a brand-new building. It wasn't a retrofit. The old hospital's still there. They didn't upgrade it as part of that cost. And we had solid cost on that one of what they actually spent on it. So that's the answer why Community Memorial isn't in here. It'd have to have a big asterisk next to it that said this wasn't what they really spent. They spent substantially more. We weren't able to find out what it was.
Madam Chair, probably the most efficient thing to do at this point is we can, unless the board has questions for the assessor, we can proceed with our rebuttal. I don't want to belabor across. I mean, clearly we disagree with a lot of the things they're saying, and I think the best way we can illustrate that is through rebuttal rather than me trying to call out what I want to hear. We'd like to proceed in that way unless you have a different plan.
Okay, let me just ask for questions from the board or council of the assessor. No questions. No questions? No questions?
Okay.
Okay. You want to
All right.
do a
Would you like
rebuttal?
us to proceed now, or?
Go right ahead.
Board member?
Yes.
The assessor feels strongly that perhaps if we just wrap up the remaining years real quick and then do the rebuttal and then hear from the witness, just because they've stated about maybe 20 minutes for the remaining years, honestly, I think less than 5 minutes for me. So I guess the assessor would kindly request if we could just wrap up those remaining years and then deal with these last bits after that. That makes sense to us, but we'll leave it to the board to decide.
Okay, your witness, what is he speaking to?
He's speaking to the assessor's comparables, as well as a couple other RCN comps that he has. And if I might answer a question with a question, how late are you able to go today?
Normally, we have to be out of here at 5 o'clock, correct, Brendan?
The board and your appeals board staff can stay as late as you need us. I believe the assessor's office may have staffing time concerns, but we're here as late as you want to go.
Okay, well, typically it's 5 o'clock, but if we go over. Fellow board members, I think I will backtrack and say that I prefer to hear the rest of the years and then a rebuttal for the whole case. Do you agree? I agree. Okay. Let's hear the rest of the years and then do the rebuttal and your witness.
And we'll move through ours very quickly, and it sounds like the assessor will as well.
Okay.
And then we'll jump to rebuttal, and that'll take a little bit of time, but we'll try to be efficient. I'm just trying to avoid a scenario where if we have to come back another day that I have to bring
Right.
back my witness.
Exactly.
There's
I think-
cost with
yeah.
that.
Okay, I think we'll make it.
Peter, are you intending to not have your expert witness question our data that we presented now, and you're saving it to introduce it in your rebuttal argument? And it sounds like he's going to introduce new data in your rebuttal argument. If you have data, why don't you present it as part of your case instead of bringing up new information that we're only going to have to question later?
So on the, we didn't employ an RCN comp approach. That was the assessor's approach. We used Marshall and we used our actual costs at our facility. So that's why that shows up in rebuttal. Now, we have just a limited amount of data. Most of the presentation is relating to your RCN comps. And then our expert says, if you are going to use RCN comps, maybe you should look at these couple right here. And so we'll present that, but it sounds like Madam Chair wants us to do the other years first, finish up the other years. And then, we're happy to present it.
Well, the assessor's position is if you have data and you have information that you want to present, it should be part of your presentation. It shouldn't come in at the back end as part of a new rebuttal argument.
So this is going to spin into a further discussion because we've provided our information ahead of time for what we've relied upon for our value. We gave you our RCN sales comps and our Marshall data. This information was finished up at the end of last week, so it's not like we were sitting on it for a month or two and didn't give it to you. And the reason, and again, I don't want to get too deep into all this, but the reason why we're finishing up this just before the hearing is we didn't hear back from you guys for 15 months on your information, and we didn't know what our expert was going to have to look at until that happened. And so I don't want this to devolve into a finger-pointing thing, but that's the nature of the timing.
Well, so the bottom line is that you have additional information here today, and you didn't include it in your presentation, but you intend to bring it up in rebuttal. And the assessor objects to that concept.
Okay, and we would disagree with the objection because it's not information that we relied upon for our value. It's information that we're relying upon to rebut the assessor's approach. We did not use an RCN comp approach where we're looking at comparable hospitals that were built. We're just taking the assessor's information and saying, if you're going to do it, here's how you should adjust it. And by the way, these aren't comparable. These couple other ones are. And so we're still on that field that you've established of RCN comps. It's your field, not ours. And that's why we're rebutting it.
And I think now is the appropriate time to do it when you can question the assessor. It's not the appropriate time during your rebuttal argument at the very end of the hearing. We have this window of opportunity when you can ask us all the questions you want. You can challenge anything we did all you want. You have an expert witness here who tends to do that. The assessor's position is now's the time to do that, not during rebuttal.
Well, I'm happy to proceed with rebuttal right now but it sounds like you wanted to present the rest of your case.
Well, no, I think what you should do is if you have questions for us, do it while the window is open to ask us questions. And then we'll get everything on the table, whether we like to hear it or not. It's not our prerogative. We'll get it all on the table, everything's out, and then we'll both go into closing arguments based on the totality of what you presented today and the totality of what we presented today.
No, I understand, but I guess I'm not understanding the difference because if,
Let me
Mr.
ask,
Bjorkman has a report.
let me ask a question. Your witness testimony, does it relate to the 2016 evaluation only, or is it all years?
It's all the years and it's the overall data set that the assessors relied upon for the RCN comps for all the years.
Okay.
So I'm okay proceeding with the remaining years. It sounds like Mr. Ost asking us to hand over the report as part of our cross, but then I'm handing over a report that's without him able to explain it, and now we're really out of order. And I have no problem, I mean, I can, if he wants me to tell him what the comps are right now, I mean, I'm happy to do it. There's nothing to hide here. It's just a matter of when you want us to say the words. Yeah.
We have presented the totality of what we have. And you can ask questions on the totality of what we have. When we get to our rebuttal argument at the end, we're not going to introduce anything new. We're not going to ask any more questions of what you've done. That's past. We're just going to wrap up our position. You can wrap up your position, and then the board will deliberate.
All right, I understand the confusion. So
Chair Little, if I may, at the beginning of the hearing, you did direct that we would hear the rebuttal after the assessor's presentation. And I want to make sure we're clear. It sounds like typically this board doesn't have rebuttal, it's just closing arguments. What it sounds like we're going to do is, based on the chair's original direction at the offset of this hearing, we'll hear, after the assessor's presentation, we'll hear the rebuttal from the applicant. And then we will, after that has been questioned by the board and the assessor, we will go to closing statements with the assessor getting closing statements first and then back to the applicant for final closing statements as they had the burden of proof. So I think the term rebuttal is getting confused with your normal closing statement because we're not following normal procedure, but that is what your board directed previously.
Mm-hmm. Yes, usually the rebuttal comes at the end, before closing.
Yeah.
Let's hear the balance of the years and then include your expert testimony within that.
Okay, can I do the balance of the years, and as soon as we finish with 2021, then we'll have our rebuttal testimony?
Exactly.
And
That's fine.
And that can be part of your
Yeah.
presentation.
Yeah, that's what, and and Mr. Ost, if I implied by any way that you wouldn't have an opportunity to ask our witnesses questions, I did not mean that. You will have your opportunity to respond to what he says.
No, I just wanted to separate the hearing and the data from the closing arguments. And I think we're on the same page there.
Yeah, we are, yeah.
Okay, before we get in, let's just take a quick 10-minute recess.
Okay.
Get everything
Thank you.
squared
All
away.
right, so we'll go back on the record at 12:50. Thank you. $2.50, correction.
All righty, we have some new exhibits. Would you like to number these?
Yeah, Chair Little, so I've handed them out. They should have remained in date order from, so 2017. I'm going to go right near the bottom. It says valuation date. So for January 1, 2017, that will be Exhibit 6. I think that's where we're at.
No,
5, sorry.
Five.
Exhibit 5. And that will only apply to the 2017. Exhibit 6 will be for the 2018 lien date. Exhibit 7 will be for the 2019 lien date. Exhibit 8 will be for the 2020 lien date. And Exhibit 9 will be for the 2021 lien date. So I discussed this with county council. While they don't apply to more than one application, it'll just make the record easier to review after the fact that they are separate exhibit numbers. Thank you.
very good. All right, whenever you are ready to proceed.
No, mine's up here. And I guess while we're talking about findings, I don't know if you intend to do it this way or not, but we're okay if it's all wrapped into one document, so you're not rewriting the same thing 6 times. Thank you. Okay. So I don't know what the assessor's opinion is, but.
Assessor's fine with that concept, too.
Thank you.
Excellent.
We're spending all our time on this today, so hopefully from today forward, it'll be easier.
All righty.
Okay, so we'll move quickly. We'll
Go right
start
ahead.
with applicant's Exhibit 5 for the 2017 year. And perhaps if everyone could turn to, do you want to go to 61 first? Okay. Okay. Yep. Yeah, so Mr. Sheneman, please proceed.
Okay, if we could please turn to page 3, summary of salient facts and conclusions. And our found fair market value conclusion as of January 1, 2017 was $113,500,000. And if we can then go to page 61. Here is our cost approach schedule with our fair market value. Only changes here, updated Marshall pages, and some changes in depreciation, and the addition of one more land sale.
And we'll incorporate by reference the applicant's Exhibit 4 addenda, which contains the supporting information for Exhibit 5.
Okay, very good.
And we'll proceed on to the 2018 year unless anybody wants to stop us.
Great.
Okay. So please turn to page 3, summary of salient facts and conclusions. Applicant's fair market value conclusion as of January 1, 2018 is $117,800,000. And if you turn to page 61 in the report, you will see the full cost grid. Oh, excuse me, it's now page 62 for the full sales grid, or excuse me, full cost grid.
And for what it's worth, Mr. Sheneman, just on page 61, you have 4 comparable land sales.
Yes, sir.
For-
Yeah, we
by the
now
time
have
you
4
get to-
land sales.
And then page 62 is the cost approach summary, and it's the same as the prior years in both form, function, theory, and assumptions.
Yes, sir.
And Exhibit 6 also incorporates Exhibit 4 addenda. And then we'll move on to Exhibit 7, applicant's evaluation for January 1, 2019.
Okay, please turn to page 3, summary of salient facts and conclusions. Applicant's fair market value conclusion is $123,900,000. And if you turn to page 62, here is the cost grid. Same, similar valuation theory, same land sales adjusted, updated Marshall pages as necessitated.
And Exhibit 7 also incorporates Exhibit 4 addenda. And applicant's 8 is our evaluation as of January 1, 2020.
Turn to page 3, summary of salient facts and conclusions. Applicant's fair market value conclusion is $125,200,000. And then page 62 is the cost grid. And again, updating Marshall, slightly higher land value.
And also incorporating Exhibit 4 addenda. And then applicant's Exhibit 9, which is the valuation as of January 1, 2021.
Okay, please turn to page 3, summary of salient facts and conclusions. Fair market value conclusion as of January 1, 2021 is $126,600,000. And then please turn to page 65 for the cost grid.
And that also incorporates applicant's Exhibit 4 addenda. And that concludes the applicant's presentation on years 2017 through 2021. And I'll also add that all the values referenced correspond to what I believe was applicant's Exhibit 1 in the beginning that had the value summary.
Exhibit 1, okay.
Are there any questions from the assessor or the board on those years?
Questions from the assessor?
I do have 2 clarifying questions real quick. All right, so one of the questions is we've discussed previously when you're doing Marshall and Swift, you do a current cost multiplier and then the local cost multiplier. When I looked at yours, for instance, for 2017, the first building, they didn't seem to match what I'm seeing here for January 1st, 2017. So I was wondering, is there a reason for that difference?
Are you speaking about the Ventura County adjustment?
So
Which adjustment is that?
yeah,
If I may ask?
let me reference it correctly here. So if you turn to your page, I believe it's page. Okay, so I'm looking at page 22 of the 2017, so that's Exhibit 5.
Okay.
If you look at your section titled Building Cost Refinements, you have local cost multiplier at 1.23 and current cost multiplier at 1.0. When I reference those sections in Marshall and Swift, firstly, the current cost multiplier, which is for hospitals, I'm seeing 1.01.
I think I can answer your question
Oh,
pretty
sure.
quickly. We were missing some pages for January 1, so we used the most recent page that we had available to make the estimate. So that's-
Okay, so what you were referencing was missing some pages, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we used November 16 as the current cost multiplier because we didn't have the January 17 page.
Okay, I see. All right,
So best estimate.
thank you for that clarification.
Yes, sir.
And then the last question I have is your last exhibit, which is Exhibit 9 for 2021. I'm looking at one of the initial pages here. Give me a second to find it. So I'm looking at your summary page on page 18. So this is the 1 year that has some construction in progress, which was the OR surgery expansion that we referenced before. I guess my question is, for 2021, you're using the new construction actuals for the new tower, but for this new surgery expansion, you're using Marshall and Swift. So I guess my question is, why not use the new construction actuals?
Well, if I recall correctly, the new construction's actuals for that expansion also include costs for renovation of the surgery unit next door. So being commingled costs, I just felt more comfortable using Marshall.
Okay, interesting. So you're stating that the OR surgery expansion, and you have that replacement cost new before depreciation, and is $659 a square foot?
Yes, from Marshall.
Okay, so that relates just to the addition.
Yes, sir.
So if I look at the documentation provided by your office, give me 1 second here to look it up. So if I subtract the $659 a square foot, that means the remodel portion was around $1,800 a square foot for that project?
Well, it was incomplete construction, so I estimated as best I could the cost. And I relied on Marshall because it wasn't a commingled cost. So that was the
Well-
cost I used.
Okay,
Yeah.
but we do know the completed costs today. Okay, well, I guess that answers my question,
Yeah, I
sorry.
didn't include it, I know.
Sorry. I think that's it from the assessor.
Okay. Any questions from the board or council to the applicant? Okay. To the clerk, do we need to read in the application numbers for the record?
No,
Or are we
we're-
okay?
We're good to continue on.
Okay. All right. So would the applicant like to merge his rebuttal section in here?
We'll do that now.
Very good.
Yes, there is.
I was working on something else, so I wasn't sure if I was supposed to be coming to get something or not.
Let's see here. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. 2, 3, 4. Okay, that should be your 6.
Thank you.
Chair Little, Exhibit 10, applicable to all applications, has been submitted.
All righty. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. If I might have everyone turn to page 47 of, it's applicant 10, right, Mr. Clerk?
Yes.
That's
10.
correct.
We'll just quickly walk through some calls for Mr. Bjorkman. And again, I
What
won't,
page are we on again?
I'm sorry?
What page are we on again?
Oh, page 47.
47, thank you.
Is everybody there? Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Bjorkman, could you please maybe highlight your, who you work for, your title, and your experience as found on your CV?
Sure. I'm President and CEO of JKL Construction. We've been in business coming up 20 years in this May. And our core business is healthcare construction. And I don't know, it says 30 years here, but I was a little embarrassed to put 40 years. I want to keep thinking I'm kind of young, but actually I have 41 years of experience.
I use 42, so it's okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, you can see the healthcare projects that I've worked on. Also, we've done about 200 or 250 as a general contractor, and more than that as a construction manager. So we work in both roles, as a general contractor doing smaller jobs, or as a construction manager helping out with larger jobs, essentially as an owner's rep.
And so you manage construction projects, so you have visibility to actual construction costs, and it sounds like you also bid on construction projects to perform the project, and so you know what you'll bid on certain construction projects, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. I see every bid that comes through that we do work as a GC, and I do review estimates that come in when it's part of our role as a construction manager. We always get in on the projects early, quite often before a general contractor even comes in, sometimes before a designer comes in, usually the designer's on board. So pricing projects, estimating projects is a big piece, particularly in pre-con.
Would you please walk us through your report?
Sure will. So if you turn to page 4, what we've done is we analyzed the assessors. This says 9 projects, but now it's down to 7, correct? So we've went through and analyzed each of those projects really from a construction point of view, and what may add or deduct cost from a baseline. And then I just didn't feel I don't want to say guessing, but there's a lot of analysis for the 7 projects that the assessors identified, and I don't know if it's the right analogy, but it kind of was popping out like the difference between a Mercedes and a Volkswagen, and I've owned both. I don't own a Mercedes anymore, I own a Volkswagen. So we did a second section where that took quite a bit of analysis out of the equation, where we went and said, okay, what kind of hospital facility is Los Robles, and are there other facilities that more closely match that, so we don't have to be moving numbers around and all this kind of stuff. And what we came up with was that we felt the Kaiser hospitals and those templates more accurately reflect Los Robles. And so I have put together a matrix that shows the comparisons, and the report you have in front of you is kind of the narrative for each project or each property that you have identified, and give some detail as to why we don't feel it's comparable. So if you move to page 6, that's the first property, Torrance. And, you know, and I know you pointed out that healthcare construction kind of doesn't really matter, the design, and if it's a brownfield or greenfield, it's more expensive than, you know, like a commercial job, which is true. But as a contractor, some of those components definitely matter to cost. And so that's why as I went through this, I just like, I don't really, I'm having to adjust for this and this and that and that. And it's like, why don't we just get something that's the same building? And yeah, there might be some adjustments, but there's going to be fewer adjustments to something that, to a building that more closely matches Los Robles. So on page 6, this is Torrance Memorial. The assessors, it was $920. That was your cost per square foot. And after we went through adjustments, and you'll see our matrix of what kind of adjustments we made.
Actually, that's not the adjusted, that's the HCI number, and then we'll go into the adjustment.
Okay, thank you, you're right.
So just for clarification, we've got this report where we kind of talk narratively about the assessor's cost comps, and then after that, we'll hand out a spreadsheet that shows adjustments. I'm not handing them out at the same time because I don't want people looking at the spreadsheet when we're talking about the narrative. And so, you know, the spreadsheet will be the meat of the numbers. So I'll hand that out in a moment.
And where we got the numbers, I know the assessors got some of the numbers from HCI, but we went to HCI because it's the law to report the numbers. You know, they're assessing their permit cost based on the cost of each project. So what follows after each project is the actual HCI spreadsheet. So, for instance, that's shown on for Torrance on page 7. And Mr. Phillips, you're right. You got to really kind of study these things and dig in a little bit because it's a little bit all over, especially when you get to the website. But I put one of our guys that's really detailed on it, and so this shows the final costs through HCI. And so just kind of backing up a little bit, we identify on each data sheet, of each project, some of the things that we feel are not comparable. So backing up page 6, the bottom of page 6, why this project we feel is not comparable. So it was built within an existing facility or existing campus, which greatly impacts the cost, and I'll go through some of the cost impacts a little bit later. Design features, you can see there's a lot of glass. There's curved glass. There's multiple roofs, and so the design does matter. For instance, you know, the Kaisers are EIFS. I know Los Robles is EIFS exterior, which is the cheapest exterior you can have. And this glass system here is probably $80 a foot. The EIFS is $15, maybe $20 a foot. I don't want to try to get into too much detail, but I think you deserve it, deserve the detail. You know, just the rounded architectural design, that impacts everything and impacts the design. It's going to take longer for the guys to design it. They got to draw curves instead of just a box, right? It impacts manufacturing the materials. It impacts laying out the glass or the ceiling or the wall. It impacts installing it. And it more often leads to claims because it's not laid out correctly, either in the drawings or in the field. So that's one of the items. Premium design kind of goes along with that, and that means if it's, you know, if it's an expensive or premium exterior design, usually that follows right into the interior, terrazzo floors, wainscoting, and you know, fancy interiors. So the designer's not going to have a fancy exterior and not carry that through. It's just more the mindset of the client. The height of the building definitely affects cost. If it's a 2 or maybe 3-story building, you can touch that delivery one time, you know, and you know, double handling material is a big no-no for contractors because it's a big added cost. So if you got a 2-story building, you can take the material off, whatever it is, drywall, with a Gradall or a forklift, pull it off right off the truck, lift it up, put it into one of the box out windows for the floor, and it's done. As opposed to if you got access issues for material, whether it's for steel or all the way through the building, you have to either double handle it, sometimes triple handle it. On Stanford, they had one guy that all he did was coordinate and schedule deliveries. That's all he did. A lot of the deliveries had to go off-site and be double handled and brought in just in time delivery. So that adds to the cost if it's on a existing site as opposed to a greenfield site. 7-story, I guess I already explained that.
So if I can hit pause for a moment, just if everyone, you know, you look at the picture on page 6 of Torrance Memorial, and then thumb back to the cover of this report, and that's a picture of the subject property. And ask yourself, which one looks nicer? And that'll be a prevailing theme as we go through these properties. I will also point out that this report was prepared based upon the 9 RCN comps the assessor presented to us, but they only did 7 today. So when we get to those 2, we'll just kind of skip.
Which is the next one, Riverside Community. I believe that Riverside, Mr. Phillips, is that right? Riverside is deleted from the list?
Yeah, Riverside was eliminated.
Okay, so we won't go over Riverside. I believe the next one is Clovis Community Hospital, and I'm not really sure what the building is on the left, but I don't want to be too blunt, but it looks like a big old waste of money, quite honestly. I think it's the lobby. Pretty sure it's the lobby of the hospital. As you can see, a lot of glass. The hospital Clovis had many parts. It is on a, go down to the, on page 12, some of the non-comparables. It's built within an existing operating facility, which scares me a little bit as a GC, having to build in or around an existing facility because you got patients. If you hit an oxygen line, the patient can literally die. So there's a lot of shutdowns, shutdown requests and protocols, kind of stuff that makes it that you don't have to do if you're doing it ground up.
Mr. Bjorkman, could you maybe talk a little bit about greenfield versus brownfield? Like, what are the sort of things you need to do that when you're building a tower on an existing campus surrounded by an operating hospital that you don't have to do if you're going vertical on a vacant piece of land?
Sure. There's many, many things that impact cost, the things that you may not even really think about, but we were involved with the Stanford project that you've presented. We had like 7 guys there. We were construction managers, but there ended up being a fair amount of GC work that they just handed us to go take care of this kind of stuff. But that's a fairly, I would call that a brownfield site, fairly congested site, and just starting the day, the the workers and the management staff of the contractor, they had to park off-site. They had to park at Stanford Mall, and they had to take a shuttle, take whatever, by the time they parked the car, take the shuttle, unload their tools and stuff, it's half an hour. So, you know, they don't start at 7, they start at 7:30, same thing on the way back. So they lose an hour a day. 200, we were at about 200 workers. That's 200 hours a day of lost productivity times, let's say $50. I mean, they're more costly than $50, but just for easy math, $50 an hour, that's $10,000 a day. That's times 20 work days, $200,000 a month just driving back and forth. They're doing nothing. So, the solution is, okay, divide that by 8, it's 25 man days you're losing, so they either go hire another 25 guys if the floor plates can hold 25 more guys, or the job goes longer because they don't get the production, which adds to the cost. So I've already mentioned, the logistics of getting material to a congested site. The other big thing I kind of mentioned is doing tie-ins to mechanical, electrical, plumbing systems that are existing. A lot of times you got to do just a new redundant one instead, and then do the tie-in, because it's just too risky to shut down a service at a hospital. So there's definitely an impact on labor, definitely an impact on getting materials there. So I don't know, there's other impacts that I'll think about, I guess, as I go on.
Do you have to cordon off certain areas of the operating hospital so that you can do the construction without affecting those areas?
Oh, yeah, temporary walls all over the place. And that was actually, I mentioned at Stanford, they had us do some GC work. One of the things they had us do is, hey, we need a temporary wall here, temporary wall here, too. They wanted the contractor to go build the production, so we built a lot of temporary walls out there, actually. And, kind of another thing is the trailers that we were in was a ways from the building. And so I went and bought four the little electric scooters to get around the campus, to get to the site, but the general contractor management didn't want that risk, and so they had to walk, and it was at least a half an hour for the management guys. And Stanford, they're paying them by the hour. The management's about $150 to $200 an hour, so they're paying whatever, $200 a day a guy just to get there and get back. So site logistics in a crowded site definitely adds cost to, as opposed to a greenfield site. You park right there, you go into the building, you come back, you sit in your car for lunch. Materials are pulled off the truck, they're lifted right into the building. You have storage right outside the building, you don't have to pay for storage, or someone to go get the materials from storage. So those are some impacts for a congested site. All right, so, kind of another cost factor, we're on, I think it's still Clovis. If you look at the HCI sheet, page 13, Howe Electric is the designer. If you look down for electrical, and New England Sheet Metal, they're also they're design build, both the subs are design build. So design build, it's less risk of claim, but it's more costly because they got the job, they're designing it, there's no other competition. So the contracting method has an impact on cost as well. Okay, we're doing Camp Pendleton too, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So I don't know what this roof structure is up there for Camp Pendleton. I don't know what it. I don't know. Maybe at the roof there's a roof deck for eating or something like that. But you know, the cost of that, whether that is 4 million or so, that's just added. You can see all the glass on this project. It looks like I think it's precast as opposed to a stucco or EIFS system. It's LEED Gold, and so we, as you pointed out, Mr. Phillips, that this isn't under HCI jurisdiction. So, you know, we had to dig for costs. We're not all that comfortable, quite honestly, to use this as a comparable user because it's not HCI. So we really couldn't verify that. It is LEED Gold. I feel there's a cost increase for federal jobs. You got to go, as a subcontractor, you have to go through some hoops to be qualified to work on a federal job. There's more paperwork. You can see some of the design features, as I mentioned, the glass or higher construction costs. And this one, obviously, is a project that you can't really use cost per bed for some reason. What we found, you know, 500,000 square feet, but there's only 60 beds. I'm not really sure. I don't know if that's right or not, but that's all we could find. We feel the cost also included the garage and whatever, potentially acres of landscaping.
And that particular property, it looks like it had won 6 different awards for design and construction. That, along with the LEED Gold designation, it probably makes it a pretty superior building over the subject property. Would you agree?
Correct.
Robles on the cover of your report. Are you aware that that's the back side of the hospital? And if you want to see what the front side of the hospital looks like, is this the one?
Yeah, exhibit 2.
Exhibit
Front
2.
side's in our report. You can
Yeah,
see it
look
in
at,
our.
look at Exhibit 2, the cover of Exhibit 2.
Right.
So I just wanted to make that point. You were talking about Torrance Memorial being a campus, and the one in Northern California, Stanford, being a campus. Okay, well, VCMC is also a campus, and the site where the new hospital was built was completely separate from the old hospital. Same with Community Memorial, and I know Torrance Memorial, that building in no way, shape, or form was ever attached to the operating facility that was adjacent to it. So I think when you say campus, that implies that there's a lot of land area to do things completely independent from the existing hospital. Now, what we've been discussing today is that Los Robles, they're going to have to go into the existing hospital and punch columns. Okay, they didn't do that in Torrance Memorial. They didn't do that at VCMC. They didn't do that at Stanford.
Correct.
So when you try and say greenfield, brownfield, when you have a campus that has lots of area and parking and everything else on it, is that fair to call that a brownfield site?
Yeah, I think so, because it's more about how close the other buildings are, and if you're tying into, and if you got to make provisions for the patients or for patient care for the other buildings. If you don't have to make those provisions, and you're not tying into some of the existing utilities and that kind of stuff, then you're right, it doesn't make that kind of difference.
Well, I have unique knowledge of Torrance Memorial because in my parents' final years, I was in and out of that place right and left. And I can tell you that the parking structure was not impacted by that new construction. None of the operations in the existing hospital was impacted by that new construction. It was done on a vacant site on the campus, but not attached to anything. And the contractors are parking right across the street in a surface parking lot. So just out of luck, I happen to have firsthand knowledge of that one. So I guess I would concur that the term campus implies some greenfield aspects to it. It's not black and white brownfield.
Well, I think in Torrance Memorial, as with any hospital where you're adding a tower, you have connectors to the other buildings. You do have a congested site. With Torrance Memorial, it's on the edge of the overall campus, but there's still a lot of work that has to be done to keep the construction from the rest of the site. And I know you have some personal experience at Torrance. I actually worked on the construction project in my younger years, building a tower at Torrance Memorial. I'm very familiar with the site.
Well, that's two of us then.
Yeah, and so it is a congested campus with a lot to avoid if you're going to build a tower.
But it's different from what's going to happen at Los Robles. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, so let's not conflate the seismic with a new tower, right? So the seismic retrofit is something you have to do to an existing building, which is in the middle of an operating hospital also. That's why it's $100 million, right?
Right.
But if you're going to build a new tower, and this is a fundamental issue that we have here, is if you're going to build a new tower on Los Robles or any other hospital campus around, you've got all these inflated costs because you're on an operating facility. If you look at pure greenfield sites where you're just going vertical on vacant land and you're not operating a hospital while you're building the darn thing, your costs are a lot lower per square foot. And that's the principle of substitution. That's the greenfield scenario where if I'm coming in to buy Los Robles, I'm not going to pay any more for that than I am to go build the same thing a mile away on a piece of vacant land. That's my comparison. And I think that's where we have a fundamental disagreement.
And is it fair to say that that's in that $106 million cost to cure?
So the cost to cure is a deduction not unlike depreciation. So we're talking about two different things. You're coming up with an RCN, which is your starting point. Well, what's that going to cost? I have to use greenfield costs. That's just appraisal principle of substitution. And we should all be using greenfield. Now that I've established my starting point for costs, now I have to adjust to the subject, right? I have to adjust for the subject attributes because at the end of the day, we're valuing the subject property. Well, how do I do that? It's older, it's not a brand new hospital, so you got to depreciate it. So that's what everybody did. This property has an added issue of a very expensive seismic retrofit. So unfortunately, I gotta take off $100 million because it's gonna cost $100 million to make this hospital like that greenfield hospital I would build down the street. So I think we have to be very careful not to conflate RCN with obsolescence. The obsolescence is specific to our property. Now, this cost to cure on seismic, from an appraisal perspective, you can call it functional or economic. I could probably argue either one, in terms of the type of obsolescence, but it doesn't matter. It's just obsolescence. So does any of this make sense, the distinction I'm trying to make? And I just want to make sure we're not conflating RCN and cost to cure. They're two different things.
I think the board is on focus.
Okay.
So
All right.
let's proceed.
Craig, I got one more question.
Yes.
Have you ever used Marshall Valuation Service cost estimates to bid a job?
No,
Thank you.
we don't. We're a pure GC. So are you talking about for GC jobs?
I'm talking about a job where you're going to bid on something and you're going to have to live within that bid and the money is real.
No, we don't use any of the manuals.
Okay, thank you.
All of our jobs are subcontractor bids, and we try to get 3 or 4 subcontractor bids. They're the ones that tell us the market cost. So we don't self-perform work.
So they would be in California, they would know all the California codes, they'd go in with their eyes open, and they'd come up with a cost estimate based on California's standards.
Yeah, and
Okay.
and we'll usually do a job walk, and all of our subs are pre-qualified. We don't let some sub give us a number if they're not already gone through our pre-qualification.
Right, and you probably can sort out the guys that are low bidding it right off the bat, because when you guys bid, it's real money. I always tell my appraisers, don't worry about too much, because whenever we assess something, whatever we assess it at, the monetary impact's 1% of that. Yeah. So if we get it wrong, 1% of that is the real monetary impact. But if you're bidding a job and you get it wrong, there's millions of dollars at stake there.
Yeah.
Let's not minimize the impact on a taxpayer if the assessor overassesses a property.
1% is 1%.
But it's real
A
dollars.
million is a million.
It's real dollars. Let's not minimize, well, all, with all due respect. Mr. Bjorkman, do you, I know we'll get into the spreadsheet here in a moment, but when a project is all said and done, do those costs sometimes or oftentimes mirror the conclusions in Marshall valuation?
I don't know Marshall's costs, and quite honestly, I don't really care about them. And we have a lot of other cost manuals that we don't, we don't use. We just go by, the sub is telling us the market conditions and the market costs. If, like you mentioned, if someone comes in really, really low, we're on the phone saying, what's going on here, if they're low compared to the other guys. So.
Okay. Well, we'll walk through the numbers here in a moment. Why don't we proceed with Stanford, I think is our next one
yeah,
up?
Stanford's our next one. Sorry, I don't want to get back on it, but Torrance, it's our understanding they did have a tunnel connecting the existing hospital to the tower. So sometimes they do run utilities. Usually, a lot of times they do the tunnel to run utilities and stuff, but anyway. Okay, Stanford, yikes. So, gosh, there's just so much about Stanford. You can see the design is cantilever, which still scares me today. So both those buildings are cantilevered, which, you got to beef up the design. And then the picture below is, as you can see, is a huge atrium. And that atrium really is mostly, if you look kind of above the blue circle, you can see 3 lines there. Those are the list of donors that have donated money to Stanford, and then on the right, you can kind of see the start of another list. And, those donors, when I was there was $200 million donors, and I know there's more than that probably for that building. And these on the wall, there's donors' names on conference rooms and operating rooms, all this kind of stuff. And they demand a high level. You don't donate $100 million. You don't just want a run-of-the-mill hospital. You want the best. And that's what Stanford thrived to do, is present the best, to the point, if you even just look at the HCI listing, I don't know how many architects or designers there are in the US. In California, there's probably 1,000, but apparently none of those were good enough for Stanford. They had to go to Uruguay to get their architect and their designer. It's kind of a representation. And on your list, I know every single designer, I know every single contractor on your list. The only reason I know this guy is because he designed Stanford. But some of the ramifications and the cost implications, if you go to page 20, just for that cantilever design, you can see they have 16 different structural engineers. Not one. Most of the other ones are going to have one structural engineer. Stanford had 16. Yeah, 4 or 5 of these guys were replacements because probably they weren't good enough or whatever. But having 12 structural engineers instead of 1, you can imagine the additional cost for that.
Could I take you back to page 17? About the middle of the page there, I can direct everybody. It looks like Stanford had about $650 million in contributions. There's also a bolded item there, I'd call it the 5th paragraph. Talks about high demand for construction in the Silicon Valley, and the project was riddled with delays, and a lot of it had to do with Apple eating up all the steel in the area. And these costs are very much inflated. If you go back to the picture of page 16, this is one of the few hospitals I've seen that almost looks like a resort. It's looks like a nice place to stay. Unfortunately, you're there under bad circumstances, but it looks like a pretty nice place. And Mr. Bjorkman, maybe if you want to touch on page 18, the bullets of why the project's not comparable.
Sure. I mean, I think you mentioned it, Mr. Phillips, that it really probably isn't comparable, but, it's built with an existing campus. You can see the design features are crazy. They have an obligation to the donors to not just have a run-of-the-mill hospital. There were a fair amount of ancillary projects that are included in that permit cost. And then, we talked about location previously. I think you mentioned it. Whether it's Northern California or Southern California, or even in Northern California, the location matters, particularly now with a tight job market with laborers. There's a lot of laborers who live in the far East Bay, Modesto. I'm just talking in the San Francisco area now. And they don't want to drive over the bridge to get to Stanford. Stanford's a hard place to get to. So if there's a project closer, that's where they're going to go. So quite often, the subs have to pay their workers a little more, and sometimes they even pay them for the drive time to get to a pain-in-the-ass location, that kind of a pain-in-the-butt client also. And the subs know that, and like we won't bid at Stanford anymore. We did a fair amount of lump sum bid there, and I ain't going to bid there anymore. They're a pain in the butt. And so, the industry knows that. So location does matter. If Stanford, they're building a new hospital in Pleasanton. So, they have no problem getting workers there, because it's half an hour from Modesto. So location does matter, and it does drive the cost. What are the items here? Well, state-of-the-art facility, we already talked about that. So this is kind of opposite of Los Robos. And when I get to the spreadsheet, this is one of two hospitals I kind of moved to the side and handled differently. Okay, and we go to page 21, Highland Hospital. I think I talked a little bit about, you get over 3 stories or so, then you got to have a man hoist. Sometimes you got to have 2. You got the cost and the time to get material to the man hoist, up the man hoist, and to the location. Same thing with the laborers and staff riding the man hoist. I guess you don't call it man hoist anymore. Personnel hoist. So the height of a hospital, height of any building, but particularly a hospital, because there's a lot that goes on each floor, matters. And you can see Highland's got a ton of glass. Highland's is we've done work there also, and it's a tight site, and that's a big factor. I don't know, you can
Also includes a link building too.
right. 9-story building. It's extensive glass, curved walls. You can see on this HCI sheet, there's only one designer, Dagenkolb, and they're strong, but they were also over at Stanford, but only one structural engineer, even though it's a 9-story building. All right, should I keep moving on? Let's see. So Ventura, the HCI had it at $810 a foot, and assessors, you guys had it at $902. It is, again, I don't know what this 4 or 5-story thing in the front. I think it's that whole glass piece is, I guess that's the lobby. I'm not quite sure what's on top of it. But that's just cost. It was built in an existing operating facility. It's that three-story atrium, glass atrium. So the next one, John Muir, is one we're not analyzing, right?
Yeah, the assessor chose not to use that.
Okay. I don't know how many more I got here, but,
You
you want me to
just
keep, you want me to keep going, or?
Yeah, keep,
Okay.
let's try to finish up and then.
Okay, I'm trying. All right, so, St. John's, build an existing, hospital area site. You can see the exterior, they don't have a bunch of glass. And, I didn't get the backside of it. Top tier design firms on it. So really, the biggest cost increase is this building built around or in an existing campus. Okay, so the comparables that the hospitals that I think are comparable are the Kaiser facilities. So we pulled together 3 Kaiser jobs. And, just looking at it, whatever, 3-story, 4-story on page 34. Not a bunch of glass. It says operating rooms and emergency department, labor and delivery. And why is this comparable on page 35? Why I feel this is comparable? And it really is a greenfield site, not tying into existing utilities, not doing shutdowns, not doing temp barricades, not doing all the provisions for that. It's a simple design, which means there's also going to be fewer claims, and more subs are going to bid this work. We've done work at Kaiser. More subs are going to bid this work because they know there's less risk, because there's less unknowns. It's a box, and they can blow and go and get through it. So, that's why we've chosen Kaiser. Another Kaiser is in Vacaville. Again, you can see it's a box. Yeah, there's a glass. I don't know if that's part of this construction on the backside, but it's just a box, and subs can get in there and blow and go. It's easy to design. It's easy to replicate. In fact, Kaiser has a template. They just use a template design, and the buildings are almost kind of designed already. And they hand that to the architect, so there's lower architect fees. And it's just, the KISS simple. Keep it simple, stupid. Looks like you have a question, sir.
Is Los Robos a Kaiser facility?
It's closer to a Kaiser facility than what I feel the assessor's hospital systems are, or hospitals are. To me, it's definitely closer to that. And the last one, last Kaiser facility, you can see, 2 or 3-story, not a bunch of glass. They use EFS. Some of the San Leandro was stucco. This does have different roof levels, but you can wash the windows on the street level. You don't need a window washing rig. You would need a rig for the ones up above, so you still only need one. You don't need more davit, window washing davits, all that kind of stuff. So the very last couple of pages are references, page 45 and 46.
Or sources.
Yeah, sources, sorry. Do we want to go through this?
Yeah, so let's, I think this will be helpful to everyone. So with this document, we took each of the assessors' comparables
Thank you.
and adjusted them for the differences. And, keep in mind, we don't necessarily think the assessors' comparables are comparable, but in an effort to try to equalize them to the subject, we made adjustments. And then we feel that the Kaisers down at the bottom of the page are the ones that are more comparable. So we'll walk through those adjustments rather quickly.
Okay, before you begin, Clerk, Exhibit 11.
Yeah.
Okay, go right ahead.
Yeah, I got it. Is that what it asks or not? Okay. Do you guys have the handouts?
Yes.
No? Yeah?
Yes,
Okay.
we're ready.
Okay, so we'll try to walk through this. I know we're sort of running up against time here, so. So, Mr. Bjorkman, on Torrance Memorial, I think on the documents we had before, the assessor's reported price was $385 million. But the HCI cost that you found on HCI was $323 million. And I believe the law requires that the hospitals report their costs to HCI, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Then you did you adjusted that cost up, that $772 a foot, up by 10%. And is that because the reported HCI costs typically don't include the design and inspection fee?
That's correct.
Okay. And in your estimation, the design fee was perhaps a 8%-ish component, and then the inspection fees were around a 2%.
Correct.
Okay. And then for quality, it looks like you adjusted Torrance Memorial down a negative 15%. And is that primarily because of the curvy glass walls and the superior materials,
Correct.
the non-EFIS type construction? And then there's a minus 5% adjustment. And isn't that primarily related to the fact that it's 7 stories versus the subject is 3.5 or 4, depending upon where you look at it?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
So, all this top row, as you mentioned, so some of these percentages are negative to try to get the subject, to try to get the property on that line item to align with the value of the subject property. So some are adds, like the architect, and some are deducts.
And so you do a minus 15 greenfield adjustment, and in your experience, do you feel that that's an accurate number for adjusting between greenfield and brownfield?
I think it's, if anything, I think it's a little bit low, quite honestly.
And, I'd like to point out to the board that this is kind of like a sales comparison approach. If you have a comp that you have to adjust so many times where your aggregate adjustments are so large, at some point it's not comparable. We went through the effort to adjust these because there are definite differences, and the assessor didn't make any of those adjustments. And we feel that it's necessary to do that. So, again, we're not advocating that these are comparable, but we're saying if you're going to use them as a comparable, you got to make these adjustments.
I got a question, real quick. I think we both discussed how complicated the HCI site is to navigate and pull information off of it. We contacted the owners of Torrance Memorial, and they told us what they spent on it. Would you weight that, what the owner is saying, versus what you were able to try and pick your way through a complicated HCI site and determine what was reported on permits?
You know, I saw the email. One of the concerns that I had was they had I think, a category for equipment. And I do think with hospitals, there's a lot of equipment that oftentimes gets lumped into the construction of the buildings because it's a big piece of fixed equipment. So for assessment purposes, you'll assess it on the personal property side as equipment. But when you have somebody who's not a property tax person saying, hey, here's what the different categories are, you run the risk on a hospital, not so much with other property types, but on a hospital with having a bleed over from personal property. So I understand you have the email on it, and I saw what it says. I just have some concerns. And then when you have, the law requires you to report your real property construction costs to HCI, and that's what they did, and that's the number they reported, I tend to lean towards the HCI number.
So you have concerns about what the owner said, and we have concerns about their website and the numbers that are on it may not necessarily capture everything.
Understood.
Or the owner may have captured more. In this case, Torrance had a tunnel, a connecting tunnel. It had a central plant. If I were an owner, I would put in the tunnel. I put the central plant in. I thought there's a couple other items. So I mean, if someone called me up, well, people do call me up. Hey, what did Stanford cost, or whatever hospital? I'm going to tell them what it cost, and what it cost for Stanford includes a lot of ancillary projects, not just the hospital.
So,
but that's what it cost for that hospital. I mean, that's what they spent. You know, even though it could have been in a different bucket.
So we'll try to blitz through some of these other ones real quick, but I know Riverside Community wasn't one of the assessors for the exhibit today, but you know, it is worth noting that it is a little more similar, you know, to the subject, and there are adjustments that are made, but it's you know, it comes to, after adjustments, to $541 a foot. And I forgot to mention right above it, Torrance Memorial's at $579 a foot. So once you start equalizing to the subject, you see that RCN costs go down. Now Clovis is an interesting one, Mr. Bjorkman. You've got the positive 10% design inspection fee that we talked about. That, you know, it kind of covers all, it does the same thing for all the properties. Then adjustment for quality, that Clovis property you feel is 15% superior in construction quality to the subject?
Yeah, maybe if I could maybe interrupt. I mean, I kind of took Clovis and Stanford out of the mix. Instead of doing an average cost per square foot, this comes up to $1,240. You're using your dollars for those. Well, that was for the 9, but you know, like when I go and look at the average price of houses in my neighborhood, sometimes I go, oh my gosh, you know, the houses are $1 million, maybe $2 million, but sometimes they throw a $8 or $12 million house in there, and all of a sudden the average price goes up. Like my house, I'm going, okay. But so, you know, they also have a different category, the mean value, which I think it's, I'm sorry? Median value, I'm sorry. Which is what I did here. I took the liberty, I took out Clovis, I took out Stanford, and, you know, because they kind of skewed the average. And that changed from $1,240 a square foot to $1,032, so a little bit more than $200 a square foot to take that kind of that anomaly out. There weren't any that were super low that I could take out, so.
And that was before adjustments, right? That was starting with the starting point cost.
Yeah.
Before you do the adjustments.
Correct.
And with Clovis, your research shows that that also had a renovation included in it of an existing portion of the facility, and is that why you did a minus 10% for the reno?
Yes, yes.
And so the story height wasn't so different at 5 stories, but it's really the reno. But you didn't really know what the renovation amount was, did you?
No,
So you're just trying to make an adjustment, you didn't really know the amount, it could be minus 5%, it could be minus 40%, you just don't know, you just attempted to move it in a.
right. This is when I started thinking, it's just, too much adjustments. Get some hospitals that don't need so many adjustments.
And then Camp Pendleton, I think we talked about, the 456 million was from press release. You don't really know if that included personal property or not.
Or ancillary projects, that's a big campus.
And it's, you did a minus 20% adjustment for quality just because it's this big award-winning facility and.
Correct. And they had a parking structure, which I'm not sure if that was part of the cost or not. It's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah,
You guys brought that up too.
Well, it did. In the photo, there's a parking structure there. And this is an important point, members of the board. So if the assessor's deriving their RCN per square foot using cost comps that include parking structures, then they come in on our property and they apply that to our square footage, and then they come in and add a parking structure later, it's a double dip. So Stanford, you've got, we sort of talked about that. You have a total minus 65% adjustment. At some point, it's just not comparable, and that included parking structure and included all sorts of things. Highland Hospital, you've got a minus 20% adjustment for quality, minus 5%, isn't that for 9 floors?
Yeah, that and building on top of an existing structure.
That's right. That one they actually built on top of, it was not on the dirt, it was on top of a structure.
Right.
And then on this one, you've got a 20% greenfield adjustment, and isn't that because the Highland Hospital site in Oakland is particularly tight?
It's a tight site, yeah. And like I said, we've done work there before.
And that includes
Too
parking.
risky.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, parking's an issue. Parking's off-site.
But it also included a parking structure.
Oh, yeah.
And so VCMC here in Ventura, you've got a minus 15% for quality, and minus 15% for greenfield, and that's just based on, the quality is based on your review of how that property is constructed versus the EFS type structure that we have.
Correct.
Okay. Also parking structure there too, right? And for everyone's reference, we've got whether or not remodel and or parking structure included there. So I should correct myself here. Where it does say yes, there might be some properties that don't have a parking structure, but there was a remodel included that inflated the cost. So probably not fair for me to say every one of these yeses has a parking structure. John Muir, I think the assessor took off their list.
Right.
St. John's, Camarillo. I believe you took the HCI reported cost, right? At the 55 million?
Yes.
And
the assessor, I think they got their cost from the contractor, Kitchell.
and I believe you got it from the taxpayer?
It was the builder.
The builder, okay.
Yeah, Kitchell, who, by the way, my wife works for. Competitors, dang it.
And then that also included a renovation, is that right? I believe on that one. Is that the women's pavilion?
Partial demolition of existing facilities and a renovation of existing facilities that were not demolished, yeah.
Okay. And then getting to the three Kaisers, it required less adjustments for you, right? You still did the plus 10% on all three because, again, the reported costs to HCI do not include those design fees and inspection fees. So in order to get to the full economic cost, we need to pump up the HCI cost by 10%. And then Mr. Bjorkman, looks like you adjusted for location. And for the benefit of the board, I believe you based your location adjustments on the Marshall valuation factors that had different cost factors for different counties, right?
I was told about those, yes.
Yeah. So that's more of an objective adjustment that comes from Marshall's differences between Ventura County and, say, Alameda County or what have you.
I just have one point on that one real quick. If you use the difference in the Marshall's local adjustment factors, they're applying to a broad spectrum of land uses and not just hospitals.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think it's just the best data available to make that location adjustment. So, do you have anything else you want to?
Well, you might just want to summarize the
Oh, yeah.
dollars per square foot of
So
differences.
if you look at the section one or the top grouping of the assessors, it has an average of $629 a square foot based on the HCI dollars after adjustments, and that's in the green down towards the bottom middle of the page. I will say that that includes Riverside, Community, and John Muir that were not in the assessor's presentation today, so that 629 would probably bump up a few dollars. It's probably a little low compared to what they presented today, but I don't think by a lot. And then the section 2, you have an average of 552 for the Kaisers. You know, I think that reflects or would you agree that reflects the more simplistic
yeah.
construction type of the subject property?
Definitely does. And the HCI numbers before our adjustment is 559. So, you know, I mean, our adjustments only brought it down $7 a square foot. So, whereas the adjustments for the top section of the hospitals, the top 7 there, or 9, it changed it significantly, over $330 from $948 to $629 compared to HCI, the numbers we got for HCI. So I guess just that shows that the Kaisers are, we feel anyway, are more aligned with Los Robles and didn't have to make as many adjustments.
And then I have one more, or another exhibit if it's okay,
Okay.
and we'll go quickly
Brendan?
through this.
This will be Exhibit 12.
Do we move out?
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
I can do it. So this is something we just came across recently, and it wasn't part of Mr. Bjorkman's analysis, but we did want to point out CMH here in Ventura, and the assessor brought it up earlier, and, so we did want to put it out there. The company that managed the construction reported a $300 million cost. You can see in this exhibit, it was completed December of 18 for 355,000 feet. Can't tell for sure, but it sounded like, based on some of the writings on their website, that maybe there was some personal property included in there. I don't know if there was a land purchase included in that 300 million. We also saw another article that I think had a $275 million number, so I think that provides some examples where you kind of get numbers thrown around loosely in press releases and advertising by some of these companies. But if you go to the third page, you'll see that we took the HCI cost, which it was reported to HCI to be $179 million. And that's the only, real source that we had on it. And you'll see the HCI pages behind it. But if you add 10% for the design inspection fees, you get to about $556 a foot for this property that's actually fairly superior in construction to the subject property. And, I know the assessor testified that they were maybe a little unclear on the costs or that it was a fixed price contract. But nevertheless, it was something that was built for that price, and it's in Ventura County. And so the assessor, chose not to use it, and that's their prerogative. But if you're going to do an RCN comp approach, it seemed like it would be a meaningful data point to review. And I think that's our only real point for that. So unless anybody has any questions or comments, we're happy to proceed to close or entertain any questions the assessor might have.
On Community Memorial, I was supervising the assessed value that we were creating, even though we exempted it, and then it got handed over to someone else. They were reporting, I stopped counting at $285 million on that property that they were reporting under their fixed price contract. So I can tell you that if you looked at HCI and you came up with something $170 million, it is way off. And this just confirms what we've stated. Both sides of us have said that HCI is very difficult to read. It's very difficult to compile data out of. And we are going to go on record as saying it's not a reliable total value. We've had property owners that have disputed what you've pulled out of HCI. So community, we didn't use it because we knew there were significant cost overruns. Catherine Yamada is the controller there. She was the one that was feeding all this information. So we didn't really care because we were going to exempt it anyway. But the contractor that built it is gone. We tried to confirm what they really spent on it, and we couldn't. So that's why we didn't include it. I mentioned that earlier. But if you're going to say that HCI's total was $170 million and change, I'm going to dispute that as being completely inaccurate.
For what it's worth, 179.
179 is completely inaccurate.
So
Okay.
we're
Any,
ready to go to close.
One more observation. I mentioned if you thought that Los Robles was a Kaiser facility, and you said it wasn't. Los Robles is not a cookie cutter design like Starbucks will build the same facility on every corner. I mean, Kaiser is known for a cost controlling organization. It doesn't surprise me that they have a cookie cutter design that they're putting everywhere. So I don't think it's appropriate to use cookie cutter, pre-engineered, standard, very basic construction for a property like Los Robles, which we all agree is not a Kaiser facility.
When we say it's not a Kaiser facility, we're just saying it doesn't have Kaiser written on the door. Physically, we're saying it's very similar to a
The
Kaiser.
structure is above the quality level of the Kaiser properties you submitted.
We disagree.
Okay.
It does indeed have a nice glass atrium that you walk into at the front of the hospital.
Okay, I have a procedural question. Was there a 441D formal exchange of information on this case?
There was, and we've provided the applicant everything that we used. As you've heard, we originally even had different cost comps than the 9, and we were sharing this information as we went, trying to figure out where are we going to go with this. So we sent them a 441D. We said, where is your data? We took the time to do our best to find cost comps, and Now they've provided us data at the hearing. So it wasn't provided to us under 441D. The assessor's opinion, looking at their data, these Kaiser facilities, we don't think it's comparable. It came in at the last minute, but one of the reasons why we can sit here and subjectively argue over these hospital facilities is there's a lot of moving parts there. We all agree, which is why we went to the low end of the value range, the very bottom of the value range on a per square foot basis, and way below what was reported by a local professional agency on cost per bed. So while we can go back and forth subjectively, we think that our data is pretty solid, and you're welcome to present information at the hearing, but the assessor is looking at it and doesn't think it's comparable, and we personally don't think it moves any cheese. So we're not going to object to the fact that you brought it into the hearing and didn't comply to the 441D.
Okay, the reason I'm asking the question is procedurally, normally if the applicant or the assessor does present evidence at the hearing that they've not provided in the 441D, that the alternate party has the opportunity to continue the hearing and review the documentation, but it doesn't sound like you need that.
No, it would have been nice if they had done it. They didn't. I can't, none of us can change the history of where we ended up today. We have multiple years on appeal here. We all want to try and get this wrapped up, and we will discuss our final positions in closing arguments, and I think we're ready to go there.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Just wanted to make sure.
Actually, sorry, I do have a couple questions, if that's okay.
Okay,
I think you touched on it, but I just wanted to, for the record, I guess, the 3 Kaiser comps were not supplied to the assessor prior to today.
This is true, but they were not comps we relied upon for our value. They were comps to impeach your method.
Okay. And the other, I guess perhaps this is, well, I think that's probably better for closing, but I want to make another point in closing.
okay, do you have any questions regarding their presentation?
I think that is it. Well, I'll just make it real quick. The one point I wanted to make, there's on his little spreadsheet and which is Exhibit 11, and then Exhibit 10, there's a lot of information on there that says assessor's reported price, assessor's dollar per square foot. These are, some of them are significantly different than what I've presented today, so I would just I just want to mention to the board, if you want the data that we are confident in, please refer to my, it's Assessor's Exhibit A. The assessor has thoroughly gone through these comps to the best of their ability. We think the square footages, the bed counts, the construction costs, we think all that is as accurate as humanly possible with the tools available to us. And some of these in this spreadsheet do not reflect that, so we wanted to make sure we say that for you guys.
Okay. Any further questions? Nope. Any questions from the board to the applicant? Just a quick question on the Kaiser facilities. I know Los Robles is, in the paperwork there, acute care, I believe is the wording used. The Kaiser facilities, are those acute care as well?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, okay, thank you. Council, any questions? No? Okay, we'll have closing by the assessor.
Chair Little, we still have to take the assessor's presentation.
Oh, that's right.
On the years, but they did say it should be about 5 minutes.
Yes,
So
that's right.
I'll collect and hand out those exhibits now.
Sorry, forgot.
Just give me everything. I'm assuming it's just, I'll just do it at C, yeah. Keep them upside down, please, so they stay in the right order, and then
Okay.
make a few passes.
Okay, while you're handing those out, we'll take just a 5-minute recess. you.
Rest of, this is also all ours. The only thing we're missing is the addenda one. Actually, we still have the addenda one. I think I have it here. Yeah, it's right there. Okay. There's that one. Yeah, so I've got 10, 11, and 12. 10, 11, and 12.
You guys have enough water?
We do. Thank you so much. Yeah.
I'll
take one.
Oh, there's that one, Eric, too.
Oh, you're good?
Okay, we got one up here. No, thank you.
You guys need water? Remember with all?
Back on the record.
Yes, and Chair Little, we've received the assessor's exhibits. Exhibit C, they're labeled on the top in red, will be for the 2017 year appeal. Exhibit D for the 2018 year. Exhibit E for the 2019 year. Exhibit F for the 2020 year. And Exhibit G for the 2021 year. Thank you.
All righty, go right ahead.
Okay, I'm very sorry. A couple questions did pop up. Is it acceptable to ask them real quick?
Sure.
Okay. In referencing the applicant's Exhibit 11, which is that table or the spreadsheet, the adjustments that were done on there, who was the one that made those adjustments?
I'm sorry, who made the adjustments?
Yeah, for your Exhibit 11.
Mr. Bjorkman made the adjustments.
Okay, so, and I guess I have maybe one or two follow-up questions. Have you,
Yeah, you can stand at the podium. I would assume the microphone works there.
Once you do the one over.
so in your line, so this, to the assessor, looks like something an appraiser would do. In your line of work, do you do any sort of appraisal?
No,
Okay, and in your line of work, have you ever made adjustments of these type before?
probably every estimate that comes through, we make adjustments to it.
So for instance, you would take I guess to clarify, you would take $1 per square foot and make adjustments so that it would be similar to a different property? Is that in your line of work?
No, but we make adjustments for, like, when we get an estimate for work in, we develop usually a contingency based on accessibility, based on, like I said, the guys having to park off-site, and factors that are somewhat reflected in that.
Okay, but never, I guess, just to clarify again, never between one property and a different property? You're never making adjustments to, does that make sense?
I think it's always comparing the properties, just on my experience. Okay, we had issues over on this property, so we need to accommodate and remember to put it in the cost for this property. So it's not completely apples and apples like what you're saying there,
Right.
but it's based on my experience of historic issues or conditions on other projects.
So if I'm understanding correctly, for instance, you worked one project, came up against certain issues, and you're able to apply those to a future project, and you feel is somewhat similar to this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's, I mean, there's different terms for it, but we do risk management plan, and that says, okay, if this happens on this job like it happened over there, or if we already know what's going to happen, we got to put cost in for that.
Okay, I think that clears up my questions.
I just have one quick one.
Well, and I'm sorry, Mr. Ost, just so I can tag onto that before you ask something on it.
That's fine.
Let's keep in mind that what Mr. Bjorkman does is, if he's bidding on a project or estimating a cost, I presume you're probably doing it from the ground up, almost like a unit in place cost of trying to figure out what each thing is. You're not in the position of looking at comparable cost facilities and adjusting up or down. You're just doing that primarily for this exercise because we need to adjust.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, so if you're doing a project on your own, maybe the equivalent would be in the Marshall valuation doing that unit in place cost, not the calculator cost. So I just want to delineate that the exercise that Mr. Bjorkman did here was adjusting your comparables, and that when he comes up for a bid, he's not, using RCN comps, right?
My last quick question is, would you say that building a hospital in California with all the California codes is more expensive than to build one in another state in the country?
I haven't built any hospitals in another state. The codes are really enforcing codes for all buildings, quite honestly. But hospital construction is expensive in California. I can only suspect that it's more expensive than other states.
That's fine, thank you.
All right, are we ready for the
Ready.
exhibits?
Go right ahead.
Thank you for bearing with us there. So there's not really too much I'd add that I haven't already stated for 2016. 2017 through 2021 is very similar. The dollar per square foot we use are similar. The depreciations change a bit as you move through the years, so that's why you're seeing changes in the final value conclusions. There's a couple things I did want to mention is one of the issues the applicant presented is that perhaps the costs that we're using include parking structures. While the assessor did their best to eliminate the parking structure permits from the HCI website, there's, perhaps there's a possibility we missed it. If you can refer back to my Assessor's Exhibit A, and you look at my page 2, where it kind of summarizes all the years, Our parking structure costs that we added were around 13 to 14 for every year. You could completely eliminate that, and our value conclusion will still be higher than all the Prop 13 values for every year under appeal. So just in case the board or anyone's concerned we're double dipping, it would not result in a different conclusion for the assessor's office. But I would like to say the comps that we have relied on, we feel we've properly vetted through the HCI website, and also we have some directly from the sources which we feel are, very reliable. We feel the source is more reliable than HCAI because, quite frankly, you look at that website and there's dozens and dozens and dozens of permits. You never know exactly which ones are part of your project, which ones are not part of your project. If you can get the information directly from the builder or the owner, we feel that's highly accurate, and that's why we use those numbers. But for the remaining years, I just would like the board to keep in mind 2016, 17, 18, we're all given a Prop 8. We feel that that value should be sustained. And then 2019, 2021, the Prop 13 value was enrolled in. Based on our appraisals for each year, we think that is accurate to have the Prop 13 for each of those years. We feel the market value is higher than the Prop 13 value for the years under appeal. So unless Gary has anything else to say, I think that's it.
No, I think our exhibits will speak for themselves if you have any questions on them. It's basically a cookie cutter going forward, like I mentioned, and theirs is the same way. We're just updating the remaining life, the depreciation, and some inflation on costs in those packets. So I think as simple a presentation as that was, hopefully that the board finds it, acceptable, and you have the detail in those packets if you want to dig into it a little further.
Okay. Is there any large item that we should make note of in any of the years, the additional years?
No, all the years should be relatively the same. The only thing was the 2021, we did have that construction in progress, and you'll see that. Actually, we can turn to that real quick, just so you can see that. That's our last exhibit, which is Exhibit G. If you look at the summary, sorry, that's page 2 of Exhibit G. If you look at that summary, the assessor's summary, you'll see down there, it says 535 square foot surgery addition, 40% complete. The 1,066,000 is what the assessor picked up for that year, for 2021. And that's construction in progress, so.
Okay.
Other than that, all the other years should look almost identical, so. Okay?
Good. Good to point out. Alrighty, any questions from the applicant to the assessor?
I don't think so, Madam Chair.
Alrighty, so now we will proceed with closing from the assessor.
If I might interject with a procedural question.
Sure.
As part of my close, I have a one-page exhibit that shows just value summaries. It's not new evidence, it's not anything, it's just summary. I'd like to put it in during my close. If for some reason you want me to put it in before close, I will, but I'll reference it in close. It's more semantics.
Okay.
The assessor would prefer to see it now, and I'm sure it's pretty simple, and we'll move right through it and then go on to our closing arguments.
Okay, but I probably won't go over it until I do my close. It's just a matter of whether or not it goes in as an exhibit before we officially start close.
Okay, let's admit it as an exhibit, give the assessor the opportunity to preview it a little bit.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know how you do it in Ventura, but I think applicant starts, assessor does their close, and then we get last word. And it almost sounded like you were starting with assessor.
Yes, usually, correct, Brendan? We usually do the assessor and then
Right,
as the
so
burden
we
goes
don't have
last.
a mid, we just do closings, and the burden of proof party goes last, so you'll be last under the law.
Okay, so I'll have one close,
Correct.
not a response to.
Correct.
It'll
So
be-
if the assessor says something you need to respond to, you will include that in your closing. unless you introduce new information, the assessor does not get to respond to what you present in your closing, which is why we would put the exhibit in now.
that case, let's
Right.
put it in.
And this will be Exhibit 13.
This should be 6.
Thank you. Okay, whenever you're ready.
We ready?
Yes.
Have we finally reached this point in the day? It's been a long day. As I mentioned at the very beginning, almost feels like it was yesterday, that our disagreements are going to be in a nutshell around the cost approach and what really is the cost to build a hospital in California. And that's still kind of where we're at today. I mean, now at the end of the day. We attempt to use the best scope of work when we attempt to solve an appraisal problem. And we did not reach a point where we had any confidence at all in solely relying upon Marshall Valuation Service or Marshall and Swift, whichever term you like to use, as a method to determine replacement cost new for a hospital. We've also made the point that real estate appreciates over time. It does not depreciate. Market participants do not rely on the Marshall cost approach when determining market value of property, particularly on older buildings. It just doesn't happen. In my 40 years, I've never seen two market participants sit down over a cup of coffee and negotiate a purchase price based on replacement cost new less depreciation. It just doesn't happen. We are only allowing this single property in Ventura County to use the Marshall and Swift cost approach on an older existing facility because there's no market sale comps, there's no income approach, and even the cost approach, as we've been back and forth all day, doesn't have perfect data in it. We're allowing the use of depreciated cost to attempt to help this hospital out. We were able to help them for 3 years on a Prop 8 using Marshall and Swift, but now turns out to be unreliable data, but that's fine. We wanted to help them. We gave them those 3 years. We could not, in good conscience, allow that type of reduction to continue based on the actual cost to build a hospital that we started to see that significantly gapped away from Marshall's. And that's why we put it back on Prop 13, which wasn't a massive increase. They're still benefiting from Prop 13. If properties were depreciating, we wouldn't even have a Prop 13 value on it. It wouldn't be factoring up 2% a year. It would be factoring down 2% a year. So they're benefiting from Prop 13. We've come up with value conclusions that are well in excess of those Prop 13 values. When our comps, we went out and got comp data, we were at the bottom end of the range. We went to the bottom end of the range because we knew we didn't have perfect analysis of every single one of these comps. And Stanford, we knew was high. We didn't rely on Stanford. We put it in there to show it, and we both agree it's high. There's several other data points in there that are not high. With respect to Kaiser, the applicant even stated that that's a standard design that they build everywhere. Los Robles is not a standard design. If you look at the picture of the back of Los Robles, it looks plain Jane. You look at the front where the lobby is, it's a really nice hospital. So we don't think it's fair to take a cookie cutter data point and use it. Now, the applicant said, well, we're just going to put it in the record to, point out some issues with your comp adjustments. Well, here it is in their final summary sheet, Kaiser. So they are relying on it. So we looked at it, we don't think it's comparable, and we're not going to lose sleep over the fact that it's in there. But Los Robles is a unique, one-off designed hospital, and I don't think it's fair to put cookie cutter cost on it. So at the end of the day, the assessor had to determine what is a likely fair market value for that property. And we think we're being more than conservative using depreciation of any type on that facility. It's a flaw in the cost approach. The market recognizes it, no one uses it. We're just trying to support our factored Prop 13 value here as being fair, and we think it is. So that's basically it in a nutshell. I know the applicants had plenty of time to present their case and their facts, and we welcome them to come to the county and do that. But we don't think that solely relying on Marshall and Swift is an appropriate scope of work to address the appraisal problem at hand. And their own witness, when asked, do you rely on Marshall and Swift? He says, no way. Do you rely on other cost estimators? No way. They get out and they get actual cost bids from contractors. Well, that's what we've tried to do too. So we're on the same page as his expert witness and not solely relying on Marshall and Swift. So that's it for us. Joe can chime in with anything I missed, but it's as basic as it is. Marshall and Swift is not a valid approach to use for new hospitals in California. We've attempted to contact Marshall and Swift and quiz them on it. They drew blanks. So that just confirmed our suspicion that they're taking national average cost, putting a local multiplier on it, the same multiplier that they would put on an office building or a retail building, and they're missing the true cost to build a hospital in California. So in a way, what the applicant is doing is they're getting national average cost that doesn't include the premium for California hospital construction, and then they're deducting from the national average cost the cost to retrofit their hospital with California high-cost construction. So they're kind of having their cake and eating it too there to drive the value artificially low. So we don't agree with that. We think if you're going to deduct off California cost to cure, then you have to start with legitimate California hospital cost and not national average data applied against a faulty multiplier, which is what Marshall's does. So I'll let Joe add to that if he wants to.
Yes, and I just want to reiterate a couple things on my last page of Exhibit A, which was, the subject property pointing to Marshall and Swift not being accurate. We had that new surgery addition that we had at 1,500, and if we tried to cost that out using Marshall and Swift, the most we could get is $683 a square foot. Again, the new tower expansion, mainly finished in 2008. It has a few other things after that, but the bulk of that was 2008, $613 a square foot based on the evidence presented by the applicant. How long does it take Marshall and Swift to reach that level? Well, looking at the applicant's information, 2020. So the assessor feels there's enough there to show, Marshall and Swift should not be used. And the comps point to it, everything seems to point to it. There's nothing we've seen that supports Marshall and Swift. Finally, the cost to retrofit these old buildings, $748 a square foot. That's higher than any estimate Marshall and Swift can come up with. So the cost to retrofit an existing building is higher than a brand-new building. The assessor's office, that's a big red flag to the assessor's office. So we feel our evidence supports our value conclusions, and that is why we are recommending the values we are recommending today. And those are kind of the key points I wanted to bring up, because those were the big red flags that we saw, and how we arrived at where we are today. So that concludes our presentation.
All righty. Thank you. Closing from the applicant.
If it's okay, I'm going to go up to the lectern so
Sure.
I can see everyone and everyone can see me. All right. So first of all, thank you for listening to us today. This is a complicated property, as I said in the beginning, and there's a lot of conflicting information out there. And I know it'll be hard for you to figure out, what do I rely on? You're the trier of fact, you have to decide that, and you know, I wish it was clear. We think it's clear, the assessor thinks it's clear, but obviously in different ways. So the assessor makes the point that properties always appreciate. Sure, in California, we see values go up over time. That's usually mostly a functional land value. Land values go up over time. When you're dealing with a hospital, building values decline for physical deterioration, and usually it's some sort of functional or technological obsolescence. And so hospitals continually have to be redone or eventually demoed and rebuilt. And so to make a blanket broad brush statement that, oh, well, property is always going up, yeah, cost to construct go up, but that's offset by physical deterioration and obsolescence. So I don't think we can paint with such a broad brush. When we went through applicant's Exhibit 11, which is the spreadsheet here, and Mr. Bjorkman's report, applicant's Exhibit 10, I feel like we really demonstrated that the assessor's RCN comparables are not comparable. And we feel that that's for a few reasons. One, perhaps the starting cost that the assessor is relying upon is wrong. We went to HCI and we pulled the costs that those properties were required by law to report. Now, the assessor also relied on HCI for some of their properties, but then they're also saying that's a completely unreliable source. So I'm not sure what to make of that, but I will say that it is difficult to get a hold of cost information. You know, people don't readily share it, but you know what? Hospitals have to share it with HCI, and they do. And there's a specific form you fill out, and all that's done. And that's, if you're going to use RCN comps, then you need to look at HCI. It's not perfect, but it's reliable to a certain degree. This is a really key point, and this next point, and we outlined it here in the spreadsheet. I don't know how you can do an appraisal without adjusting to the subject. I mean, that's a requirement in whether it's sales comparison approach or cost approach. If you're using RCN comps, you got to adjust to the subject, and you can't just say, we think it's $900 out of this range, and yeah, we could have adjusted, but we didn't. They didn't go through the whole appraisal process to get to their answer. They stopped short. And we laid out adjustments in Exhibit 11, and they're reasonable. And I think we all understand, you know what, certain locations, it does cost more to build something. And to say that it doesn't, I don't think is fair, even if it's the same product type as a hospital across the whole state. it is more expensive to build something in the Silicon Valley than it is down here. Maybe it's a little less to build something in Riverside than it is in Thousand Oaks, and we adjusted for that. So, you know, you really got to look at those things. Story height or number of stories matters. When you're building a 9 or 7 story building, you got to put all sorts of other foundational and structural work into that to make it carry that weight, that 7 to 9 stories. And if the subject's 3 or 4 stories and you're using comps that are 7 or 9, and you're measuring on a cost per square foot, you're overstating because you're inflating the cost. Construction quality, you see the pictures in our report in Exhibit 11, and you see, I'm sorry, Exhibit 10, and you can see the pictures of the front and back in our report. And picture says 1,000 words. Just look at the pictures. The assessor's comps are a lot nicer than the subject. They really are. They're superior properties, and they weren't adjusted down to get there, to get to like kind to the subject. Greenfield, brownfield, this is a key point in this case. I think the assessor agrees you do need to look at look at it on a greenfield basis. I think they just think they looked at it on a greenfield basis. We take issue with that, saying that every cost comp they had except for one, the Camp Pendleton Hospital, was a greenfield. But every of their other cost comps were built on existing campuses, and that cost just gets inflated. It does. And think about remodeling your kitchen or adding a room onto your house. When you come in to do that work amongst your existing property, you spend a lot more dollars per square foot than you would if you came in and built the same footprint per square foot fresh. And it's just sort of a base concept in construction, and you just can't use comps adding on to things that are inflated and then apply that across the board to everything. And our subject property is multi-storied. Some parts are 4 stories, some parts are 1 story, and the assessor's taking comps from 7 and 9 stories and just applying across the board. And it's an overreach. I know they worked hard on this. They tried to do the best they could. Data's scarce, but it's heavy-handed. So you talk about, what do we look at? You've got these HCI costs. You've got some press releases that the assessor got their hands on. They had 1 or 2 property owners email them some information. And you've got all these competing data points, and there's some concerns and weaknesses to all of it. But it's all that confusion is the very reason why Marshall valuation is the way to go. We've got the State Board of Equalization that says you can rely on it, okay? And we would submit to you, if you properly perform a Marshall valuation approach, you'll get to fair market value. When a lot of people talk about Marshall being so low, it's because they didn't go through all the steps and add all the things they were supposed to add. And keep in mind, again, Marshall's a greenfield approach, so it's gonna be a little lower than when somebody does a brownfield project, and let's not be confused by that. Also keep in mind, when we did our Marshall approach, there's a whole other category based on seismic zones and fault zones. There's an adjustment that you can add for California seismic. And Eric Sheneman did that in his cost approach. So we bumped up our cost by a significant amount of money to reflect those California seismic zones, as Marshall says. The assessor used Marshall to depreciate in their approach, which is fine. We agree with that. We did the same. They used Marshall on other property types in the county. I don't think it's fair to dismiss Marshall valuation altogether. They rely on it, we rely on it. I know they don't like it for hospitals, but I don't think that their information rebutting Marshall is robust enough to invalidate Marshall. And that's my concern with their approach. So, you know, let's talk about what we did. I think in the closing of the assessor, it was brought up on our, you know, we're making this very large seismic deduction, and we're doing an RCN based on Greenfield. And you know what? That's just what's required to get the subject property where it needs to be. And we're valuing the subject property. So we got to look at that data, and we got to make those deductions. And you know what? If we don't fix that north and south tower with that $100 million, it makes the other buildings not have their full value. Because if you take those towers out of the equation, the other buildings aren't an acute care hospital. They can't operate. So I understand that $100 million exceeds probably the value of those two old buildings together, but it's one integrated campus, and you can't divorce the buildings. And so if you're gonna value the whole economic unit, you gotta take that $100 million hit. So I'll go to applicant's Exhibit 13 here. If you look at that upper box, our overall valuation for the regional medical center, the entire facility, depending upon the year, has an RCN of $586 to $671. So let's look at how that's corroborated. Okay, there's a lot, in my mind, there's a lot of arrows pointing to those numbers being right. So why do I say that? Marshall says 586 to 671. Well, the subject property built a new tower from 2008 to 2013. That's the subject property. What is a better comp than the subject property? Okay, so we built this new tower, and the costs were even inflated a little bit because it was part of a brownfield site. But even at that, new tower only, we're between $619 to $709 a foot. That's within that range that Marshall comes in of $586 to $671. So please, let's not disregard what happened at the subject property and say all of a sudden that this time adjusted, you know, and this new tower analysis is time adjusted, that all of a sudden this property is worth $900 a foot from an RCN perspective when we're spending $600 to $700. The third prong here is we have supplemental cost comps. Mr. Sheneman did that analysis where he took 3 comparable sales that were real estate only deals. Granted, they're imperfect. It's pretty hard to find perfect hospital real estate sales. But he did a really nice job of extracting out a replacement cost new element from that sale. That's market-derived evidence, and it supports Marshall valuation, and it supports the new tower actual costs. It gives you a number between 557 to 639, again, within that range. Now, we've got the RCN comps that Mr. Bjorkman presented from Kaiser. We did not rely on these for our value, but I only include them here as a reference point. You've got a $550 average. Again, that's below what we're reconciling to for our subject property for the 6 years. And so even if you buy the assessor's point that Kaiser's inferior to the subject, well, we're still well above that number. And I'd submit to you it's not inferior because, again, go back, just look at the pictures and look at what the subject property looks like. Look at the assessor's RCN comps and look at our Kaiser pictures. couple of these Kaiser properties are pretty nice and are quite nice and have a lot of services, and you'll see the write-up in Mr. Bjorkman's Exhibit 10. So we feel that the assessor should have used something like that, a Kaiser facility, just to more appropriately match what the subject property is. You know, we're not in here presenting an appraisal where we're trying to get the absolute lowest value possible and we're hitting it at the lowest variable at every turn. I mean, that's evidenced by Mr. Shenneman's land value was higher than the assessor's land value. If we were trying to like engineer this number, we would have been at the assessor's land value. And we are trying to take a legitimate estimate of the value here. So anyway, looking at this, Exhibit 13, the assessor's got, or I'm sorry, the board's got 4 different analyses or value points to compare to. And so anyway, with the totality of the information put into the record today, I think, you know, the assessor's asking you to deny our appeals. We ask that you find for our values. We think our values are well supported. Is everyone's approach perfect? No. But is ours more reliable? I believe it is. And so with that, I thank you for your time and your patience and your analysis that you're going to put into this decision. So.
Thank you. At this time, the board will take the testimony, the evidence under consideration, and we will go into closed session, agreeable, with county counsel assisting us. And she will notify you via findings of fact. And Brendan will notify you will you send out a minute order as to our decision?
Yes, that's correct. I will make sure the parties are notified of your decision.
Okay. Board members, can you hang around for some deliberations? I don't know if we'll finish today. We have a lot of material to review, but we'll try. Okay, if we need another meeting to do some
I'll come back to closed
deliberations,
session
okay?
right now and we can discuss timing of deliberations.
Great. Okay, we will adjourn the meeting. Thank you both.